Whoop. You know, now I got the microphone. So it's a pleasure to meet you all here in Spain. I say that again to the people who were here yesterday already, to participate in this fourth high-level industry science government dialogue on Atlantic interactions. Well, most of them know, we didn't say anything in the beginning, but most of them know who I am. So I am the Minister for Science, Innovation, and universities in Spain, and in charge of, let's say, the science centers. So we are really happy to have you all here in Las Palmas for this very important meeting. We are getting closer to materialize the preliminary concepts that we had for the initiative Atlantic Interactions as an integrative program throughout the Atlantic, and we are really happy to receive here and greet people from north to south, places in the Atlantic and very different environments. And this program involves 5 pillars, as you probably all know, and I will recite them again like yesterday. Space, atmosphere. Space is quite dear to some of us. Space, atmosphere, oceans, climate change and energy, data analysis and computing. So these would be the 5 pillars of the program. A crucial aspect, so we will work in the Air Center in order to fulfill lots of goals in all of these for the generosity to start the funding. Delivering this center is the central goal of this high-level dialogue in Las Palmas. So we are keeping our focus on the deliverance. So therefore it is time at governmental level to face necessary issues that are maybe dull, are not very thrilling, such as governance, appropriate models for funding multilateral programs and projects, access to national research infrastructures, capacity building programs, instruments to engage and promote innovative industries, and so on. So we are focusing in this meeting here on fulfilling the original goals of the Earth Center into something quite tangible and that we can take and rely on the future. In addition, a debate over the long-term agenda of the initiative and the first project to be launched needs to be raised today and tomorrow. I'm grateful to the Air Center team led by Professor Sarmento for their great effort to include those items in the agenda, as well as for the enthusiasm in helping us in organizing this event, and extend these thanks, of course, to the Portuguese government that they represent. We need to build this initiative growing from existing local, regional, national, continental, and global initiatives. And as a result, at the European level, more countries need to be engaged in Europe. So in the future, we could have in place a platform from the Atlantic, similar to what PRIMA is for the Mediterranean. And whoever is not from Europe will not understand this very well, but PRIMA is a European Union program for the connection of many different programs related to the Mediterranean and its development and its environment. Furthermore, Spain is engaged in bilateral and multilateral programs with Latin America and Africa. I would like to highlight the presence of what we call CITED. So this is the Latin American Program for Science and Technology for Development, and the Secretary General is here. And his experience will be most valuable for all of us. For the definition of programs and actions, we need to engage the national agents for research and development. As a result, we set a specific node involving our public research centers and infrastructures, the Spanish node of EIT Climate KAC, which is something I learned today that existed, and our two national funding agencies, which is, we have two funding agencies in Spain. One is the State Agency for Research, and then the other is the Agency for Innovation. It's called CTTRs, and they are devoted to research and innovation respectively, as we said. So the Spanish node is led by Plocan here in the Canary Islands. Plocan is a science and technology center, for those of you who don't know, who is based on a laboratory that has a mid-ocean laboratory and also a research area in which to conduct technology developments in ocean. Is unique to Europe. The establishment of Plocan has enabled us to prepare relevant contributions for setting the short and mid-term research and innovation agenda of Atlantic interactions. So we need to help now. We are here to help in the construction of the Air Center. We have joined with the keynote address of Dava Newman.
Thank you, Minister. Can I have the microphone? Thank you. Thank you, Minister. It's my pleasure to, I will be your moderator during this session. and it's my pleasure to present the keynote speaker for today. Is Professor Dava. Good to see you again. And she is going to talk about Earth Vital Sign, a view from space. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Well, thank you very much to the leaders of the Air Center, the ministers, and all the distinguished guests. It's my pleasure to start us off from the big view of space. Tonight, we'll be landing on Mars with the InSight mission. So all of our exploring out in the universe brings us right back down here to Earth. So I think the tie-ins to Air is, let's take a look from space and our space data at how the Earth is doing. Great. So I think this is a view from the Discover satellite. It's actually located halfway between Earth and the Sun. It's at a Lagrangian point. So this is how we see Earth. We're all on this spaceship together, and it's the only one we have. So how can we integrate our space data, take a look at the atmospheres, oceans, and climates through data? This is a look at the satellites that are going through right now. Through our supercomputing data, we can take a look at the sea currents, the land, the soil. We can take a look at precipitation. We can take a look at all of the ocean currents and the ocean temperature and the sea level rise. So I'd like to show you some of this data in detail. So I simply have one question. What are the Earth's vital signs? The Earth is definitely speaking to us. Let's take a look at temperature and carbon dioxide, as well as the glaciers from space. This is a global mean temperature. Blue and white will be 1 to 2 degrees below Celsius over a 30-year running mean. And yellow and orange are 1 to 2 degrees above Celsius. Starting in 1880, this is 140 years of data, if you can see in the top right. So this is from the 1800s, again, over a 30-year mean. You can take a look at when you're born here. So yellow and orange are going to be 1 to 2 degrees Celsius above that running average. So now we move into the 1960s, the 70s, the 80s, 1990s, 2000, and that's where we're at today, 2017. It was the second hottest year ever recorded. 2016 was the hottest year ever recorded. It was an El Nino year. In 2018, we have data from the last 10 months, and we're on record to set the next hottest record for 2018. Why is it so hot? Let's talk about carbon dioxide, the trapped greenhouse gas in the atmosphere from our fossil fuel burning and from natural disasters as well. So I'll show you the carbon dioxide cycle for a year in the carbon dioxide cycle. This is from 2014 to 2015. I'll show it to you in 3 dimensions. The yellow and orange on this graph are going to be above 400 parts per million. You don't want to see any yellow and orange. We don't want to be above 400 parts per million. So take a look at this carbon cycle. It's from 5, 10, 15, up to 20 kilometers in the atmosphere. This is the literal definition of trapped greenhouse gas. But I'm optimistic that we can do a lot of good actions. We can change this. This is predominantly human caused. That's the carbon cycle. The oceans are absorbing 30% of this heat. Without the oceans, we would be at 450 parts per million. But with the oceans absorbing the heat, they're doing everything we can. But armed with all the data and knowledge we have, we still have to figure out how do we change human behavior. That's the hard part. With all the knowledge we have, all the education we have, how do we change the human actions on behalf of the Earth, on behalf of all of us? So this is taking a look at the greenhouse glaciers. Just last year, we lost almost 300 gigatons of ice in Greenland, followed by 125 gigatons. That's almost 400 gigatons of ice lost from the Iceland green sheet and as well as Antarctica. 99% of the world's fresh water is trapped in the Greenland ice sheet and Antarctica. So they're accelerating. We have the data coming back from the glaciers. And again, we have to take note of this. It's critically urgent with the new climate reports out. This is just the scientific data. This is the scientific facts. I wanted to show you this latest supercomputer simulation, really looking through the atmosphere of last year. Take a look at 3 things. There's smoke and fires. There's the sea salt coming across the Atlantic. All of these regions we're talking about, the North Atlantic. And look at the dust coming off of the Sahara Desert. There's the Canary Islands right there. So here we are right off of Africa. You can take a look at when Ophelia came up. This is 2017. And take a look at those currents. So from the space data, we can literally see through the atmosphere to take a look at all of Earth's very complex systems. So we have to, I think, take this global view of the Earth to take a look at what's happening globally for our air, our ocean systems are connected, and we have that very special transformative view from space. Here's some recent data from right here where we are at the Canary Islands. You can take a look at our satellite images. Here we are today. Very interesting. This is actually almost artistic on the bottom left here in terms of the contrails from Madeira as well as the Canary Islands. And the major forest fires that happened in the Canaries are shown here from satellite imagery. And this is last year's dust blanketing the Canaries up on the top right. So every day we say we have eyes on Earth. We can take a look anywhere on Earth and provide the data for that region. It's very personal to me as we actually took our sailboat and our exploration around the world. We circumnavigated, took 18 months around the world to meet with 30 people on 33 different island nations to ask them how we're doing. Everyone who lives on an island nation understands climate. They understand sea level rise, and they understand how warm it is in the air as well as what's happening to the sea because they make their livelihood. This is an economic understanding that we have to have for people's livelihood. Everyone living on islands understands and sees the first changes we have. So following up on that, I would like to talk about COP21. The agreement that we had continues that. I use the Eiffel Tower because to point out why I'm optimistic about change that we have to accelerate in the next decade to decarbonize is because the tens of thousands of good actions happening at the bottom of this pyramid. The bottom of this pyramid is already happening. It's happening and not just globally, but is happening for sure at the state and the regional level. And that's what we have to count on people, individuals, to really make this change happen. So we've actually kind of been thinking about this. What could I do for the oceans then? Here's the challenges about ocean warming, sea level rise, acidification, overfishing, the plastic pollutions. It can get overwhelming. But then just in the palm of our hands, if we could have a conversation with Earth, we call it Earth Speaks, to know every day, not just the data, but then what are the actions that I can do to change behavior. So this is the research that we're working on now, again, in the palm of your hand, going from that global understanding, from the satellite view down to Earth, to the regional and local level, to then personal actions every day, what someone can do, kind of armed with that information, armed with that data, to terms of to try to accelerate change on behalf of Earth every day as quickly as we can. So I'll just leave you with one last view from space. This is from the International Space Station. When we look down on Earth, this is what we see. It's magnificent. It's really transformative. Pedro can tell you better than anyone. When you look down on Earth and you see Earth, that glow you see, that's our life support system. That's really the overview effect. If I shrink Earth down to the size of a basketball, then our life support system is only 3 human hairs thick. That's what separates us from everything we know and love on this planet, from the other consequences. So we have to think about Earth. I think that we're all on this Earth together. I think that Buckminster Fuller said it best. How do we make the world work for 100% of humanity the shortest possible time through our spontaneous cooperation without any ecological offense? So that's what we're interested in. Thanks to the air work, how do we really accelerate change? Specifically in the next decade, how do we accelerate change and really look from space to the atmosphere, land, and the oceans? And again, I think starting with the oceans is a promising future, since they have so much to do with really the food chain and all living systems on Earth. So thank you for attention. I look forward to a lot of discussion.
Thank you so much for this excellent talk, and also for keeping on time. Seven representatives, and the first one will be given by Dr. Obonaya Onu, Minister for Science and Technology of Nigeria.
The Minister of Science, Innovation, and the Universities of Spain, the guest speaker, most distinguished participants to this fourth high-level Atlantic interactions. I congratulate the government and the people of Spain for hosting this very important Atlantic interaction. From the very first one, which we attended at the Azores, it was a very successful meeting, and this idea has been growing ever since. I am very happy that today more countries have come in, many more international organizations are participating, and this is a noble cause for all of us to pursue, because from what information available to all of us, and even what has been highlighted by the guest speaker, the oceans have very important part to play in preserving our planet, and nothing is greater than our making sure that we leave this planet in very good position for future generations. The government of Nigeria is very committed to this project. The Minister of Science of Portugal, my very good friend, Professor Manuel Aito, he commissioned the node of a center in Nigeria when he visited Nigeria on the 4th of December last year at our own space center, National Space Research and Development Agency in Abuja, the capital city of Nigeria. And Nigeria as a country believes that it's very important, for all the countries that border the Atlantic Ocean, as well as the island nations that have the Atlantic Ocean as their immediate environment, must work together to preserve the Atlantic Ocean, to intensify this study, because we believe that through the study of the Atlantic Ocean, we will be making very important contributions to human civilization. Once more, I very much would like to thank the Minister of Science, Innovation, and the University of Spain, a renowned astronaut and leader, for the role you have played and you will play throughout this interaction. And I believe that from here on, we will work towards intensify our efforts to get all the other countries that are not participating now, both those bordering the Atlantic Ocean as well as the island nations. Because the island nations, if there is really any serious problem with the Atlantic Ocean, I think they will be the most adversely affected. We have to find a way to get them engaged so that this effort will give us the results that we all look forward to. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And next address will be given on behalf of the Secretary of State of Science, Technology and Innovation from Angola, Domingos da Silva Neto, and will be given by Filomena Bello.
de Espanha, os agradecimentos de Sua Excelência, Ministra do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação de Angola, Professora Doutora Maria do Rosário Bragança, pelo convite interessado a Angola para participar neste magnífico evento, que por motivos da agenda não lhe é possível participar. Excelências, o Governo de Angola reconhece que os mares e oceanos são de suma importância para a nossa sociedade e a sua sustentabilidade ambiental depende de uma abordagem múltipla e integrada por parte dos diferentes setores da política, da economia e dos centros de geradores de conhecimento. Por isso, é importante que todos os setores da sociedade se juntem-se energias para uma melhor gestão do oceano em benefício das gerações atuais, sem comprometer as gerações futuras. Mais do que fundamental, é importante realçar a cooperação ou a elaboração entre diferentes países, de forma a serem tomadas decisões de interesse comum com base na partilha da informação científica disponível. Esta partilha de conhecimento poderá trazer benefícios em escala local e global, visto que mesmo os países com menor robustez científica e tecnológica poderão contribuir mais e melhor na gestão partilhada dos oceanos. Gostaria de frisar que a inserção de Angola nesta iniciativa vai de encontro à agenda estratégica do Plano Nacional de Angola, particularmente no que se refere à importância de se apostar na economia azul para que se observe um desenvolvimento integrado e harmonioso da economia nacional do nosso país. Cumpre-me enaltecer o Governo de Portugal, na pessoa de Sua Excelência, Ministro da Ciência e Tecnologia e de Ensino Superior, Professor Dr. Manuel Heitor, pela iniciativa e de todas as outras partes que se tenham empenhado para que, depois da assinatura da Declaração de Florianópolis, em Brasil, pensamos ter chegado o momento de, neste quarto de algo de alto nível, aqui em Las Palmas, estamos em condições de definirmos projetos e atividades mais concretas que poderão conformar aquilo que podemos chamar uma rede internacional de organizações de investigação oceânica e espacial na zona do Atlântico. Angola, após ter aderido a esta iniciativa de Florianópolis, realizou algumas ações internas no intuito de identificar os setores e instituições com interesse na matéria de ciências, em termos de infraestruturas e de recursos humanos disponíveis necessários para o êxito do desenvolvimento de futuras ações dentro da iniciativa do Air Center. O próximo passo será identificar uma instituição como ponto focal para dinamizar a interação entre outras instituições signatárias ou partes da iniciativa do Air Center. Com estas palavras, agradeço mais uma vez o convite. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much. Next address will be given by me because it's a letter coming from the National Secretary of Science and Technology of Uruguay, Dr. Eduardo Manta Ares. I will proceed. Government leaders and high-level representatives, Air Centers authorities, colleagues and researchers from participating countries of this fourth high-level industry science government dialogue on Antarctic interactions. Dear sirs, in first place, I send warm regards to all the participants of the meeting from the government of Uruguay. Unfortunately, last-minute personal problems prevent me from being with you in this high-level meeting to discuss the highly relevant topics for our region and for our country in particular. I would like to personally express my gratitude for the efforts and support provided by the organization, particularly to Dr. José Luis Moutinho, to whom I send a special greeting since he made possible my participation, and again, I apologize for my absence. I have received and studied the letters of intent and the proposal of the Canary Island Declaration in the version on November 23rd. And in first place, I would like to state that our country considers this initiative very important and relevant and remains interested and continue to participate and work on it. However, based on the diversity of issues raised in this document and in order to take an official position, it's necessary for me to consult with several ministerial authorities as well as academics from my country about some of the issues raised since they are not exclusively on my competence. It is in this sense that we commit to send our position promptly after performing these queries. In addition to that, I would like to emphasize that we support the realization of our workshop in Montevideo with representatives of the Air Center and the Uruguayan academic groups related to this issue at the end of March or beginning of April next year. During the workshop, in addition to presenting and exchanging with our research groups around these issues, we will have the opportunity to hold a meeting with other government and academic authorities of our country in order to advance in potential agreements. Wishing you great success in the meeting and expecting to meet again in person in due course, I send you my best wishes for the next year. Yours sincerely, Dr. Eduardo Mata Arens. Thank you. Then I will give the floor to the Chief of Staff and Ministry of the Higher Education, Research and Innovation from Senegal, Amadou Tidiane Ndiaye.
Je vous remercie de me donner la parole. I speak in French.
Okay, no problem.
My English is bad. My Spanish is worse. Messieurs les ministres, je suis heureux de participer au nom du ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur du Sénégal, le professeur Marietomian, sur invitation de son collègue espagnol, M. Duque, pour prendre part au 4e dialogue de haut niveau entre les sciences, l'innovation et le gouvernement. Et Monsieur le ministre aurait bien voulu prendre part à cette rencontre, mais des obligations inattendues le retiennent au Sénégal, et ce sont des obligations dont l'exécution ne peut être différée. Il aurait bien aimé être parmi vous, parce qu'en fait, ce qui est en train d'être fait dans le cadre de ce centre et dans le cadre de ce dialogue, entre parfaitement dans le cadre des politiques publiques qui sont en train d'être mises en œuvre au Sénégal. Et en réalité, nous n'avons plus le choix. Nous sommes dans l'obligation de travailler ensemble pour essayer de trouver des solutions collectives à des problèmes qui se posent de façon globale. Et il s'agit de formation, de sciences, d'innovation, de technologie et de prise en charge d'une question extrêmement importante telle que les changements climatiques et la résilience en raison de ces différents changements climatiques. Alors, Monsieur le ministre m'a demandé de vous dire toute sa solidarité et son encouragement dans le cadre des différentes actions qui sont menées pour essayer de trouver une solution collective qui doit être prise en charge au niveau des différents États. Le Sénégal a essayé, dans le cadre de sa souveraineté en matière d'éducation, de formation, de sciences et de l'innovation, de mettre en place une politique qui tend d'abord à infléchir les différentes formations vers les sciences, l'innovation, la technologie et la maîtrise des différents savoirs. Parce qu'en réalité, les différents problèmes qui se posent à nos différents pays, c'est l'extrême importance des bacheliers à caractère littéraire et à sciences sociales. Et c'est un problème qui est global en Afrique et qui s'étend aussi à certains pays européens. Donc, il est important de mettre en place un environnement scientifique qui permette de mettre en place des projets de recherche dont le but est de rendre des services estimables aux différentes communautés. Et ce sont des préoccupations permanentes de nos différents États. Et ces différentes politiques sont mises en œuvre au Sénégal, un peu partout en Afrique. Et il est heureux de constater qu'au sein de l'espace africain, d'abord, il y a ce qu'on appelle une forme de coopération qui est en train de naître, une coopération dans le cadre de l'éducation, la formation, la recherche et l'innovation, tels que l'ADEA, les centres d'excellence en Afrique. Mais tous ces efforts doivent être articulés avec un effort global, parce que les questions qui sont traitées sont des questions qui sont globales. Il est extrêmement important qu'une solidarité internationale se mette en place à cet égard. Et il est d'autant plus important que les pays qui partagent les mêmes problématiques se mettent ensemble pour travailler, notamment les pays qui ont un flanc sur l'océan Atlantique. Et le Sénégal est confronté, comme tous les pays qui sont sur cette façade atlantique, à des difficultés. Je ne sais pas si vous voyez un peu l'information. Nous sommes en train de perdre des villes en raison de la houle qui est en train un peu de s'étendre sur toutes les villes côtières. Et des recherches sont en train d'être menées à cet égard pour essayer de trouver des solutions. Mais la question fondamentale qui se pose, c'est la mutualisation des moyens de façon à trouver une solution à ces différentes questions. Et en réalité, c'est dans le cadre un peu de cette souveraineté des différents États que nous mettons en place des politiques de formation. Mais ces politiques de formation doivent être parfaitement mutualisées. Et ce que l'Afrique est en train de comprendre dans le cadre de l'UA, dans le cadre du CAMES, dans le cadre de l'UEMOA et dans le cadre de la CEDEAO. Et il est heureux que cette démarche soit un peu plus globale et intègre l'ensemble des pays qui ont une façade atlantique. Et j'espère tout simplement que le centre qui est en train d'être mis en place, dans le cadre de ces différents projets, pourra essayer de prendre en charge quelques problématiques en essayant un peu de se détacher de la lourdeur des procédures administratives et étatiques qui souvent constituent des blocages pour la mise en œuvre et la valorisation des résultats de la recherche. Ce sont ces quelques mots que je devais porter à la connaissance des participants pour leur dire encore une fois toute la solidarité de Monsieur le ministre, toute la solidarité du Sénégal pour prendre part à ce projet extrêmement important et novateur tendant à prendre en charge les questions autour de la résilience climatique, de l'innovation, de l'industrie et de l'alignement des différentes offres de formation sur les besoins de nos différentes économies. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you so much. I'm not official translator from French to English, but anyway, I will try to summarize some of the words that was addressed by the representative of Senegal. First of all, thank you very much for your remarks and also for emphasizing the most important thing about their center and about the international collaboration. I think that you already emphasized education and also international collaboration for facing the main problem that we have in the earth, in the humanity. Then I think that Senegal is, we appreciate a lot the availability of Senegal to initiate this collaboration and also to be part important of this Egg Center, together with other countries from Africa and also from America. Also. Thank you so much. Then we will follow with the next address will be given by the Director for Multilateral Cooperation, Department of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Science and Technology of South Africa, and will be given by Cecil Masoka.
I also wish to acknowledge the Minister of Spain and the Minister from Nigeria, and ladies and gentlemen. Also, I would like to say thank you to Dava Newman for the exciting presentation. In Cabo Verde, I raised an issue around women representation, and I think we've gone a step further. At least now we have two. In Cabo Verde, there was only one female representation in the whole panel, so I hope we can do better, Samantha. But that is also linked to what Professor Newman said. If you're going to talk about human behavior change, then there's a saying in English that you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. So you need to start somewhere else. You need to start with the youth, start at the lower level so that you make substantive, sustainable change. And if we're not going to be engaging with the youth here, some of our initiatives that we're trying to do are not going to be sustainable. So we need to start thinking, how do we bring in a youth component into this overall discussion? At a research level, at applications level, and I think most importantly, the presentations that were done yesterday, those who attended, are very instructive of what is possible and what can be done. So I think it's something that I think at the Center Secretariat level, it's something to be seriously considered. I also wish to acknowledge just the representation from Angola, Senegal, Nigeria, Ghana, Namibia. I think in Cabo Verde, it was only South Africa and Angola. So we're quite excited at South Africa to see the increased participation of other African countries and the importance that they attach to this initiative. At South Africa, we are very supportive of this initiative. I think at the multilateral engagement level, there's a very serious concern around the pushback from the nationalist type of governments that are coming on play, and there's a worry around the threat towards multilateralism. What is interesting in the science space is that multilateralism gives you an opportunity to participate, collaborate, and engage across political lines because science does not have any borders. So it's a good space to be in. We're very excited also to be part of the initiation, the design, the development of this very exciting initiative. However, it's very important that the Air Center is always relevant. And by that I mean, is it relevant to everybody else, or is it relevant to a certain population group or a certain section of the population? So it has to be relevant across the board. If we're talking about the youth, what is the relevance of the Air Center in the youth? If you're talking about women issues, and therefore that's why it becomes important that we make sure that the Air Centers does not lose sight of the Sustainable Development Goals, because that allows it to have an inclusive approach into its overall engagement, whether it's with the business sector, whether it's with academia, whether it's with research, whether it's in relation to women and youth. So that inclusivity anchored around the Sustainable Development Goals will give you a leverage and a much longer mileage in terms of engaging with the different levels and different layers that Professor Newman indicated. So we can talk at the research level, but you still need an individual who needs to change their own behavior for us to arrest the situation. So we are very excited to be in this process and to continue to fully support the Air Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I will give the floor to Mariano Jordan, National Director of for Cooperation and Institutional Coordination of the Minister of Science, Technology, and Productive Innovation from Argentina.
For this invitation to the Earth Center, to the organizers, and to Spain for this invitation for the Argentinian high level. that they sent me, I think, because all of the Argentinian high levels were waiting for the super final between River and Boca in the Libertadores Cup. So I'm here, so thank again. Well, this process is really important for Argentina. We are following it, we are campaigning it since the very beginning, somewhere in April 2017. All of the meetings we have been there in different levels, and we do believe really in the process of interaction. In interaction of an Atlantic Ocean that different from the other big oceans has a north-south development that brings this idea of a change of everything together. And in this realm, in this idea, we think that Argentina is very important for the Earth Center in the same way that the Earth Center is very important for Argentina. My country has a really high stake of Atlantic coast in America. You know, the American coast, different from the African coast, is divided between no more than seven, 8 countries. 4 of them are really big: the United States, Canada, Brazil, and Argentina. The African side, I think it's something like 22 different countries with different parts of coasts. And Argentina is also working in this area in both sides of the Atlantic, with Brazil, with South Africa especially, with the European Union, and with many different countries in a bilateral level, with Germany, with Canada, with the United States, with Uruguay, and with Brazil, of course. In spite of that, Argentina is still an observer country to the mechanism, to the process. Again, we feel it is very important, and in a certain way, both yesterday evening presentations were a sum up of what the Earth Center can signify for my country. On the one side, we had the presentation from the activities in Ghana, in which the people got back metal, plastic, and different materials from scratch. And on the other side, the high science, the utilization of space, of space information to follow fisheries. Argentina is in both points of this working. On the one side, we have less than 2 months ago, we launched the SAOCOM satellite, an initiative with the Italian Space Agency that it will be really revolutionary in a sense that with different bands and with different technologies, we will be able to use this technology, these apps, these images for everything, since fisheries to transit to fight against organized crime. And on the other side, we are a country with 27% of people under the line of poverty. So for the people that will not work in big data, will not work in space, in our space program, we have to get the work with for them. We, from the Secretary of Science and Technology, we think that 2 big areas can be a kind of answer for that need. On the one side, traditional knowledge that we share in many aspects with different countries of Latin America and from Africa. And on the other side, the seas. The seas, the different studies point out that till 18% of the national GDP of Argentina can come from the blue economy, from the sea in the near future. Blue economy that in this very moment that we are met here is carrying out a meeting in Nairobi, sponsored by the governments of Kenya, Portugal, and Canada, if I'm not wrong. So we have, just to sum up two final points, some of the issues, because of the fact we are not still a full member of the Earth Center, well, apart from the 7 specific national point that I pointed out to my friend Jose Luis some time ago in Salvador Bahia, a little bit in the same way that the colleague from Uruguay. This is big issues that are really interagency and that must be tackled in a whole fashion from different actors, and we are in that process. On the other hand, the ideas, this is a very potent, a very powerful process, and as the colleague from Angola was telling, this is a good moment to define the scientific projects. This is a network. Yes, this is a powerful network. We shouldn't go on. We shouldn't define political structures. We should just define the scientific lines and put together all this network, all these infrastructures, in a way that we are already doing in Argentina, in Latin America. A month ago, we met with all of the air agencies or infant air agencies in the area, and we think this is an important way we could carry here also and work in this fashion with a whole network of agencies of financing and of research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next address comes from Bruno Pacheco, Regional Director for Science in Azores.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of the Azores, I would like to thank this opportunity and this moment to be here with you, to present our motivations on what concerns the Air Center is one of the better ways for us to reaffirm our commitment of opening horizons to the Azorean society. We have the ambition to be connected to the world and to, considering our identity and characteristics, give our contributions to the world. We know that we are small regarding to land, but we assume the responsibility of the maritime dimension that we give to Portugal. Moreover, it is maritime dimension that allows us being here today talking about the Air Center and about all we can do on what concerns to the Atlantic interactions. It is, we can say, a privilege to watch the Atlantic interactions from the middle of the Atlantic North, as we do since the 16th century. The Atlantic is in our DNA. We are made of Atlantic Sea. When in 2060 the government of the Republic launched the Air Center initiative, the government of the Azores wanted to be immediately associated, not because we want to be on this picture, but because the Atlantic and its interactions are our commitment for more than 400 years. In addition, the relationship with the ocean rims represents our experience since the beginnings, not only with European and African rims, but also, and in a special way, with the American rim. That is why we look at the Air Center as an important means to build the new bridge and to have the opportunity of, as a community, grow with who knows what to do, does it very well, and leads the scientific development. That is why the Air Center is important for the Azores and, of course, to Portugal. And it's also why we have the ambition to share with the community all the good things we do in Azores and what we can do from the Azores. And let me tell you more. The Air Center is also dynamic that allows a north-south interaction, creating a dialogue and a cooperating that must promote the knowledge capable to face the essential problems and this societal challenge with strength. Within this collaborative and shared action logic, the Air Center appears as a network of partners, infrastructures, and teams that aim to study the ocean, the space, and the climate change biggest issues and the way they affect the coastal population every day. Our connection and relationship to the sea and the knowledge settled in the competence centers allow us to be ambitious on what concerns to integrate the consortiums that will be created to face the future's challenge. We are available, as you know, to be a part of this movement, which is being gradually materialized. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are very close to finish this session, but first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers during this session, and I will give, together with you, a big applause to all of them. And then before going to the coffee break, I will give the floor again to the Minister of Science, Innovation and University in Spain.
So thank you very much for this session. I hope that the good wishes expressed then are materialized little by little in very concrete agreements. And I think that we have a good base in which to start working together. So let us go to the coffee break and get some agreements done. Thanks.
it's my pleasure and my duty to tell you what we have been doing over this year. And there have been many actions that I will focus later on in different slides. But 2 points that I would like to address to start with is that we set up the Association for the Development of the Air Center, which will be the running body and the legal representative of the Air Center. And that was one of the actions that we took. And at the same time, we also set up the operations of the Air Center. So we set up an implementation team. We set up the head office in the Azores and an office in Lisbon, the administrative procedures, and also we started the process to select the new executive director, the new CEO, the person that will be replacing me from early 2019 onwards. So one of the issues where we have been put a lot of focus is understanding what should be the positioning of the Air Center in the international arena. So basically understanding what is the added value that we can bring internationally. And of course, we understand that having 9 ministers of science and technology sign an agreement for the Air Center to exist is a major asset. It's a major opportunity that we should not lose. But in doing so, we need to understand that indeed we should build on what exists. And this may be infrastructures, it may be initiatives, programs, whatever. It's not easy to understand how we create value on this, but the way to do is very clear. We need to talk. We need to speak with all those players and understand what is the added value that we bring. And maybe the added value is because we are an organization that lasts beyond projects, so that we can take a lead on the legacy of these projects. Or maybe because we have an engagement with science, technology, but also innovation, capacity building, business development. So that may also be an added value for some. Or is even the fact that we are looking into integrating the oceans and climate change and energy, energy and oceans, and also all this with the new technologies, satellite technologies for Earth observation, or new technologies for in-situ observation and data science. So there are many different ways where we can bring value. And we believe and we understand that the focus, our agenda is very, very wide at this stage, and the effort will be to focus. But we should focus on what we believe is an added, where we believe we can bring an added value. That's, I think, a big challenge for 2019 onwards. We also have been working a lot in increasing the visibility of the Air Center. And indeed, we set up 13 workshops, sometimes sessions, along the Atlantic. And you see there, those points are where we have been in the last year. And that has been a major activity. We also have been focusing on how can we support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This was, say, a mandate that came out from the prior declaration. And we have done an effort and understood that we could identify 3 global challenges. The first one is understanding, predicting, and adapting to climate change. The second one, understanding the Atlantic Ocean for a healthy and productive ocean. And the third, clean, affordable, and secure energy for all. So this is, say, a way of encapsulate our agenda, but this was already approved in the prior declaration. So the agenda is composed of 6 social benefit areas and 3 cutting initiatives. But I will not be describing this because, as I said, this was already presented and discussed in the prior declaration. Now, the agenda and our effort has been developed with 3 main axes. 2 of them are very opportunistic. The first one is looking for partners, understanding who wants to work with us. And we have done that by setting up a number of memorandum of understanding and also letters of intent with different stakeholders. I will be briefly addressing this. We also put a lot of effort in identifying quick win projects, so projects that we could put on as immediately. These projects, of course, need to follow several criteria. The first one, they have to be aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They have to be replicable or scalable. They have to be creating value for the S Center. And then we have a strategic approach, which is looking into the agenda, creating working groups to focus on the different areas where we should put our effort. So these are the three streams that we have followed to understand what should be our agenda. So these three projects, or these three streams, should converge in something. So the agenda would be coming out from the working groups, but also from our partners and the projects that we are able to put on. So that means that we have signed already 7 MOUs, and the 8th one is coming to briefly. The one with ISA is not yet signed, but it's very well positioned, so it took a bit longer, but we have already MOUs with the UNOSA, with MBON, with the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Blue Planet, Joe Blue Planet, with IMP, with the government of the state of Ceará, with LifeWatch, with Penn State, and there are a few others coming up. For each one of these MOUs, there are assigned different areas, different topics, where there is an interest in cooperating with us. And we have also been preparing letters of intent, where we try to work together with several groups of stakeholders. The first one is science and technology funding agencies. We want to sit the different funding agencies and work together with them, understanding first what will be their interests in terms of the scientific and the research agenda, but also in how can we operate or work together to either open joint calls or somehow jointly fund the projects that we intend to develop. And we have already 7 of these agencies on board. We have also a letter of intent that will be signed by different innovation agencies. And we have 5 innovation agencies in place that will be signing this letter later in this conference. And the same for research and observation infrastructures. But this is an open process. I mean, those that signed were the first ones to sign, but this is more than any of these stakeholders we are more than happy to include them. So this is something that we are starting. We want to create groups of these stakeholders to work together and understanding what should we do to work with them and what would be the outcome of this. Then we have also started with projects. I will not go into the details because some of these projects will be presented during this workshop. But we have projects on space and data science. We have projects on supercomputation. We have projects on climate change and energy. We have projects on ocean, space, and data science. We have projects on oceans and innovation and information technologies. And we have projects on climate change and public bodies. Altogether, this is about 15 projects. Some of these already started. For instance, this one here, the project which is several workshops to identify user needs aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 14. And also this one where we have taken a workshop on design innovation for coastal resilience in Ghana. So these are the activity that we have been taking. But of course, as I said, another initiative is the working groups. We set up 8 working groups. 6 of these working groups are dedicated to the research agenda. 31 experts, sorry, this is wrong. 31 experts are engaged in these working groups. And 2 of the working groups are devoted to the cross-cutting initiatives. There is to create, a collaboration between research and observation infrastructures to guarantee an easier access of researchers to these infrastructures, but also to engage these research infrastructures in promoting best practices, standardization, etc. And then we have another working group for the Knowledge for All program, which is basically has to do with education, training, and science awareness in the population in the Atlantic. Finally, of course, we are looking into the future, into 2019. And there is also a number of concerns, number of actions that we need to take. The first one, well, not maybe the first one, but one important one is a smooth transition between the implementation team and the permanent staff that will be hired in 2019, in the first half of 2019. The second one is to consolidate the governance of the center and its business plan. The third is to increase our cooperation with some relevant bodies, the European Commission, GPI Oceans, the International Oceanographic Committee, and others. Also important is to do the follow-up of the letters of intent that we'll be signing, and also the memorandum of understanding that was or will be signed today. Then we have to do an effort to put on the national nodes of the Earth Center. As you know, the Earth Center is a distributed research organization based on the national nodes. And we will be putting a lot of effort in raising these national nodes and start working and integrating them in our activities. Then, of course, attracting new members for the association, for the development of the Earth Center, and expand projects, the project list. So starting putting these projects onwards. Some of the projects have been already submitted for funding. Hopefully this will be approved, and so there will be activity within those projects, but we have to create conditions for the other projects to be funded and also initiate other projects. And finally, we need to consolidate our research agenda and the cross-cutting initiatives. Finally, I have to give to say that I'm very happy and very appreciate a lot the work that the team that is working with me is putting in all this. They have been working extremely hard, and it's really, it was a pleasure to me to work with them, and I think that they deserve an applause from me and expect also from you. So thank you very much.
Antonio, Chair of the Executive Committee, we thank you and we're appreciative of the work that you and members of your team are doing for all of us. I would like to call on ADataNet, Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Oh, good.
Okay, thank you very much. Hear me? Yeah? Now, perfect. Thank you very much for the invitation to talk here today. I'm going to present the AirDataNet, this data project inside the Air Center framework. I would like to begin by explaining you the two things that I'm not going to do. I'm not going to explain a research project because this initiative is not about doing another research project. It's about serving you as a scientist on how to conduct better your research. So I'm going to talk mainly about services. And the second thing I'm not going to do is to talk about why you need a supercomputer in your life, because after the amazing presentation Professor Newman has given to us earlier today, I think it's pretty clear why you need computational resources to conduct top-notch research today. So making it clear, let me begin by sharing with you some thoughts that I've previously shared with some of you in other meetings. The first idea for me is important is the idea of today being at the front end of the research, conducting really top-notch research is almost impossible without having access to computational resources. It's not easy to find a research project in the frontier of the knowledge that don't use some type of computational resources, HPC, data storage, or whatever. The second idea is that probably most of our countries are not able to, probably we cannot afford about ourselves to have all the assets we need, to have all the infrastructures we need to develop this science. So probably sharing is the only way to give this capacity to our scientists. The third idea is that, in fact, we already have a lot of computational capacities in some of our countries. So let's go to share these facilities and to leverage these existing facilities to give the services to the scientists. And the fourth idea is that why not use this Earth Center initiative to build this alliance between our large computing facilities, large data storage facilities. So with all these ideas in mind, what we've been working on is in what we call the DataNet initiative. By the way, when I say we and not I'm referring especially to Professor Rui Oliveira from the INESTEC in Portugal and other colleagues, which we have been working in this idea in the last months. What we would like to do is to help the Earth Center to be what we call a data-driven organization or a data-driven network or whatever you want to call it. So the main idea is to have something like a data foundry for all the projects developed in the field of the Earth Center. So we need to help you in all the projects you develop to transform your data in something that matches with the FAIR principles. You know, your data has to be, you have to be able to find, to access to the data, to interoperate to the data, and to reuse the data, these typical FAIR principles that have been pushing a lot by the European Open Science Cloud and this initiative. So probably do this in all the projects is impossible if every administration have to do by their own. But maybe it's possible if we all together can share our resources and give these services. So which are our three main objectives? The first one, the keyword here is federation. The first one is to share, to federate our large computing facilities in order to give better service. The second idea is to organize what we call a one-stop shop for our scientists. So a place, a virtual place of course, when you can go with your data and you can store your data. This is always the first problem our scientists have, to store your data, to process your data, develop all the calculus, algorithms and so on over this data, and of course to retrieve this data. And the third idea is also to highlight everything regarding presentation, visualization and so on. How many times have you seen before an amazing work done with a lot amount of data, using a lot of HPC resources, and at the end in the paper you see a horrible figure, pretty small, very bad presented, from the place when it's produced to the last part of this chain. And we have to deal with all the steps in. At the Spanish level, many of you know about our supercomputing network. It's pretty easy to understand. We all share our resources and give to the Spanish access to these resources. So we already know how to do this. We already know also how to do this at the Ibero-American level in this initiative, which was pretty more focused in training, in activities, information, in mobility and these things. And of course, we have the European Alliance in HPC. So we already know how to do this at the Spanish, Ibero-American and European level, how to share our resources in order to give our scientists the best possible service in terms of data and computing. This is one idea. The other idea is that we also know how to do this with other projects pretty much related to what the Earth Center wants to do. In fact, I've selected some examples of climate projects where we are participating in by giving services to the researchers. Here, for instance, you can see some keywords as machine learning, climate predictions, service. Another example, this is the Barcelona harbor, and you can see here some ships going on and going back. And again, computing data, convolutional neural networks. So a lot of projects in which we put together the data from the scientists, in this case, climate scientists mainly, and all our computational resources. Again, environmental services, quality control of the data, decadal prediction of global climate. So we already know, and by we I'm referring to our, I think, some Mexican friends, project which join the data from the Mexico City. It seems that we have all the assets in the table just to launch a project. My last slide, what about the next step? What do we need to convert this from a PowerPoint to a reality? We need mainly two things, commitment and projects. By commitment, I understand our governments giving to us not only the resources, but the mandate to do this. And I would like to show this photo. I think this is the last week, the prime ministers of Spain and Portugal signing different agreements, one of them about science, one of them about advanced computing. And in this agreement, both governments agreed in putting on the table for this project, for the Air Data Net, a part of our computational resources. So the first thing we need, and we have begun to consolidate, is the commitment of some of our governments putting on the table of this project some of our computational resources. And the second thing we need are real projects. So, in fact, I have to say thank you for being almost the first to talk today, because after that it would be easy, I assume, to discover, to turn out some projects that can need this type of facilities, this type of resources. So my final message is we have the assets, we have the facilities in many of our countries. We have the experience in sharing these facilities, in serving scientists in many fields regarding Air Center. We have the will to do this, the political commitment to do this. The only need we need are real projects to implement these policies. So each of you that have in place
station.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank the Air Center for inviting us to participate in this event. My name is Carlos Garcia, and I'll be talking about the high-altitude pseudo satellites. I'm from CDTI. Allow me first to give a small description of what we do at CDTI, because we don't want to talk only about the particular project. There's some capacities and resources we have at CDTI that we can provide for future Air Center projects. We are the innovation funding agency from the Spanish government, and what I would like to indicate with in this slide, the most important part is that we work mostly with companies, with industry. I mean, in Spain, the research part for the scientific institutions is funded via the specific agency and via the ministry. So we have several programs that we have already in place for collaborating with other countries. As you can see, we have one that takes into account all the Latin American countries. We also have a specific bilateral agreements with many countries around the globe, and we also have, of course, a participation in with many European projects. Given today's date that we have a mission landing in Mars, we would like to mention that we have a collaboration with NASA, in which we have hardware that we have developed in collaboration with the ministry that is landing in Mars tonight. So we're very proud of this agreement also. And then in order to put together these projects, we have a network of offices all around the globe where we have contact points with which you can get in touch in order to identify Spanish companies that could collaborate with companies in your own country. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the HAPS, these high altitude platforms or pseudo satellites. The two terms are normally used. These are systems which are flying at about 20 kilometers altitude, which is about twice the altitude of commercial airplanes, and can provide services that are similar to the ones provided by satellites, Earth observations, telecommunication, navigation. They have several applications that have been identified. Here, there's only one line for telecommunications, but it can be used for Internet of Things, for cell phone communication, for many different types of uses, and also for Earth observations. There are also some companies that are developing concepts for launching rockets from these platforms, in which the rocket is elevated by a balloon, and then it is launched from that altitude, saving a lot of fuel and complications from launch. And also there's the service of navigation. Right now, in Europe, there are several companies that are developing this type of elements. Here's some of them, Thales, Airbus, Zero to Infinity, but there are many others that are also working in Spain and also in Portugal, which are the countries that are right now working together on trying to put together a project on hubs. As I mentioned before, these type of systems can provide complementary services to the satellite services. One of the problems with the satellite services is that either you are in geostationary orbit and you can provide a continuous coverage, but you are very far away, so the resolution of the images or there is a timeline in the communications, or you have to have a satellites that are flying at a lower altitude, but they can have continuous coverage. Hubs are systems that are capable of solving this problem. They can provide continuous coverage over a particular region, in particular areas that require a specific monitoring, such as cities or disaster areas. And also they can provide imaging with a higher resolution and with a smallest latency in communication. Right now, when the communication has to go via a geo satellite, the signal takes about a quarter of a second to go to the satellite and back, while here the communication can be instantaneous. In addition, they have additional benefits. They can be upgraded if there's a better technology that has been developed. The system can be landed and it can be refurbished. And also, since the hardware doesn't have to endure the same environment as in space, there's no vacuum. The temperatures are extreme, but not so much as in space. The hardware can be more inexpensive and it's easier to procure and to maintain. And right now, there are two types of systems that have been designed. There's the heavier than air. These are aircraft that are extremely light. Here, this model is about has more than 50 meters in wingspan from tip to tip, but the total weight is about 200 kilos, and it's covered with solar cells, which provide electricity for the motor, so it can stay for months in flying in the same place and without having to go down to earth. And then there's the lighter than air system, which are balloons or Zeppelin type systems that are much heavier, but since they are capable of staying also several months in flight, because they also have solar cells, and with their engines they can operate to stay on the same place. So these type of systems can provide very useful information and services for the Atlantic societies. First of all, they can provide monitoring and surveillance for all type of environments, and also for the traffic, for transport, for infrastructure. They can also provide a coverage of the same area for, as I mentioned before, for continuously coastal areas, islands. They can also provide information on disaster areas where there's normally when there's, for example, an earthquake, the first thing that happens is the electric networks go down, so there's loss of communications, and there's lack of information of what is happening in each area. So here you can, if you provide a hub system that is deployed in this area, you can see what is happening in every small village remote in the mountains, and at the same time you can also provide communication services that do not require specific hardware. You can provide information, communication using regular cell phones. And as I mentioned before, this type of system allows to complement the services provided by satellites. In addition, this is also a good opportunity to develop a technology, because this is a type of system that can be developed in collaboration with national entities. There's different countries can have the different skills, different capacities, and these technologies can be operated locally once the hub system is deployed. 1 minute, I have just one more slide. They can be operated locally, and the data can be processed locally. And we're working on a way that we can develop a system that can be also developed with a low initial investment. Okay. So the activity that we are looking at, we have been discussing with Portugal on a way to develop a hub system. This is an emerging technology that has a promising future. There are some developments ongoing, but really there is no established actor that is now selling the system, and so there are still opportunities to really develop a new system and enter in the market. There are relevant capabilities that have been already identified, but we want to make a survey to identify exactly what we have and what are the gaps. Also, we have to make sure that in the past we have been looking at normally space companies that can develop the systems, but really, since here we can use commercial elements, we can bring in new companies because this, we don't need to use really space technology for this. Okay, and I think the last one we're going to be funding via ESA, and we're going to a project with the European Space Agency in collaboration with Spain and Portugal. But this activity can be bringing a collaboration from other countries. I mean, in this first activity we're going to do is a survey to identify the possible technical option and also industrial possibilities. But we're open to collaborate with other countries to identify needs or capabilities in order to, in the future stages of the project, to develop the system in collaboration. Thank you.
Yes, we thank you so much, Carlos. We would like to invite Prata Photonics for resilience against tsunamis in the Atlantic.
Thanking for the organizers for inviting me and for this great initiative that is the Air Center and also our kind hosts here in the Canary Islands in Spain. So I think this is not my presentation. Let me see if I can find it. So my presentation is here, but not in the screen. Okay. No. Huh? What should I do? It does move on the computer, but not on the screen, you see? I think there's nothing I can do. Yes, so can you go to the first page? Yes. That's what they asked me for. Excellent. So thank you very much. My name is Yasser Atam Técnico. That's the School for Science and Engineering of the University of Lisbon. I'm also affiliated with the Institute for Telecommunications. That's a national research lab that hosts my research group, the Physics of Information and Quantum Technologies group. So what I want to tell you today is that our planet is alive also below our feet. There's lots of seismic activity, and as you can see from this graph, all these colored dots, most of earthquakes happen in the bottom of the ocean, in the ocean floor. So the ocean floor and below is also alive. And it's very hard to get proper data from this phenomena. In fact, we know less about the ocean floor than about the moon surface. And so our challenge is how can we improve that in terms of earthquake data. So we do have underwater seismographs. But there's a few challenges with them. So the first is that they're sort of fragile, not really, but not super robust either. But one of the main problems is that they don't provide real-time data. So what we have to do is we have to submerge them. We leave them there for about 6 months, sometimes longer, and then we have to go back and fish them and extract the information. So this is very far from real time. And it's very expensive to develop these sensors, to deploy them, and then to retrieve them. These are quite expensive operations. Also, because of these constraints, there's quite limited coverage. So, maybe you can have, a few every few hundred kilometers or less in some strategic areas, but the coverage is very, very limited. And were we to do a global rollout, this would be much beyond, the billion of euros scale. So we do need to have a better understanding of these earthquakes happening in the ocean floor for coastal area resilience, to protect the populations. This is a civil protection challenge. So we have here an unfortunate recent event that happened in Indonesia, and I got these news from the BBC website where there's this caption that says tsunami buoys were given to Indonesia a decade ago to improve the early warning system, but none remain functioning. So the system totally failed for different reasons. I mean, this is not a very robust mechanism, but even if these systems were operational, as they should, there's some type of events that we still don't understand very well, which in fact was even the case of this one. And so we need to understand better all these phenomena. And so here's the solution we're proposing. Our idea is to use the existing submarine communication cables, mainly meaning optical fibers that are deployed at the bottom of the ocean. And there's a lot of them, as you can see from this graph here. Dark blue is existing, the light blue is planned. And just by impinging light, so we impinge a laser light in these optical fibers that are already deployed, and at the ground stations, at the end of the fiber, we are able to interfere these light signals, and from some phase differences, we are able to detect the epicenter of these earthquakes. And this has been done, published by some other colleagues who are now involved with us in this project, and it was published this year in the journal Science, their discovery. And here's exactly what they did. So what they used was a submarine communication cable between Malta and southern Sicily, and you get here the information they got, and this was a discovery by chance, which then I can comment how it happened. Here's the signal they got in red compared to land seismographs. So this is a confirmation that this technology works. So this is a proof of principle. And this can be very revolutionary, because this means we now, as I like to say, we have a new pair of ears at the bottom of the ocean listening to these phenomena and maybe others. And so the opportunities that arise from this very recent discovery is that we now can have a new generation of seismographs, which are first real time, as opposed to at least 6 months delay. They are permanent. This infrastructure is already deployed. They are continuous, because every millimeter, in fact, every micrometer, that's our resolution of the cable, is a sensor, as opposed to having a sensor every 200 or 500 or 1,000 kilometers. And we can have global coverage, because, did you tell me something? No? Okay, sorry. This is existing infrastructure. These submarine cables, again, dark blue existing, light blue planned. And there exists now more than 1 million kilometers of submarine optical fiber, and this is growing, as you can see. So this infrastructure is out there up for grabs. And so this has a potential application to early warning of tsunamis, even if we used only a single cable, but because we can complement with lots of sensors on Earth, on the ground, terrestrial sensors. And there's potential applications, but this is all very new and speculative, so these are just some ideas that we'll need to verify. To use this same technology to detect civilian crafts, let me immediately exclude defense applications for 2 reasons. First, it's not possible to use this commercial infrastructure of these cables for defense applications. Second, there's a lot of drones and other technologies underwater that are already optimized for these applications, so we don't need to compete with that, but this technology potentially could be used for, tracking civilian craft for security applications. We heard yesterday an incredible presentation project on trying to mitigate illegal fishing, etc. And this is even more speculative, but these pressure waves or shear waves going through the different layers of density in the ocean could potentially be detected by this and help us study, climate effects and the currents, how plastics move around the ocean, etc. But I put 2, maybe I should put 3 question marks. This is all speculative, but these are potential applications of this novel technology. And also, we want from our research to, give some cable specifications for future generation cables. So we're working with the Portuguese National Authority for Communications in that purpose. So what's our project? Our project is called Photonics for Resilience Against Tsunamis in the Atlantic. Photonics means I'm sending laser light into optical fibers, in this case under the ocean. And the goals of our project, well, the main and the short-term goal that we want to do is to test this approach for a submarine cable between Lisbon and the Madeira Island for 1,000 kilometers. We do have the proof of principle by our colleagues in Malta and Italy for 96 kilometers, but to go to the Atlantic and longer distance, this has never been done, and this is what we want to do with them. And I hurry just to tell you that we also want to go for an archipelago, for example, like Cape Verde. If we use more cables, we can find exact location and even depth of the epicenter, which is otherwise hard to find. And we have a vision to, in the long term, test these potential spin-off applications and also go longer distance into the southern Atlantic and across continents. So we have a consortium which involves a bunch of research organizations from Portugal, from the UK, Malta, Italy, the cable company in Portugal who's providing us access to the fiber, the geophysicists, and we're now very happy to be involved with the Air Center as well. We have the support also from the National Communications Authority, which is crucial for using these cables. And we're now in discussions with the Azores, Cape Verde, and Angola to expand these ideas. And they asked me to tell about the budget. So our budget just for this first stage of the project, which is the Lisbon-Madeira link, we estimate about 2.6 million euro, and we're preparing a call to submit to a European call in future emerging technologies. Also, there's a strong interest from submarine cables. I just met the representative of NEC last week, so we talked with them as well. So let me summarize the points about our project. So this is a very original project. The principle has been proved. This is low cost compared to any sort of alternatives. The potential is very high, both at the scientific, technological, and also societal impact in terms of coastal resilience and sustainability. We have a very comprehensive approach and multidisciplinary team with the people who pioneered these technologies and open to complementary studies from satellite data, oceanographic data, etc. There's a potential spin-offs that I mentioned, but these are speculative. But the main message I want to convey is that these are a new pair. This is a new pair of ears at the bottom of the ocean, allowing us to listen to earthquakes and potentially many other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yasser. We would like to call on Atlantic margins from local to global Atlantic scale.
Good morning to everybody. Sorry about the delay. Okay, my name is Luis Paulo Assad. I am professor from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and also professor from the COP, that is our graduate program in engineering in that university. Okay, the main goal of my presentation is to show a proposal that we have for the Air Center related mainly with the ocean modeling. There is a project called Atlantic Ocean Margin. There is is evolved as a partnership between different researchers in Brazil and also in Europe. I could emphasize here the presence of Professor Ramiro Neves from Instituto Superior Técnico, who was one of the major enthusiasts of this project. And the history of this project came together with our participation in the Air Center workshops since February 2018 in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Then we went to Cape Verde and South Africa, and now during this time we could evaluate our preliminary proposal of this project. And what I show here is the current development stage of the Atlantic Margins project and some related activities with the project. Okay. Okay, the main idea is improve a solution to represent the ocean circulation in the South Atlantic Ocean. We know that we have a lot of products that now is working, and we could access, the whole scientific community could access these products. But we imagine in this project that if you can use some local oceanographic data sets that is not acquired in these already existing products, we could even improve the solution. So what we use, what people who model the ocean, the circulation of the oceans does, is basically do a downscaling. Use the numerical global ocean model products as a boundary conditions to regional solutions. For example, we have 2 regional solutions, and in these regional solutions, we add the local observations using, for example, data assimilation in order to have a better representation of the ocean circulation in these regional places. So what we pretend to do in this project is do the upscaling, going towards the opposite direction, trying to contribute with our local systems of ocean observing systems, trying to feed the global solutions and improve their solutions. Okay? This is the idea, using local information, models plus observations, not assimilating global solutions to improve their solution. Okay, this is the main goal is related directly to ocean modeling, but we divide the project in 5 work packages. The ocean modeling, as I told you, that have as main object these issues, data simulation, ocean modeling, nesting scheme, the application of nesting scheme, of course, doing upscaling and downscaling, and develop an improving Atlantic circulation solution. The data system, that is very important to management all of this kind of information, to feed the models. The scientific visualization work package, that is very important also too, as a tool trying to develop new perspectives of analysis and visualization. The environmental modeling, and of course the environmental modeling package will be fed by the ocean modeling package to do, for example, microplastic modeling, oil spill modeling, biogeochemical modeling, and of sediment transport modeling, for example. And of course the last one, but I think that one of the most important packages of the project is the capacity building in education. We need to try to normalize the oceanographic knowledge around the Atlantic Ocean basin in order to trying to better understand the circulation of the ocean and all the oceanographic processes. Okay, talking about the first work package, this is what we took the liberty to call the Air-Centered Atlantic Model version 1.0, and this is fed by a 1/12 horizontal resolution model, 4 vertical levels, only some characteristics. It's fed by the Copernicus products as ocean boundary conditions. And what we do now is some regional grids, and we're now doing some downscaling. We have the North Coast Brazilian grid, the Southeast Coastal Brazilian grids, these both already with data simulation. And we're now creating some grids, for example, in Africa. We have the Namibia grid, the Angola grid, and the Cabo Verde grid, already using the boundary conditions of our air-centered model. And our next steps related with this work package is increase our centered grid size. We need to go forward to the south, and we need to go forward to the north. Trying to access available local data sets. That is very important to increase our representation, to better the representation. Create some regional grids with data assimilation. These grids are not, the whole grids are not with data assimilation. And start up the development of upscaling together with the researchers from Instituto Superior Técnico. Some of activities that are being done right now, this is our structured grid with data assimilation in the Amazon margin of Brazil. And we now are doing a downscaling. This is an initiative together with one of our partners from the University of Pará State in Brazil. And we are doing a downscaling, connected our structured grid model with unstructured grid models. Other efforts are related with the local ocean data acquisition. So we have some data acquired by surface drifters. This is, of course, is a partnership between Universidade Federal do Pará and Proceano. There is a national Brazilian oceanographic consulting firm. Talking about the package related to environmental modeling, Basically, this package is divided in two main branches. We have one branch related with the modeling, and we have the other branch related to observations. We need, of course, the observations of the different kinds of pollutants in order to do a good model. So talking about, for example, the oil spatial modeling, we have some examples of oil spatial modeling inside some of our coastal regions in Brazil. This is one example of a simulation in Guanabara Bay in Rio de Janeiro. And talking about observation, we have some experience also observing some oil spill in some offshore regions in Brazil. And of course, we have the remote sensing efforts, but we need the in situ acquisition of not only oil, but the microplastics and the other pollutants. That is very important, together with some laboratory analysis, of course. Now you can add and unite these two kinds of observations activities in order to, for example, develop some remote sensor analysis of these pollutants. This is one example also of effort of microplastic that the Federal University of Pará has been doing together with us in a effort called Project Costa Norte in Amazon margin of Brazil. Talking about the other package related with the creation of a data system, of course, we're going to generate a lot of different kinds of information. So the idea is have a data system that could unify data obtained by the sensors, local and remote sensors, data from new technology, as for example, the one that Yasser has already talked about. And you're going to have, of course, all the information that came by the modeling going to a digital platform. And of course, we intend that all of these things must be integrated with the Air DataNet efforts, of course. Talking about the initiatives, the work package related to scientific visualization, we have a structure in Federal University that can integrate the ocean model, data acquisition, with scientific visualization structure. And these are two kinds of different structures that we have there, the cave 3D and the dome. The idea is to do a visualization, interactive visualization, the capacity of change and adjust all the visualization with the models working. This is some of photos of our structure there. This is some videos relating some of the products that we can use and how can we analyze some experience that we do there in a 3D view. Talking about the last work package that talks with capacity building and education, we are aiming to do a technical course introducing the ocean modeling, doing a practical view of ocean modeling. We're going to turn this course available by web. This is going to happen in March of the next year. And the other effort is directly related to ocean literacy. We think that is very important to use the ocean knowledge to attract people to the question of knowing better the ocean dynamics and knowing better how the ocean is important for their own lives. This is going to be held next year. Talking about the structure, the whole structure of the project, of course, the Atlantic Ocean Margin Project is going to deal with not only the physical conditions of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, but the biological and chemical and the other oceanographic process. And this, of course, must show us that we could have a strong social and economical impact studying these things. And so I'm trying here to summarize the flux of information between the 5 work packages and how they are aligned with some sustainable development goals of United Nations. I'm finishing. Only the last slide, only to state some of our partnerships, international and in Brazil. And at the end, we are just signing, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro is just signing a MOU with the Air Center. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. We'll now invite discussions. It can be in the form of questions, comments, or observations. I believe if there are any persons who may want to participate in the discussions, it can come up here so as to use the facility.
Yes, I have maybe a question to Carlos. How do you see, the cooperation of the different countries involved in the Atlantic, in their center, in the hubs initiative? What kind of engagement would you expect to have?
Microphone is working? Okay, yes. Thank you. Okay, in this first project that we have started with Portugal, we're going to look at the different capabilities in both Spain and Portugal in a project funded by via ESA, the European Space Agency. So along this project, we would like to talk to other countries who can identify their own capabilities, in both industrial and also scientific, and also we are going to look also look for the user needs in our country. So we would definitely like to know what are the user needs, both from the administration, from scientific, and also from the industrial point of view in all the countries. So once we have this study done, in the future we could have a broader project in which we could collaborate in the development of the system in collaboration with companies from other countries to develop a system that could be deployed in all the different countries in the Atlantic.
No questions? Any questions, comments, observations? We still have some time. Any? If there is none, then we have to proceed to presentation and signing of the Canary Islands Declaration and the signing of the membership of Spain to the Association for the Development of a Center. But I will call on the chair of the executive committee, Antonio Sarmento, to moderate this.
Yes, so thank you very much. So I would ask you to sit. Meanwhile, we are going to prepare also the scenario for the signature. But so please, maybe you could move to the audience. Yes, go down. Yes. Only highlight the main points in the declaration, because it is relatively long and part of it I don't think it's interesting. So the points that the signatures are going to highlight are the following. First, they strengthen the development of the Earth Center as an international distributed scientific organization, and request the Association for the Development of the Earth Center, the ADR Center, the non-profit association created to promote the Earth Center, to lead the active participation of scientific and research organizations and this industry among the Atlantic countries. So this first point is highlighting the role of the Association for the Development of the Earth Center. The second one is to encourage the different countries to designate their representatives in the association, following the path already initiated by Cape Verde, Portugal, Spain, Nigeria, and South Africa. The following point is a request to stimulate the setup of the national nodes related to the Earth Center activities, by integrating research infrastructures, research centers, innovation performers, and funding agencies, since those nodes are at the heart of the distributed nature of this initiative. The signatories welcome their creation in Angola, Brazil, Cape Verde, Nigeria, Portugal, São Tomé and Príncipe, Spain, South Africa, and Uruguay. Another point is to support the development of the organization and management structure of their center in the coming years. They also give preeminence among the work in progress to the international search for the center executive director, its CIO, to be concluded before the end of 2018, according to the international calls published in October this year, and to the international search for 2 other senior officers to be opened and concluded on the first trimester of next year. They will come the vision papers and project proposals for the center, encompassing the basis for cross-cutting work plans, and recommend the working groups the development of a basic scientific program, including mobility of human resources as a privileged mechanisms to foster common projects integrating space, oceans, atmosphere, climate change, energy, and data science in the Atlantic. They also reinforce the joint efforts to identify and set up a coherent set of funding initiatives for joint goals for projects within the scope of their center, and agree to designate a national science and technology funding entity to participate in discussions for or in an ADS Center advisory board on financial and funding issues. Finally, they give note that the next high-level meeting will be held in next year in Namibia. So this is the content of the declaration. So I will ask now the different signatories to join one by one, sign the declaration, and wait here, because then we will have a group photo. So I first call Filomena Vaz Velho, Director of the National Fisheries Research Institute, as representing Maria do Rosário Sambo, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology and Innovation from Angola. So Maria Filomena, are you around? Ah, yes, please, join us. No, sorry. I will call one by one. Otherwise, it will be confusing here. Sorry. Okay, sorry, there is a small delay here, so I will call, I will call Mr. Aquilino Varela, National Director for Higher Education, representing Marita Rosabal Peña, the Minister of Education, Family and Social Inclusion of Cape Verde. Oh, right there. Senta. Fica aqui à espera, depois teremos uma fotografia no final. Sim, num sítio qualquer. Obrigado. So now I will call Dr. Ogbonaya Onu, the Minister of Science and Technology of Nigeria. Yes, but that's only for the declaration. We will work down afterwards. but that's because it was written here. But we will work this out later with you and Namibia and South Africa. Yeah, that is arranged.
When will that be worked out?
We have to find the time. We have not yet set the time for the next meeting, but there will be within the next, say, 6 to 9 months. But we will start immediately talking about this. Sure.
Because it's important.
Sure.
Agree.
Sure. No, but that's, yeah. Well, that's okay. Let's see if we can have, I don't know, we have to talk to South Africa and understand if they can do it. Sorry?
South Africa has agreed,
Yeah. But we need to talk to Namibia also and at the top level at South Africa. But I think it's not a problem. The thing is that it was too short notice to change, the... Here, please. Thank you, Minister. Would you take a seat here? Yes. No. I understand your point, and it's my commitment to you.
Okay.
Please. So, Minister Manuel Heitor, Minister of Science and Technology and Higher Education of Portugal, will sign this tomorrow, but initials will be now given by Mr. Bruno Pacheco in his representation. Aqui, Bruno, se faz favor. Por cima. Sintas-te ali. Obrigado. Minister Olinto Daia, Minister for Education, Culture and Science and Communications from São Tomé e Príncipe, could not be here. He will be signing this declaration at a later stage. So I will now call Mr. Pedro Duque, Minister of Science, Innovation and Universities from Spain. Take the seat. I don't know if we are now in a position to proceed with the signature from Angola, because there was some question mark. Susanna, do you know? Later. Okay. So we will now take the group picture, photo, and then afterwards there will be also a short ceremony where Plocan will present his letter to become an associate of the Association for the Development of the Air Center. So we will take now a photo, and then I will call the Plocan representative. Yes? You should take this. Yes, okay. Yeah, sure. So please join us in the photo. Yes. Minister, maybe you in the middle, and Minister here to your right. Yes. Then I will go to the left. Here, yeah. That's okay. There was a small procedure with Angola, but it's now in position to sign. Filomena, please. So maybe we'll take another picture immediately after. So, let us bring here. Many please here. Oh, thank you very much. So now, let's take another family picture.
Okay, so
Okay.
we did it again. What else do we do?
Well, just I think if they finish the picture, then no.
That's it?
Yeah,
That's
that's
our
for
role?
yes, your
That's
role
our
now.
role, we
Yes,
fulfill.
now I will. No, you will stay if you don't
We
mind,
stay. I stay.
because now Plocan is going to
Okay,
give me
so
the
I
letter, and
stay
then we
and,
take another picture with them. So thank you very much, and yes. Now, please.
Standing?
Yeah, I mean it will be very very brief. So we will now. We will now start a very brief ceremony where I invite Octavio Lanas from Plocan, the CEO of Plocan, to join us. And is giving me a letter requesting Plocan to become a member of the Association for the Development of the Earth Center, which I'm very pleased to receive and let you know that you are now a member of the association. So
Thank you
congratulations. Thank you very much. And we will take also a picture from
More pictures.
one picture. So you'll be a very popular minister now with so many pictures. Okay, well, thank you very much. So this concludes the session this morning. We have now lunch. So we will be discussing with Namibia and also South Africa, because South Africa was engaged in this arrangement. And we expect to have the meeting to take place in Nigeria. And we will, of course, inform you at a later stage when and where. Exactly. Thank you. unfortunately, Mr. Olinto Dayo could not come, so I'm replacing him, and with great pleasure. We will have, well, this session is on addressing global challenges in the Atlantic. So it's one of the areas that is very relevant for the Center. And we will have as a keynote speaker Simonetta Di Pippo, who is the CEO of UNOSA. And she will be speaking about space-based science and technology for sustainable development. Simonetta, please. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here. And I would like to thank the organizers and the Air Center for inviting me to speak here. And I really hope that this introduction of the activities that we do in terms of space-based science and technology for sustainable development would be helpful for the discussions you are having here. Well, for us, partners are extremely important, and in our day-by-day work, which is to try to bring the benefit of space to humankind, we really strive to increase the number of partners. I mean, considering the fact that the number of challenges is really increasing. And that's the reason why we do see the Air Center as a partner to go further and deeper in support of the Atlantic region in this specific case. It's also an instrument, the Air Center is an instrument of scientific diplomacy to foster Atlantic interactions. And before going in a little bit more details on what we would like to develop together with the Air Center, it would be my pleasure to provide you with a little bit more of information on what the Office for Outer Space Affairs at the United Nations does, and so to give a bit of context to my presentation. Well, as I said, the vision is to bring the benefits of space to humankind, and this means that we articulate our mission through promoting international cooperation on the peaceful uses of outer space to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Well, we have a committee, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, which is currently made by 87 members. In reality, we got the approval from the General Assembly for additional 5 members, which means that starting from the 1st of January 2019, it will be 92 members of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. The parent organization of COPUOS is the General Assembly. And you have to consider that in the last 4 years, we had an increase of about 20% in terms of membership. So 4 years ago, we had about 73 members, and now we are reaching 92, which is also a clear sign of the interest of member states, in particular developing and emerging countries, to work with us or to be at the table of what we call space diplomacy. In fact, this is really the forum for international cooperation on the peaceful uses of outer space. We have a lot of technical discussions, but also we discuss space law and policy and institutional and global governance topics. We have really been focusing on one of our core mandates, which is capacity building and awareness raising through trainings, workshops, and also trying to provide opportunity to access to physical access space. And this is quite a recent development in the Office for Outer Space Affairs. And what we also try to do is to work with developed countries in what we call the triangular approach, where we are at the center of this discussion, and we try to connect the dots between, as I said, developed countries, so spacefaring nations, and emerging and developing countries, so non-spacefaring nations. All of this capacity building is as one of the core activities of the Office for Outer Space Affairs. I can say that we've been really conducting, since '59, when the office was created, more than 400 capacity building activities in more than 55 countries, serving more than 12,000 individuals. And we have been doing this, we have been conducting these projects in order to assist countries in the fulfillment of their national priorities, and currently are aiming at supporting them in the use of space for the implementation of the 3 global agendas that you see there. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which is covering the time frame 2015-2030, and clearly the COP21 Paris Climate Change Agreement. In particular, the Paris Climate Change Agreement calls for strengthening the ability of countries to deal with the impacts of climate change, in particular through a new technology framework and enhanced capacity building. We all know, and we had a wonderful presentation this morning from Dava Newman. Well, climate change is really a big threat. And we also know that we have, in a way, to do our job more and more in this field, trying really to raise awareness. And in order to do that, capacity building also in climate change related effects is key. Mainly because there is also a correlation between natural disasters caused by extreme weather and climate change. And weather-driven disasters are increasing in intensity. This brings me to the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And for us, it's really key to focus on the understanding of disasters risks and how to work to be prepared, mainly for the emergency response phase. Which means that there is a need in our understanding of an integrated action, not only on climate or on disaster risk reduction, but also at all the 3 levels of sustainable development, so economic, social, and environmental. And this brings me to the most ambitious development agenda of all times, which is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which, as you all know, came into effect on the 1st of January 2016. In reality, what is important to underline is that this is not an agenda only for developing countries. This is really an agenda for all of us. It contains 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are underpinned by 169 targets in 232 indicators in order to measure progress in the fulfillment of these goals by 2030. Clearly, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development needs to be strongly supported by data, and thanks to data is how we will understand the evolution of our action and take the adequate measures for a common future. All countries need support to meet the targets, and in reality, currently, following what countries are, the way in which countries are presenting themselves in terms of their status of their fulfillment vis-a-vis the Sustainable Development Goals, we expect just one country to be able to meet the 2030 Agenda SDGs by 2030. Which means that we need to work all together really and support each other if we want to meet these targets. We also strongly believe that space is really instrumental in monitoring and achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And we we made a study quite recently where we analyzed all the 169 targets one by one. We found in a very conservative manner, so we approached the problem really from a conservative standpoint, that roughly 40% of the targets can be supported by space technology, applications, and data, which means that even with a very conservative approach, no countries in the world, any country in the world, has really to deal with space if really we want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which means that space is becoming really key in every policy-making process all over the world. So this is not only true, obviously, for developed countries, but also mainly for emerging and developing countries. So this brings me to the link between the Sustainable Development Goals and the Earth Center and the main goals of the center itself. We have been mentioning that the SDGs are really, altogether, this is quite an ambitious agenda, probably the most ambitious agenda ever conceived, as already mentioned. But how we can really try to link the SDGs with the mandate of the center here, the Earth Center, and how we can shape together in this very early phase of the center its development. So if we look at the Earth Center Basic Scientific Program, we see that in reality there is already an alignment between these main topics of the Earth Center and the SDGs. And so just to try to provide you with some more specific example, let me go a little bit more in detail on the initial scientific program of the center. So we can see, for example, marine resources, ocean, climate change, disaster management, energy and data science. So how these are related to the SDGs. You see here that we have done the exercise to match these topics with the SDGs in order to understand to which SDG the Earth Center can contribute. And it is actually to many of them. So you see SDG 1, 2, 7, 9, 11, 13, 14. But what about SDG 4, quality education? Well, SDG 4 deals with capacity building and is a key enabler of sustainable development. So the Earth Center can see the Office for Outer Space Affairs as a good partner, willing to assist in furthering the integration of the SDGs in the agenda of the Earth Center. Clearly, we can support with expertise and knowledge and experience when it comes to building capacity on space-related matters, resulting in societal and economic benefits. For example, leading to more cost-efficient activities in disaster risk reduction, agriculture monitoring and forecasting, or water management, to name a few. Well, I mentioned that there are targets under each of the goals. The SDGs are sort of containers, boxes. The real progress is measured towards targets through very clear indicators. One of the goals that is very prominent in the agenda of the Earth Center is SDG number 14, which is life below water. SDG 14 is underpinned by 10 targets, and each target has an associated indicator. So, this is the description of target 14.A, which is fundamentally related to capacity building. So again, SDG 4, quality education, and in particular, increasing scientific knowledge, develop research capacity, and transfer our marine technology to improve ocean health and enhance marine biodiversity. Well, if we look carefully at this target, it specifies that the transfer of technology has to be done following the criteria of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission criteria and guidelines on the transfer of marine technology. What do these criteria and guidelines say? They talk about information and data, expertise, standard models, and modeling techniques. The key words here are exchange of information and data in a user-friendly format. Data is central to the 2030 agenda, and exchange of technology, data expertise are core elements of the agenda of the Earth Center. this is clear when considering some of the cross-cutting initiatives supporting the Air Center program, the Air DataNet, the Atlantic Data Cube, Atlantic GEOS, and the Atlantic Research Infrastructures. Let me give you another example. Targets are related to industry, innovation, and infrastructure, again making emphasis in innovation, in particular within the countries, and what is an indicator of progress, number of researchers, proportion of medium and high-tech industry. To get to that point, you need to invest in capacity building, better the contribution to SDG 4, quality education. So, and now we looked at the links between the SDGs and the main goals of the Air Center. And let me now try to put together the three elements: the Office for Outer Space Affairs, the UN, the SDGs, and the Air Center. Now that we have briefly described just few of the key SDGs in related targets and indicators. One of the examples is related to disasters, which I mentioned being one of the key three agendas. Although the office has carried out many activities in many countries, there are a few examples of capacity building work that the office has done through the UN Spider program in countries that are represented here today. I would like to mention Nigeria, Cape Verde, and Ghana. Spider, for the ones among you who don't know so much about, is a program approved by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2006, and it's managed by the Office for Outer Space Affairs, and it's a program devoted to provide space-based data and services to every country, so to all the 193 member states of the United Nations, to allow them to better manage the full cycle of a disaster, and in particular, to better manage the emergency response phase. Well, obviously also in this field, in the SPIDER program, we see a lot of advantages trying to foster the partnership with the Air Center. And therefore, investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience and disaster preparedness is much better than investing much more in disaster aid and response. So preparing properly is better. And so clearly we believe that this is a field in which there is a lot to be done together. This is not the only one, but for sure is one to which we are looking very carefully. We also manage another program, which is the program on space application, where we conduct capacity building activities, as I mentioned, through trainings, in technical advisory missions, and workshops. And these are just few examples. We work a lot on GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite Systems. We also recently have been working more and more in let's say, looking at capacity building with a different perspective is what we call capacity building in the 21st century, where we not only help member states in getting to use space-based images, but also to really be able to access space in physical terms. So sending hardware in space, developing hardware, and accessing space with experiments and satellites. And that's the reason why you see at the bottom of this slide that we've been signing a certain number of agreements with key players in the field. We started with JAXA, the Japanese Space Exploration Agency, with the program KiboCube, where we started with an announcement of opportunity for selecting a team from a developing country for one unit CubeSat to be launched and deployed by JAXA through the Kibo module on the International Space Station. The first, just an example, the first selected entity was the University of Nairobi in Kenya, They developed the satellite, and we launched, together with JAXA, deployed the satellite the 11th of May this year, which means that Kenya became a spacefaring nation, or in any case, had its first satellite in orbit ever, thanks to the action that we did together with JAXA. And you find again the triangular approach. So us, the UN, a developed country, Japan, and an emerging developing country, Kenya. This also triggered a lot of other, let's say, action in the Kenyan government, including the creation of a space agency, which was inaugurated last year, and also the development of a national space policy. But also, since we are really working with everyone, we also signed an agreement with CMSA, which is the China Manned Space Agency, and we issued an announcement of opportunity, a joint announcement of opportunity, which was closed, by the way, the 30th of September. So we are really now in the phase of selecting experiments worldwide. So every country could participate for the utilization of the China space station, which will be operational starting from 2021, 2022. But these are just examples of what we intend to do under the umbrella of what we call capacity building in the 21st century, better known since a few weeks as the Access to Space for All initiative of the office. So, which brings me to my last slide, which is a pre-announcement. Having found so many topics of mutual interest with the Air Center, we decided to sign a memorandum of understanding, which will be signed tomorrow morning. The minister either should arrive tonight, as far as I understand, and this should happen tomorrow morning, first thing in the day. We believe, from our standpoint, that this memorandum of understanding is a clear political sign on both sides of a strong interest in cooperating, and I believe that what we can bring to the table for the Air Center and for all of you is really the fact that we have the duty as an UN office, by the way, an office of the Secretariat, to report to all member states and to support all member states in their effort of fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals. The Air Center is trying to do the same in a subset of our activities, and so again, we do believe that working together, as usual, is the best way to try to get some concrete results. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Simonetta, for a very interesting presentation and also for highlighting how we can cooperate. And indeed, we are very enthusiastic about this memorandum, which I'm sure will pave the way for more concrete actions. As I said in the morning, I think our biggest challenge is now entering into something more concrete, because we have a very wide, picture. We have a very large set of opportunities, but if we are unable to focus, possibly we will be lost in every one of it. So thank you very much, and I will now ask Ana Noronha from Ciência Viva. She's going to address. Sorry?
It's Polar presentation.
Polar presentation. Oh, sorry. No, I was sorry. I was looking at the second one, but the first one was not in the same, yes. So sorry. Now we are going to hear Paulo Corradi from ESA on detecting marine litter from space. Estava a ver aqui, era a segunda.
My name is Paolo Corradi. I work for the European Space Agency, or ESA. It's a pleasure for me to be here and present a topic I'm really passionate of, and it is about the ESA activities for remote sensing of marine litter. And we are trying to detect marine litter from space in particular. So let me quickly introduce what marine litter is. Probably most of you are aware of it. Marine litter is defined according to United Nations Environment Programme as any item that has been made or used by people and that ends up deliberately or accidentally into the sea. It's a global issue. It can be found in all the seas, in rivers, in lakes, and also, in the depths of the ocean. For example, you see here plastic at 10-kilometer depths in the Mariana Trench. It's estimated to come mainly from lands through rivers. About 80% of it comes from land, and the remaining 20% is from marine activities like fisheries. The immediate impact of marine litter that can be visible to all of us is, for example, reduction of cost attractiveness, so the beaches are dirty, basically, but also damage to fishery and vessel. In particular, thinking about the removal cost on the beach, we speak about millions of euros per year. In Netherlands and Belgium is about 10 million. In UK is about 18 million. And these are estimates from almost 10 years ago, so it can only be worse now. The impact on wildlife is very sad, and it's much harder. It's estimated by United Nations that there is a financial cost of on the marine ecosystem of only plastic marine litter of about 13 billion euros. And here you see examples which are not isolated case, but animals ingest plastic pieces, for example, because they think there is food, and then they die, or they get entangled. As I said, these are not isolated cases, but it's more and more evident from researchers. Then there is also another problem. There is a threat for humans. Fishes also eat particles of plastic, in particular microplastic. And it has been found, for example, in a recent paper in 2018, that more than 70% of the inspected mesopelagic fishes from the Northwest Atlantic, more than 70% was found with microplastic in the gut. The problem is that microplastic contain bad chemicals like hormone disruptor like BPA, bisphenol A, or polychlorinated biphenyl, PCB, which are toxic for humans. So fishes eat the plastic, and then these chemicals goes in the flesh, and then humans eat the fish. Also, zooplankton here, these little animals have been proven to eat bit of plastics, and of course, plankton, zooplankton in this case, is at the bottom of food chain. So we are going to eat as well. But where does all the marine litter go? Well, most of it sinks, but the remaining parts is mainly plastic and floats, and tends to circulate through the current of the globes and accumulate on the 5 oceanic gyres. In the Atlantic, we have two, the North Gyre and the South Gyre of the Atlantic. So these are like basically big vortex where all this litter accumulates over years and years or tens of years. It's estimated that about 8 million tons of plastic litter enters the ocean every year, and this is an estimation done for data of 2010. So considering that plastic production is increasing exponentially, it's very likely that these estimates are much worse. Of course, there are very limited data of marine litter concentration in the world. Public awareness. Well, public awareness is increasing. Also, public response is increasing. I'm following quite closely the topic, so I see more and more articles on the web and on the newspapers. But to show you, I thought, for example, to try to make this research with Google Trends, and I found that ocean plastic as a combination in terms of Googling activity of the crowd increased a lot, like doubling or 4 times only from 1 year ago to now. And once they become aware of marine litter and the impact of marine litter, most of the people tends to become very passionate about it, and they feel the need to take action. And that's actually what happened to me by knowing this Portuguese marine biologist, Joana Veiga, who really inspired me to try to do something. And since I was working in ESA, and since also my boss was very passionate about this because he was a sailor, we resonated and we decided to start with a project, trying to see if with satellites we can actually see plastic from space. So we started two projects. One is Optimal, led by Victor Martinez Vicente from the Plymouth Marine Laboratory, and the other one is Resmali, led by Manuel Arias from the Aragans company. They're both Spanish, by the way. The project goals are three, basically. First, to define the observational requirements that we need for a mission to detect marine litter, and to define the candidate technologies. Then, to identify the minimum detectability limit of concentration of marine litter in the sea from space. And finally, to try to give a preliminary set of system requirements for a dedicated sensor for marine litter. One of the first things we decided to do was also a workshop with about 20 scientists and remote sensing experts, which helped us to define what scientists want, which are the big problem and the big question about marine litter. There are many technologies that we can use, and of course, this much depends on what we want to see. Marine litter is a very complex and diversified problem. You can have very small pieces, which are called microplastic, if it is less than 5 millimeters. You can have big single debris, like fishing nets, ropes, big buoy, and then you can have a big aggregate, which are called windrows, which are full of garbage, including plastic. And depending on the size, of course, you can identify different technologies. In our project, we concentrated on optical spectroradiometric techniques, which in few words means seeing the reflected sunlight reflected from the sea surface, and by checking the spectral signal that we acquire, we can understand if it was water or it was something else. That is very easy to say. Of course, detection is much more complicated, but pretty much that's what we are focusing on. The teams approach in a different way the problem. For example, one of the team is trying to find correlation between chlorophyll A concentration and the concentration of microplastic above 63 micrometers that has been acquired during the so-called Atlantic Meridional Transect. So these are all sampling. And they're trying to find if there is any correlation between the concentration and the signal acquired from space. Then we also acted. We went on the field, and we put big plastic targets. You can see here a drone view, an airborne view, and a view from one of the ESA satellites, which is called Sentinel-2. And these are very small spots. We did the same with the target on the sea, and you see again here the view from the satellite. But again, we're not trying to look for seeing the object itself. In this case, we're trying to see if we could see the spectral signature of the object. For example, in this case, these were very preliminary results. We could understand that our target, so the red, the blue, and the yellow, were actually having this spectral peak, which is different from the rest, like the water or the shallow water. So it was an indication that was something, possibly plastic in this case. Then, independently, one of our contractors did some other tests. For example, looking to the Los Angeles River garbage boom, which is a collector of garbage. And again, we found some unique spectral signature of this. You see a red area, which is the garbage, which is a mix of organic matter and plastic too. But I have to say, probably the most interesting result, and this is the first time we show this, it's quite a recent result, it's again preliminary, but this can be claimed like one of the first ever picture of a possible accumulation of plastic. This was taken in the Alboran Sea, so close to Spain. You see here this little stripe seen from the Sentinel-2 satellite. With a specific algorithm that there is no time, and also I can't disclose now because it's in publication, but it would be too long to explain. There's been some processing, and based on the, let's say, spectral ratio between different electromagnetic bands, And they end up to find the indication of marine litter or vegetation in this agglomeration of litter. So basically, we proved that even by using a satellite which has not been optimized for marine litter, we were able to find something. And this gave us a lot of hopes to get better and better. Finally, oh, sorry, yes, this was actually, I forgot, this actually was more or less what they appear, this long stripe of accumulated litter. Finally, and I conclude, I think it's very important also to think why is important remote sensing of marine litter? Why do we want to look to marine litter from space? Well, first of all, there are scientific reasons. The scientific community is looking to have data on a global scale. Data are very rare now. They're just coming from in situ sampling. So having a global data set would be very important to have the big picture. And also to support and validate predictive models, so software modeling. But then we think also it's could be very important. I mean, we are here, we provide data. What to do with the data, of course, is a matter of the user. So here I sum up all the opinion of the community that we have interrogated. So we could contribute both to prevention and remediation with data because, for example, we could provide clear data for the policymakers to take measure to prevent plastic litter entering in the ocean. So new rule to stop litter entering the ocean. And by monitoring the situation after this, we could actually assess the effectiveness of this regulation. Of course, you can also use this data at the global level to pinpoint to the major sources. So who is the one contributing most of the pollution in the ocean? And finally, you can also use this data to guide potential cleaning mission and again assess the effectiveness of this mission. What we can conclude in general is that a global concentration map of plastic can only be achieved by having a large network of sensor and platforms, so from satellites, plane, boats, drones, in situ monitoring as well. And for this, of course, you need the large networks of cooperating researchers, and that is essential. And we also see the Atlantic International Research Center as an opportunity for that. So I thank you very much, and I just want to say that there will be dedicated remote sensing of marine litter session in this coming ESA organized workshop in case you're interested. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Paolo, for this impressive presentation and the good news that it seems that we are able to trace plastics from the space. I think it's a very good news that we may have found a way to have much more information on something that we believe to be very important. Now, yes, we are going to move to Ana Noronha from Ciência Viva. She will be addressing the Knowledge for All program under the Air Center initiative.
So maybe I start talking while my presentation is input. I am from an association of, an agency to promote science and technology in Portugal called Ciência Viva. And we have a board of scientists, the main Portuguese research institution. Okay, here it is. I decided to start with this beautiful image, which I think summarizes very well the purpose of the Air Center. And Knowledge for All is a program that we would like that everybody around on the Atlantic Rim be aware and capacitated to really understand the sheer beauty of this image and all the technical data and the information that lies behind to produce such an image. Just very briefly what we are. So our headquarters is the Pavilion of Knowledge, is a science center where we organize events and do teacher training and a lot of things. But we are not alone. We have a network of 20 science centers across the country. And these science centers do a lot of activity, namely with the students. One of the things that we do is to provide internships for secondary school students in research laboratories across the country, which is some idea that we could maybe use in some exchange program. We also do teacher training, introducing innovative methodologies and teaching technology for the teachers. We do this using the whole network of 20 science centers. And of course, we also do a lot of societal debate, engaging with society, with entrepreneurs, with academia, with the citizens, students. So we do a lot of debate, namely in the framework of EU-funded projects of responsible research and innovation and co-creation methodologies. Now, we have been working a lot about ocean and space, and so I brought here these examples because they are more interesting for the Air Center. One of the things was we adapted to the Portuguese context the Ocean Literacy North American framework, which was started some years ago, I think more than 10 years ago, where a navigation chart for the national curriculum was produced with a large range of North American institutions, namely NOAA. And we adapted it for the Portuguese curriculum, and we were the first European country to do so. So in doing this, we in fact started to introduce ocean literacy in the European curricula, and right now we are also involved in the main ocean literacy networks that are now transatlantic, first through the North Atlantic, through the Galway collaboration, North America, Canada, and Europe. And now we are also involved in the South Atlantic Coordination and Support Action, ANCOR. So, in doing this, we have piled up some resources which are in Portuguese, which might also be of use for some of the Air Center partners. So we have a web page with all these resources, some translated, for example, from NOAA, others from European projects that we have participated. And we also work a lot with space and space education. We are also an E0, which is a European Space Education Resource Office. So we work we have a contract program with the European Space Agency where we produce activities and we do teacher training. And one of the things that we have done regarding teacher training is a primary cycle course completely based on space. So this is now in Portuguese, available in the web page, and is being translated into English. So it will be available, I think, accessible for many of the Air Center countries around. So the importance is that this is online and it has a lot of activities that can be done with very, very simple things. We also support different initiatives. For example, this is a book that has recently been written by a Portuguese researcher about ocean color. And it's a story for children, but there's a lot of space and a lot of technology and also some ocean. So this is one of the things, it's very recent. And being part of this collaboration with ESA, we are also used to do large engineering challenges for students, in this case, secondary school students. This is the CANSAT competition, where secondary school students have to design a little space project and create a satellite-type can, a little satellite that fits into a can, where they would have the batteries, the antennas, and a little scientific project with sensors. And then the can is launched from a rocket or from an airplane, and they have to be able to collect the data and to develop their project. So There's a lot of engineering, a lot of planning. You see here Minister Manuel Aitor visiting one of the competitions. And then they have to collect the data from their little satellite while the can is falling down. So, while I think that this is a good example of space education, I think that we should start with some simpler challenges for the Atlantic. As you know, it has been formed a working group for the Knowledge for All, which is chaired by José Luis Muñoz, Climate Kick Spain, here in the room, that you'll have the opportunity to hear more. And then these are the other members of the Knowledge for All. And what we are doing is putting together our knowledge and our experience to try to get some common actions to develop in the coming years for the Air Center. And we need to develop an action plan, which we'll be discussing tomorrow. And so I decided to bring here some contributes from Ciencia Viva. One of the things is we have developed a space careers leaflet, and there's a web page. This was done within an EU project, an H2020 European project about space careers, because kids tend to have the idea that space careers are just astronauts, and we have to show them that there are engineers, that there are lawyers, that there are geologists, there is a whole entrepreneurs, there's a whole spectrum of careers. So maybe this is a possibility. We could do some air center careers, combining space and ocean careers, and also some technicians and skilled people. The other thing is we could design a common engineering challenge which could be done by kids from every country. And this is a very simple thing that you can do. We have done it several times, which is a competition for water rockets. These water rockets can be done at very easy level with small bottles, plastic bottles, or at a more sophisticated case with large bottles that can go several 100 meters above. So you can do it at different levels, but it's not difficult and it's easy to get. Another interesting thing is that you can teach children that plastic bottles are not litter, are not garbage, so you should not throw them like that to the rivers or to the ocean. You can collect them, pick them up, and use them to build things, and then discard them appropriately. Another possible thing is a marine robotics challenge that can also be done with very simple equipment. Those equipments you see there are, well, I don't know the pointer, but those equipments, these are simply water pipes that you can buy. They are very cheap. Then there is some little motors and very simple electronics. Some of the people here, for example, I know that Plocan has some, of course, more sophisticated submarines, but these are submarines that can be very cheaply designed. So these are just some proposals based from our experience that we could do, so that knowledge for all can go to the different layers of society. And when you want to promote science and engineering, you have to start very, very, very soon. I mean, as soon as this, because in fact, it is proven that it's by maximum 14 years old that you decide if you want to take up science or if you want to take up some other thing. Of course, all things and all professions are useful, and they can be put to the service of the Atlantic, because the ocean is transversal and it's everywhere. But we are working about science, technology, and promoting innovation. So we have to we have to start recruiting the innovators of tomorrow. Thank you.
Indeed, this program, Knowledge for All, for us, it's a very, very important program because we need to engage society, not only to address the challenges that we have, but also to get support from society in developing new technologies that later will be in benefit of everyone. So thank you, Ana. Now we move to Miguel Miranda. Miguel is the CEO of IPMA, the Portuguese Institute of the Sea and Atmosphere, and he will be addressing Atlantic Basin assets and challenges.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. It's very difficult to say new things today, as I think you will understand, and we have an extra problem that I must address the chair, is that the food is too good, and so we became slightly lazy in the afternoon. So I will try to be more energetic on the slides I'm going to show to you. There are only a few where I try to show my point of view on this air initiative, on this global challenge. The Atlantic Ocean, is it well managed or not? It is not well managed. It is not well managed by several reasons. The first one is that most of the systems that are ongoing are based on what is called a permit-by-permit approach. That means there are rules for fishing, there are rules for energy, but there is no global approach to the interactions between different subsystems. And this is a major problem. Worse than this, as climate changes, the ecosystems also change, and we are not tied to defend, to preserve a specific area or a specific ecosystem. We are only now trying to get resources. And this is the most, probably the biggest problem on management in the Atlantic. It is badly managed. Second problem, why is it badly managed? Why there are so many, I will say, ecosystem tragedies in our area? There is a growing awareness that the crisis is, in large part, a failure of governance. And this is also the second question on the Atlantic. The Atlantic joins very rich countries, like US or Canada or even Europe, with very poor countries, or at least with much fewer resources. And the governance in most of the area of the Atlantic is not existing anymore. With the new law of the sea, the resources management is being attributed to the coastal countries. There are areas where the United Nations organization is trying to put some, I will say, order, but the situation at large is that there is no stable governance of this area at the basin level. And so most of people is increasingly asking for what is called the basin scale research and management. And as I was talking before, this is much, I would say, pressed by climate change. Because climate change changes what we were doing before. Imagine, for example, fisheries management. That was also discussed yesterday here. It is mainly a question of being able to quantify the stocks of fish. They are treated as stocks. And the stocks of fish, they are harvested in some percentage. And in some cases, people try to be, I will say, conservative on the approach and not to fish everything, not to destroy the fishing populations, but we know they are being overfished everywhere. So there is no clear governance system and there is no clear basin-wide research and management tools that are able to work. Well, a part of this is a consequence of the fact that we know not so much on the deep ocean basins. It is important to understand that only during the last decade of the last century we start to map the oceans in a reasonable way. Of course, there were technological limitations before. The multi-beam systems were started to develop in the 80s of the last century, But only when people realized that our knowledge was much better concerning Mars or the moon than on the ocean, that there was a big international effort that started in 1992, as it is in the picture, to start to map the ridges of the ocean, which is incredible, because you understand that the space exploration started in the 70s. So we started the ocean exploration 20 years after. And this is why we know not so much on what is going on down there. And the worst part of it is that our monitoring systems, both at coastal and open ocean environments, are primitive and they are not robust. This is something that must also be understood. We are in the beginning. We are not in the middle, neither on the end of this adventure. We are in the beginning. Our systems are primitive. They are only able to capture a few parameters. Physical parameters that are the easier one, some chemical parameters, and nowadays a very few biological parameters. But they are really very primitive concerning what we want to monitor and follow up. And they are also not robust enough. In some cases, they are only to stay for some months on the ocean. In some cases, at the most 1 year or 2 years. But our technology is still in the infancy. We are still beginning. And this is one point that must also be clear in all minds. What are our assets to face those challenges? I will say the biggest advantage that we can find when we try to address this at a basin scale is that we are dealing with partners that share the same needs. What is difficult when you discuss, for example, the ocean research at the continental level, be it in Europe or in Asia or in America, is that most of the countries are not interested in the ocean because they have no connection with the ocean directly. When we see this community that gathers the countries around the Atlantic Basin, we are talking with partners that share the same needs and share the same vision. And this is much different from what is happening now at the continental scale. So we have a big advantage because we have consolidated marine tradition in most of the countries that surround the Atlantic Ocean. Second, we have significant bioresources and georesources, and frankly, they are poorly known. Now that most of the effort is being done on the Pacific Ocean, not on the Atlantic Ocean, now that most of the vessels, the research vessels, are in the other side of the planet, the resources that can be used by our people, by our populations, are scarcely known. And probably, if we not put our assets together on this direction, they will be still scarcely known within 10 or 20 years. The third asset. There is a large tradition of North-South Atlantic cooperation. This means that we have the ability to work together in a fair way. When you see which countries are really exploring the oceans worldwide, and it is easy to conclude that only the very rich countries are able to do so. Because ocean research, ocean monitoring is expensive and difficult. It is the same what happens with space. That up to now, only big players are able to play the game. The only alternative to this situation is that the countries that are not probably the most fantastic players put some of their assets together. And they say, let's coordinate our skills. Let's coordinate our means. Let's take the advantage of all opportunities. And if we put our assets together, we'll be able to be a global partner in this sense. This is the only way to have in our hands what will be the future of the Atlantic environment. And the last one, but probably the most important one. There is a large young population in the Atlantic area. It was described also yesterday by chance, by coincidence. And I think this is frankly the best advantage we have. We have people that can be brought to this challenge. We have young people that can be trained, that can be able to get their opportunities, their life opportunities. We must change the Atlantic in what should be called an ocean of opportunities to young people around the Atlantic basin. It is very important to do this, to be able to use those 4 main assets to tackle the challenges I tried to identify before. It's very important in my mind that we go a step forward from what, in my view, is a research-driven system to a service-driven system. We must be able to understand what services do we want to put together. What service do we want to ensure in the same way from the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean to the north of the Atlantic Ocean? How can we be fair to our people? How can we give opportunities to our young people? How can we train themselves? How can we be fair between states, between member states? If we go in that direction, I think that air has a chance to become a global, relevant player. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Miguel, for this very inspiring talk. And indeed, I agree with you that possibly one of the, say, assets or contributions that the Air Center may bring is, and because we are not a funding organism, that we are able to engage maybe on a more, say, fair in the sense of distributed way, those countries and organizations are willing to work with us. We have now Frank Müller-Karger from GeoM Bonn. He's going to talk about observing biodiversity in the Atlantic Ocean. Ah, you are there. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. And I wonder if we can see this slide on the screen. But how do we do that? Oh, there we go. Well, I think that this talk by Miguel was very, very inspiring. But today, in fact, we know very little about the abundance and distribution of organisms, of basically life in the sea, and this is true throughout the oceans. And so I think that what I'm going to do is I'm going to propose that the Air Center have a big role in helping us address this issue that has been a conundrum for a long time. So we need to understand how organisms are changing, both with depth and with time, with space, and how, and because there's so many things that we do that depend on how organisms, we depend on organisms in many different ways. So the challenge is, how do we observe biodiversity? And by biodiversity, I mean a broad definition in terms of not just what is their presence or absence, but also looking at the distribution, productivity, basically all of the things that would be related to life in the sea. So marine biodiversity, really, I'm going to talk a little bit about why does it matter, how is it changing, and then what can we do about it. And from the most fundamental point of view, I think that it is clear, although we don't think about it every day, that life in the sea is really one of the main things that supports the global blue economy. And conserving this biodiversity is in our interest and interest of coastal zones and small islands. Marine biodiversity, if we were to find a good indicator, is a good proxy for ecosystem services. And for that, we need to monitor biodiversity, which is really fundamental, and it's also very difficult. Today, what we can do on a routine basis, and we get pictures like this almost monthly, is look at how the biology of the ocean is changing by satellites. But this is really a little bit of an issue, because this is a proxy for chlorophyll concentration. Chlorophyll is a measure of biomass, but it's all aggregated. It doesn't tell us anything about whose biomass it is, what type of phytoplankton. It doesn't tell us anything about any higher trophic levels. And this picture doesn't tell us anything about depth. This is a picture of the surface of the ocean. And so that's one of the issues. So we would like to move beyond chlorophyll and address really the composition of life in the sea. And to do that, we look, even if we went back to the mid-1700s, the data that we have that is publicly available in databases like OBIS, this is the Ocean Biogeographic Information System that is managed by the IOC, and it's a global network of nodes. This is a picture that we get. These are the surface records that are recorded in OBIS, for the past several hundred years. And what we see is that most of the ocean is empty. There are no real good biodiversity, and this is presence absence, let alone productivity or other types of, or abundance of organisms. And if you look at coastal zones, of course, that's where you have most records. You look at the North Atlantic, that's where we have the most records. The rest of the Atlantic and rest of the globe is really not very well represented. And up in this corner over here, we have the records with time. You see that there's a big decline in the past 5 years or so, and there's a lag time in the amount in how data are recorded in these public databases. So if we pretend that we're going to measure change in the ocean, and these records are not updated on a continuing basis, we really cannot measure change in a near real-time basis. So that's an issue. There's also a change in the distribution with latitude of coastal versus offshore records. But the problem is much worse when we look at the deep ocean. So if we look at the coastal zones, we have a high concentration of records nearly everywhere. We have lots of sampling events, although not so many. But as we go deep into the ocean, we have much fewer observations. That makes sense, and so the question is, how do we address this? So what we would like to do with this Marine Biodiversity Observation Network that we have built under the Group on Earth Observations Biodiversity Observation Network, or GEOBON, is to develop a community of practice that links people around the world to follow certain standards, certain methods, and then share the data to be able to fill those holes and do so in a way that informs people like IPBES or any of the groups that are trying to monitor change of life on this planet. So our focus is going to be ocean observing systems. So can we update ocean observing networks with biological measurements? Basically look at coastal zones, EEZs, the high seas, look at what happens in marine protected areas. Can we really monitor and make marine protected areas more efficient? And then help with community resilience in the blue economy. So what we want is, what we all here want is establish databases and data sets that we can filter, in this case by taxonomy, space and time, and then make maps, see how they change over time, look at trends. So for that, we are participating in this process of developing essential climate variables, essential ocean variables, and essential biodiversity variables. There are several groups that are involved in doing this, and we're trying to now bring them all together. So you probably have heard about these. The GEOBON essential biodiversity variables are effectively 6. We have everything from species, the traditional ones where we have now population and genetic composition, but we also have ecosystem function and community composition. So these classes would end up informing a number of indicators that are not yet done, because collecting these types of data is extremely difficult. So these are the essential biodiversity variables. We also have the essential ocean variables that are being developed under the Global Ocean Observing Systems, and there's basically 3 classes, although they should be treated as one family. We have the physical EOVs, the biogeochemistry EOVs, and the biology and ecosystems EOVs. So these are being linked very closely to the essential biodiversity variables. We published a paper that tries to do this with this kind of, everything is related to everything there. So there's complementarity between these essential variables in ways that different groups had not explored before. So to do this, we try to link different governance systems. So the essential ocean variables are being developed under the IOC, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission under UNESCO. That's where Goose lives. And so we have these panels that develop these EOVs. And under GEO, we have the EBVs, the biodiversity. So MBON sits in the middle trying to link these 2 things and define exactly how you measure these things. So basically, we're working with the IOC also with a best practices system. How do we link these things? How do we measure things in a way that is standardized? And then the whole point is to establish a network of colleagues that informs the rest of the world through products that you can compare over time and space. So what we are proposing is all of this stuff that I mentioned is really done ad hoc. All of us are volunteers. We commit our time. In many cases, we overcommit our time to these things. But there's no true organization. So we would like to see the Air Center propose to be a secretariat for the Marine Biodiversity Observation Network. So that's something that I would like to explore at this meeting. There's also a call for nodes that support the Blue Planet Secretariat, and that announcement is going to come out soon, and I think that Air Center can play a big role in this. So the opportunities for the Air Center are manifold in this sense. We have no real time series of ocean biodiversity, so we don't really know how life in the sea is changing, especially on a regional or a global basis. Fewer stations collect data in a way that is comparable to each other, so there's no coordination between the long-term time series like Bermuda, Hawaii. There was a Cariaco time series, and that's gone. So how do we compare things across space and then in time? The cost of technologies for measuring biodiversity is enormous. I mean, there are technologies. There's imaging, optics, acoustics, and many of those can be combined to look at different aspects of biodiversity from microbes all the way to marine mammals. And yet, any one of those technologies is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars per device, let alone a mooring. So how do we bring the technology down? So if we can have innovation in technology development, so where you have a flow imaging flow cytometer that costs in the thousands of dollars instead of the plus $100,000, or acoustic systems that can be deployed widely, then that would be of great help. So ultimately, you need capacity building, not only in the design of these sensors, but in the use of the data and applying it. So that's a big challenge. We need to link everything from satellite data, in situ data, genetics, biodiversity, and socioeconomic data with people and governance. That's not easy, so how do we do that? And how do we do it in a way that we can collect data from different organizations, put it through some maps that are useful in a way that is easily understood, maybe with cartoons or what we call infographics, and then support the assessments. So for that, we have started to develop some networks, and within the M1 group, we have something that we call pole-to-pole in the Americas, and we would like to see, these are stations that collect data in a more or less standardized way. We're working with the Smithsonian, the Marine Geo program to do this, and of course, Goose and Obis. And we would like to do that also on the other side of the Atlantic, and that's not happened yet. So that Air Center can help us do that, and we would like to see that in the Asia-Pacific area as well. One of the things that we are proposing is to work with Goose to use this existing infrastructure. Goose has these regional alliances that collect mainly physical data. They're starting to collect biogeochemistry data like pH and CO2, but there's very little biology involved. Can you layer biological observations on top of this system so that you have all the data that you need at the same time in the same place? So I think it's very important to build on what we have already. I'm not going to read this, but basically there's a lot of benefits of implementing a network for biological observations. That requires coordination, and we need a secretariat. We need people that are dedicated and paid to do this organization, everything that I just talked about. And I think that if we were able to do this, and especially I admire the initiative that Portugal and Spain have had, because Portugal and Spain have had a tremendous impact on what we have done in the Atlantic over the past few centuries. So from my point of view, the contribution that Portugal could have, for example, for establishing a secretariat for a marine biodiversity observation network in the Azores, can inform and provide knowledge that is equivalent to what these countries did many centuries ago in exploring the Atlantic. So thank you.
For bringing this issue, and also for bringing your experience in the Pacific and your availability to work with us. It's much appreciated, and I feel that this could be a very concrete action from our side, which is something that we are missing because of this large amount of opportunities, still very high level. So now our final presentation will be by Hans Brezet from TU Delft, and the topic is Islands of Innovation.
Periphery part of the transatlantic. So I'm happy to share with you some of the interim results of a project called Islands of Innovation, EU project, and we see big opportunities to align that with the Air Center initiative. As you know, and as you can imagine, islands could be large importers of new technologies and social innovation, but also exporters. Like the Azores, which export all kinds of knowledge on the sea. And Madeira, otherwise. The islands can be also very special makers. They do that through bricolage. Bricolage wants to say, well, you're isolated, you have to do it with the things that are available there. So what we find is that islands, in many ways, have very special ways for dealing with innovation. And it's our goal in this Island of Innovation project to create what we call special dance floors to align the innovation that comes in, like from air, with capacity of islands and their communities. And you see here a number of dance floors. I can tell you these are real dance floors. Some of them have been made by my own students. This is a dance floor that generates energy. When you dance on it, it's very nice, but of course, these are not the dance floors that I'm trying to fix the technology we need. Okay, so the goal of this Islands of Innovation project is to innovate the policy and not so much industry. It means it's open innovation through local and regional governments on islands. And as you probably are aware of, it's not the case that all these innovative companies that we know nowadays, like Apple and others, but also my own nephews from Adyen, who are since last year all billionaire. I'm in the wrong side of that family, I'm in the poor branch. But they all are building on investments previously made by governments, and particularly by ministries of defense. Here, for instance, you see from Marianne Mazzucato, when Apple really started to invest, only after they could learn so much from government programs. So in that sense, there is a specific task also for air. In our program on Islands of Innovation, of course, we compare islands when it comes to innovation, and we look at best practices. But what we also do, again, is developing these dance floors by local and regional governments, and we have a special approach for that, and it's called the tipping approach. So what we don't believe anymore, and this is true for all the islands involved, is that someone comes with what we call this silo-based industrial innovation policy, and then push it through the bureaucracy and then say, no, it has to happen. What we believe is, following also Mrs. Di Pippa, is we have the UN goals as our ultimate dream. Out of that, for the islands, for instance, we derive a dream like self-sufficient islands, and from that we build projects. And the regional and the local governments are really initiators effectuators, accelerators, and they really have a very important role in that process. And it's of course interesting to see what islands can do. For instance, in our group we have the island of Samsø from Denmark. It's 5,000 people, but already for 10 years, together with some others, they are the leader in the sustainable energy transition in the world. What we also see is that at many of the islands there is a role for what we call the silver, the people with the gray hairs, and I've added to it the bald like me. And there is the need to attract young talent that goes to the shore, to the mainland. If you combine those two, all of a sudden you have quite interesting partnerships. So we are looking for those partnerships as well. And we are looking for a role of local governments in which they are really the inspirers of new developments. So if you look at the best practices on some of the islands, on the left you can see that sometimes it's children on holidays that test out new technologies like 3D printers, in this case on the island of Vlieland, and it has turned into a success for the whole Nordic region. It started with kids testing things. If you look at the example next to it, it's the salty agriculture, which started with one farmer on Texel and is now spreading through the world, also from other parts. So our idea was we have to stimulate more of those examples and to see how local governments can be a real co-designer in innovation. And we developed this wheel, and it's rather simple. You can, whenever you have a new policy on energy or agriculture, you can involve the creative sector, you can work much better with SMEs, you can see that you create young entrepreneurs, the import and export of knowledge. This is where air could play a role for all transatlantic islands, and by the way, there are only more than 500,000 of them. Then the involvement of the community, the involvement of, in this case, also tourists that start to contribute to things, that tourists also that are adaptable for new technologies and trying things out during holidays or at their second homes. And, well, there are the institutional arrangements. So, as you can see here, we test, we find these things on all islands, and we test with this wheel if we can create more opportunities. So, for instance, this island, Vlieland, has only 1,500 people, but they have a lab, an innovation lab that is connected to Amsterdam, and it's fantastic what they develop. For instance, we are building now homes from algae and from seaweed, and as I will show you, we try to develop also things in the future from sargassum and other material that you are wrestling with in your air research. So we fill in this wheel with municipalities and stakeholders, let's say 50 people during 2 days. This one, for instance, is in an island in Sweden. What you can see here, that they see themselves as very weak in working with university, in working with young entrepreneurs. This one is from the Azores on agribusiness. Here you can see that they see themselves as weak when it comes to user-driven development. So all these sessions, they lead to projects bottom-up, but of course, when you are on the Azores working with the local and the regional government, they're also looking at what could the AIR program deliver us. And I think it has been mentioned before that is a crucial element of the AIR program, that we challenge even the fundamental researchers that say, give me freedom, let me research what I want, that we even challenge them, yes, but if it would be a success, what can we do with it? What can we do on Madeira, on the Azores, on the Canary Islands, and what does it mean for the people that have the problems? This is another one, list of projects. So, for the time being, without even being aware of the fact that AIR program had taken off, we found a number of projects that we will be working on from the Netherlands, who is not even a partner in the AIR program, but it doesn't matter, the institutes, they want it. So we have here one on agri-innovation and Earth observation in the Azores, where we also do work with microplastics from our Royal Dutch Niels Institute. And of course, that's fundamental research. But what we learn also is already that maybe by using other kinds of plastics, the microplastic problem might be not so bad. Smart micro-electricity grids with Madeira, etc. So what I see happen is if we go on with our project bottom-up, that we will meet all the time with interesting air center potentialities. And we would like to stimulate it. Well, this is what our institute will do on the Azores and in the Niels Institute of Texel, my island, will do in the Atlantic. But it's always the idea that out of this plastisphere, we're trying to find much quicker alternatives for prevention than we would do in the past. And that's also for sargassum. So, in the end, I would really like to discuss with many of you, how could we have a follow-up also on our project with the islands that are here, Guadeloupe, Azores, Madeira, and the Nordic islands, and the Greek island on this map, while we do the groundwork with municipalities, with regional authorities, and you come in with fantastic new opportunities that also can solve their problems. And I really think we should have this debate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Wen. And I think it's very interesting, this idea of innovating the innovation policy and bringing also this discussion to the island environment. I think it's a very interesting subject. We are almost in time, but maybe if there is 2 or 3 questions, I think that we would take these questions or comments before going to the next session. So please raise your hand and let me know. Otherwise, I will ask to reduce the quantity and quality of the food tomorrow. So please take a decision now whether you have better food or worse food tomorrow. No comments? There is one there.
I have a question to Paolo, actually. In your presentation, you were mentioning that you were trying to detect, using as observation, the marine litter, in particular plastics. I would like to understand, I mean, from 1 to 100, in your perception, how feasible is that only with Earth observation? I know that it's a difficult question, but...
You hear me? Yeah, it's a difficult question. What I can tell you that there is a, let's say, it's not anymore a mission impossible like it was maybe seen in the past. In terms of large accumulation, there has been a preliminary detection of that. There's a lot of work to do still, but I believe that it is necessary to have a large synergy, as I said, between satellites, plane, drones, boats, in situ acquisition. I don't think now, in the short term, can come only from satellites. Also because concentration, luckily, we are not so high that we can spot it from satellite like we can do with the phytoplankton, for example, with chlorophyll. But all these questions are still open, so we don't know yet enough about it. Yeah, yes. Well, you can think to have LiDARs and start to penetrate some meters at least, but yeah, but at the moment, indeed, we can see on the surface.
Oh, sorry.
Ned Dwyer from Euroocean in Lisbon. I was fascinated by Han Brezett's presentation there, and I had never come across this concept of the tipping wheel before. But as you were presenting it and discussing it, it drew many parallels with some work we're currently involved in on, and Anna mentioned, on responsible research and innovation. So the ideas of co-design, community involvement, special institutional arrangements. And I thought it was fascinating to see the work you've done in different islands where you're kind of making this a reality. So in one way, I think we're talking about similar things. And I would certainly encourage the Air Centre to adopt this early on, because I think if the Air Centre is just business as usual and we adopt the traditional ways of running these centres, we're not going to do anything new. And I think the challenges we're facing today as a society are so big and so dramatic that we really have to bring everybody on board. And I think the examples that you gave were demonstrating that there are new ways of approaching this where we really pull in the best ideas. So I'd really encourage the Air Centre to look at these kind of examples.
We need to make the difference. And by doing things differently will be a way of differentiate ourselves from others. So I fully agree with that comment, suggestion. Well, a final comment or question. If we have another one, we will keep same standards tomorrow. So just a new one. Well, I will have a final question related to a point that was said, and indeed, satellite observations allow us to measure the surface. And of course, for many purposes, we need to go deeper. What would be, I mean, how far are we of being able to, I remember sometime I met some people in Lisbon, and they were saying, if I understood well, and I was surprised with this, they said that they have now, I think it's the third or fourth project, and I think it was a European funded project, where they were able to identify metals at 3,000 or 4,000 meters using a new satellite sensor. So I don't know how they did it. Maybe I just got it wrong, but I asked several times, and they said, yes, we are able to do so. Do you know anything about this? Or?
No, honestly, I don't know about it. Sorry.
The fact that satellites mainly monitor the surface is not really a limitation. It's strange, but it can be not a limitation if we are able to have and develop proper models of the system. When we say we are monitoring the surface, it means that we know the boundary condition for most of these perimeters. If we would be smart enough to have a model, a physical, chemical, biological model, Earth system model, as it's called nowadays, that we know that is good enough, we can turn it using most of surface information only. Because if you think, well, this is how meteorology was done up to the 70s. We were able to monitor the entire atmosphere only with surface measures. So this is, of course, not enough. We need measures in the seafloor, we need in situ monitoring, but we can do a lot using satellite information if we are able to model good enough the processes going on the ocean.
Well, thank you very much for that last comment. So tomorrow we will have the same standard as today, and we will move now to the next session, which, and I ask you to leave the floor.
30 minutes to present you a case of transducer access to research. This case is actually my institute case, which I will present to you in a few minutes. So while the presentation comes, okay. Here in the Canary Islands, we have two major observatories for astronomy. And the Institute of Astrophysics is actually the manager of those observatories. I will briefly introduce you what is this research center, what are the observatories and the research carried out there, and how we carry out a program for human resources training, which I think might be of interest for a future air center, and technology programs that are developed also in support of the observatory and support for space science. And here there's also a connection, a potential connection with the air center. And finally, the internationalization program we have, which is actually one of the most important features of my institute. The institute is a public research consortium formed by the state administration, the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities, and the regional government of the Canary Islands. And it involves the University of La Laguna in Tenerife and also the National Council for Research. But the most important feature is the international cooperation. So we have relations with about 60 research institutions all over the world, which are interested to carry out research in our observatories. The observatories are here. The Teide Observatory in Tenerife, both are 2,400 meters altitude, and the observatory in La Palma, Observatory del Roque de los Muchachos. These are the infrastructures that have brought here the interest of more than 20 countries which own facilities in our observatories. And they conduct research through bilateral agreements with our institute. That's a model that we set up already 35 years ago, and it has been running for 35 years. Now there are about 500 people working in the Canary Islands to serve this field of research, astronomy, and the space research at large. Of those countries where you have here, many of them are in Europe, but there are also some on the other side of the Atlantic. The observatories have here, the Teide Observatory has a collection of facilities mainly dedicated to solar physics. So it's the largest array of telescopes that are dedicated to solar studies in the world, and they have some of the largest. These telescopes come from France, from Germany, from Italy, from the Netherlands, from Sweden, from Spain, of course. And they are not only telescopes for solar observations, they are also to carry out night sky research. This is from the University of Aarhus in Denmark, but they are also from Spain to work on gravitational waves and the imprint of gravitational waves in the early universe, and also from Japan, for instance, the new one that is under construction at the Teide Observatory. In La Palma, another small island of the Canary Islands, we have some of the largest telescopes in operation in the world, and a collection of telescopes for night sky observations. Again, the important feature here is that many countries decided to join effort to carry out new infrastructure in the early 80s, and the infrastructure has been running since then with incorporation of new facilities. This may be also the case in the future for the Air Center. It's very localized because the original centers are maybe in continental Europe, in Japan, or in the United States, but we have a joint effort in the observatories, and our institute is managing most of the activity. The largest telescope in the world is in operation here. It's the Gran Telescopio Canarias, and it was built by my institute with the support of the national and regional government. And it involves Mexico and also the University of Florida in the United States. The institute is formed by, about 400 people right now. The other 100 people come from different research centers in the world, and one half are dedicated to science. Of this one half, 70 are currently PhD students, so we have a very strong PhD training program.
Another 100 people are high-level engineers working on technology to support the research. So I guess this has been a formula that has worked quite well for years, and I think it could be, well, this is the distribution between researchers at the postdoctoral level in green, pre-doctoral level in orange, and permanent positions in blue. The lines of research are basically connected to the understanding of the universe and the main phenomena in the universe, from solar physics to other planetary systems to stellar physics, the formation and evolution of galaxies and cosmology and the origin of the universe and high energy phenomena. But the technologies that we use to explore the universe are technologies that can be used also to explore the surface of the water, for instance, because our technologies can go not only to telescopes on ground, but also to telescopes in space. And these telescopes in space can be designed to look on Earth, and we are ready to collaborate with our center to provide support to sensors, technologies that you may need to carry out marine observations. For us, it's a very important feature, and I think it's a good point to be considered by Air Center to have a competitive human resource program. I think it's an important value for a distributed center to have coordinated programs to train people, postdoctoral trainings, and we open every year about 25 positions for researchers, young researchers to come to the institute, and about 15 new PhD students start their thesis every year in our university. We carry out training programs, for instance, international schools. I think it has been a policy. It's our 29th school, international school, was celebrated just a few weeks ago. And the last 2 years, we organized 4 in different fields connected to our interest, of course, space research. But again, I think international schools can create this network of interest among the young people, and I encourage very much IR Center to consider a program on international schools. This was some big data analysis in astronomy, but clearly a similar thing could be done for marine studies or for space studies in general, and these are the people that attended the school. About 80 people met in Tenerife just a few weeks ago. Our technology program is very important, and I think that a center that aims to support very powerful research on any field, in particular Atlantic research, should have also a very strong technology program. And we try to have an important technology program basically to provide sensors to our telescopes, computing facilities, and laboratory technologies. You must be able to produce the systems that you need in connection with industry, of course, with the local or with non-local industry. And we have a special program for space technology, which is aimed to produce microsatellites in our institute, and which could be a point also of connection with the Earth Center. The institute has a node of the Spanish supercomputing network that was presented this morning, and we are pleased also to offer this as a potential use for the Air Center, and we'd like to be connected with this. So the laboratory areas where we have singular expertise are connected to cryogenics, so extremely low temperature systems where you put your sensors. So if you need that, we have laboratories to do this kind of thing, which is fundamental for space research or for our telescopes sensors, and space technology in general, optics, mechanics, software, and engineering, electrical engineering. We have a very active program for visitors, and I think it's also an asset for an international center, distributed center, to have an important visiting program. We received in the last 2 years some 34 visits, at not very high cost, but very valuable for the young students to have the opportunity to talk to well-renowned professors in their field. So this model has worked very good, and I wanted to share that with you. For the internationalization aspect, I think 40 active collaborations we are managing at this point in connection with the facilities we have, but also with other facilities in the world. a total of 350 visitors were in our center in the last year, in just 1 year. I think that is one of the assets of an international center. If it is distributed, I think it's important to have a vehicle of connection between the different centers, which could be a very active visitor program and a program for visits in general. And finally, a large center, I think, should aim to be at the forefront of the technology you need and the major facilities you need for your research. And we try to do that in cooperation, of course, with our international partners. And we have some major advanced research infrastructures under construction now. I think it's important for the future generations to have these facilities. The largest robotic telescope in the world is now under construction in our institute and also in the Liverpool John Moore University. It's in connection with them. Currently, the largest robotic telescope is in our observatory in La Palma, and we want to have even larger telescopes in the future, which should be able to work with no human control, just by themselves. A large facility, which is an S3, is under construction in our observatory at the moment. It's the Cherenkov Telescope Array for gamma ray observations, and a new one has been just approved, and we hope that we will enter construction in a couple of years to do the largest solar telescope in the world for solar observations. I think these models of cooperation, which involve, in this case, 15 countries, are models that have been working fine, and I wanted to share the experience that we have in our institute. The point here is now that the Air Center may offer, of course, an opportunity for transregional access. We receive astronomers from more than 20 countries, and I think it would be the same thing for a future center to have a very active flow of researchers in the distributed network. But the question here is how we can achieve this transregional access, how we can achieve joint scientific and joint programs in a distributed center as it is planned, and this will be the topic for discussion after the presentations of the members of the panel. And now I would like to give the address. Thank you. Thank you. Now thank you very much. I want to come back to my role of moderator and give the address, the word, to Juan Miguel González Aranda, LifeWatch Eric.
So first of all, thank you very much for organizing, to inviting us to Jesus Miguel, our CEO, who is sat down there, and myself to make our introduction in order to support the developing, to creating synergies with Air Center. No? So the mission and organization of LifeWatch ERIC is a European ES science distributed infrastructure focused on how to measure the impact of global climate change issues on Earth, biodiversity, and ecosystem research. So the expected impact is to be an structuring tool for the European research area, also supporting policy decision-making, addressing societal challenges which demand scientific knowledge in a global climate change context, including citizen science activities. So we have on the one hand, the e-science community of practice. So we're talking about data providers and research communities, and on the other hand, the environmental policy and management arena. So policy composed of policy and decision makers. And in the middle, what we want is to guarantee interoperability. And this mission is achieved by providing access to a multitude of data sets, services, and tools enable the construction and operation of virtual research environments, which provide environments for integrated data, software, and computation as developed in a pan-European infrastructure cooperation. So as well, we are collaborating, taking into account all the United Nations development goals, all the EU biodiversity strategy for 2020, biodiversity scenarios projections, what is established, stated by the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform Biodiversity and Ecosystem Research, and also as well IPCC. So LifeWatch ERIC, as I said before, is a distributed research infrastructure composed of 3 main nodes. One established in Spain, in the Andalusia region, in Seville, where the statue sits, the headquarters, and the ICT infrastructure central office is established. Another one is the service center, that is in the Lecce, in the Regione Puglia, Italy. And the third in Amsterdam, University of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, for the coordination of virtual laboratories. But not only, as well, some of our members are Belgium, Greece, Spain itself, Italy, the Netherlands, Portugal is almost joining officially, we expect, Romania and Slovenia. And as observers, we consider Finland, France, Hungary, Norway, Sweden, and Slovakia. So these are thematic centers in member countries of the European Union, accession as well, and candidate countries. They are also allowed to participate and develop components of the science facilities. So our main scientific directions are based on the integration for computer, biological science, and data accessibility and their integration. We have the best, the state of art related to core technologies and computation, semantics, tool, orchestration, apps. At the same time, a lot of data. When we call the infoxication, big data, I don't want to talk about that because maybe you know better than me what I'm talking about. Biology and the biologica itself. In order to answer question requirements, we need to provide the data, the validation, the run experiments, the building new knowledge, and deepening understanding of supporting policy. This is the LiveWatch community. In order to provide the proper e-services, thematic services related to phylogenomics, biogeography, taxonomy, thematic spatial richness, ecosystem services, biodiversity, valuation, species distribution dynamics, gen species specimens, and citizen science, last but not least, because we are citizen science and observations. So, which are the main technical innovation directions? Our products and services, what we can offer? We can offer developments on big and long tail data. You know, the long tail, everybody's talking about big data, not long tail. So those data that are only a few, but very relevant for science, including remote sensing resources. That is the main point of connection with our center and other initiatives. We're providing control vocabularies and ontologies, services themselves, and virtual research and virtual labs. And coming next, I'm very delighted to announce that we are almost to launch what we call LifeBlock. It's a blockchain system based on biodiversity ecosystem services for LiveWatch ERIC, in order to have a traceability, a tracking of the data curation of from the point of view of the researchers, and as well a monetary added value, how to assign a monetary certain value to biodiversity ecosystem services and managers themselves. This will be released in a few weeks. So, as well, what you can find right now in www.livewatch.eu. What you can find now is a battery, several tool services and virtual research environments. On what? Virtual micro ICT, R, virtual lab, taxonomic backbone, data explorer, marine virtual research environment, phytoplankton virtual research environment, Arian species virtual research environments for SWIR, this is related to freshwater and transitional waters, birth tracking system, for citizen science related on how to measure the input of the air pollution contamination by using bikes, very funny by the way, deep learning and citizen science, and training and gaming. All of them, they are free, available now in our website, but I'm going to focus on one of these, which we could collaborate with our center, that is our marine virtual research environment, that is providing open data services in support of marine biodiversity and ecosystem research. You can see then, on the top on the right, a QR code. So you go with your mobile phone, you can detect and you can log in order to access, analyze, and develop a lot of tools to use for free and services in order to retrieve and access data resources holding marine biodiversity throughout all Europe, the analysis of them using these online tools that facilitate the data analysis, and the developers. So you can build your own virtual marine based on the libraries that we have, the development library. This is real working. And so we are talking, I will leave this presentation, I will not go in deep, but so we are defining a very concrete scheme of web services in order to select the desired, verify, preview, and get the results depending on the resources you want. So you have a lot of resources distributed, you are composing them in an infrastructure, and then you want to select certain e-services to provide thematic services, or the ones you want to develop, and you have available all of them there, and it's working. So, marine virtual research use cases. We are talking about marine species observation in a 1,000 meters radius around observation points in the Atlantic. Can you see them? Marine species lists a number of observations per geographical area, list of geographical areas per marine species, and quality control of biodiversity data sets. We are very happy to go in deep in the studies on what is the Northern Sea, what is the three hot spots, the Asian, Iberian, and Northern areas, at the hot spot of the biodiversity in the European context. And last but not least, the quality control biodiversity data sets in the Eastern Europe. So, and coming next, phytoplankton automatic classification using deep learning tools, but taking into account distributed research stations. So this is another opportunity for collaboration. And I'm finishing with the potential lines of collaboration. If I'm not mistaken, we are almost to sign today or tomorrow, or during these days, our memorandum of understanding between the Atlantic International Research Center, Earth Center, and the Science European Infrastructure for Diversity and Ecosystem Research. So our infrastructure, like what Eric, for mutual recognition, strategic alliance, and intention to establish sustainable collaboration projects between participants in both networks. We are going to focus in, we are going to offer here in publicly one very simple case study. There is a very nice document of the European Commission that is called Integrating Biodiversity and Nature Protection into Port Development. Why ports? Why harbors? Because harbors are related to the sustainable and the economic growth of our communities. In Latin America, in Caribbean, in Africa, and Europe themselves. And how to take into account the sustainable development in the growth of the economic trade, commercial worldwide, in collaboration with the coming next, like Watch Eric Virtual Thematic Competence Center on Atlantic, Latin American, Caribbean, Smart Ports, Biodiversity, Ecosystem, Fashion and Services. We promise we will short this, but the title of this coming virtual thematic competence that is being developed right now by decision makers, researchers, and some citizen science community from Portugal, Germany, Slovenia, and the Netherlands. And in tight collaboration with some specific ports, UNESCO, Natura 2000, and the natural spaces from the Andalusia region, in the south of Spain. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Is Joaquín Hernández Brito from Plocan.
Thank you very much. I'm going to focus my presentation in how the air can bring value to the research infrastructure. So we already have listened a lot about the two different research infrastructures with the services that they provide. And the question is how the air center could bring value to them. So in order to look at that, I think that we have to look at the key parameters that the research infrastructures have to fulfill. So if we look at the S3 roadmap, for example, in 2018, there are several elements that you have, you can read in the slide, but there is some of them that they already have selected. The research infrastructures have to be excellent. So then you have to look at some kind of sustainability. Then also you have to have integration. You have to have a socio-economical impact. And of course, you have to have visibility. So this is just having worked out mainly for S3 European research infrastructures, but at the national level, it's working in the same direction. So I'm going to use one of these examples. I only choose these 5 in order to see how the air center could bring value, how can provide added value, and collaborate with the research infrastructures in pursuing these elements. Looking at, for example, excellence. So if the Air Center can provide the internationalization strategies, for example, for the research infrastructures, as already the director of the IOC has pointed out, I think that could be an added value, a good added value. or opening the research infrastructures within the Atlantic space. So that will be an important element, or bringing new challenges or new critical mass or key facilities. So, but of course, that is very much depending on the type of infrastructure. So I think that one of the elements that the air can bring to this excellence is just working with the different research infrastructures one by one, trying to understand how they achieve excellence and try to see what added value services Air Center could provide in this specific topic. Again, with the sustainability, is the same. Research infrastructures more and more have to be sustainable. So they have to diversify the incomes. They have to look at fundraising or looking at new projects or new services, public-private initiatives. So this is another element in where I think that the Air Center could help provide services to the research infrastructures in order to help sustainability, to improve sustainability of them. Also in the integration, of course, there is a lot of opportunities of working together, doing some kind of detecting synergies between different infrastructures, putting them to work together, or detecting synergies between research centers and infrastructures. So I think that the Air Center could play an interdisciplinary role, moving in different fields in order to connect these gaps, these opportunities, this cross-fertilization that could happen between the different centers. So again, in the impact, that is an important thing. The research infrastructure, of course, have to produce excellent results in science, but also have to produce socioeconomical impact. So again, in here, I think that the air could play an important role. The air could help to provide these innovation hubs around the research infrastructures. So that is another important element. Again, with the governance, more and more the research infrastructures require qualified personnel, qualified researchers, and qualified staff. So with the mobility, training of young scientists, so there's so many elements. And the same with visibility. So now, in a very much faster way, I'm going to do just a simple exercise. Just taking an example of Plocan, our research infrastructure, I just go through these different elements, just put in one simple example in order to see what air can do for us, in order to show what the air could do for us in these different elements. Put in something that already we have done and help us in achieving these, for example, excellence. Of course, an indication of excellence is having very good projects or very good results. So, for example, this is one of the projects that already are running into our infrastructure. That is one of our ERC projects, run by a group of 60 researchers from Geomar in Germany, and they are producing a large amount of publications. Just last week, one of their first Nature paper. So if Air Center could help us to collect these communities, this was, for example, a community focused on ocean acidification. Now they are also working on artificial upwelling. But if Air Center can help us to collect these communities on plastics or on artificial upwelling or in whatever other scientific challenges is now there. So that could help us a lot. So that is an example of how Air Center could provide value. So in here, I just put some of the areas in ocean observation, in marine maritime robotics, in blue growth, and environmental issues, technologies related with clean and smart technologies. So if Air could help us on that direction, really they are going to produce value to us and will be good partners for us. Another element that is important for us as an infrastructure, it was important for Plocan, was integration, internationalization. So at the very beginning, we start to work with different networks. We just start to leverage what we have at international level. Either with the Blue Cluster Alliance, that we have our colleague in San Diego over there, hi, or with another communities like Marine Energy, that is a network looking for test sites, or yes, another communities, for example, EMSO, that is European network of test sites, or yes, in robotics, we are also part of Euromarine network on underwater robotics. So this process of integration of our infrastructure in all of these international networks and alliances was very important for us. So if air could do that for us, that's also help in our objectives. So I'm going to be a bit much more faster on that. It's just the same idea. There's many elements. But again, I think that we have to work with the different infrastructures in order to see how air could help us in order to achieve these objectives. In relation with this sustainability, so in our period of last 10 years, in the process of design and consenting, and during the process of building, already we start to build our sanity check. We start to build our portfolio of projects. So we increase very fast this number of projects, and that's allow us to have a large community of users, diversify our activity, and so on. So again, if Air Center could help us in this process of diversification and also getting new projects, new activity, that is something that help us a lot. This is just one of the sorry, one of the last two projects in relation with Latin America. So again, these services are not the same in all the life cycles of the infrastructures. The infrastructures have different life cycles. And it's not the same when you are in operation that when you are building or in preparation. So again, here, I think that the Air Center have to provide some different services to different infrastructures in the different life cycles. For example, one of the things that are now in the next 3 years, there's almost 1 billion in projects for support research infrastructures. So Air could help on provide access to these different projects and collaboration on that. Finally, I think that the research infrastructures needs impact. What we do and the technology that we do have to produce value in the society, have to produce employment and economical activity and new possibilities. So, for example, in our case, what we are doing in relation with offshore floating or marine energies, we foresee that these technologies that we are attracting and that are testing in our place are going to provide a new future in renewable energies for the Canaries. So we are now the government is just looking at this 300 megawatts of offshore floating, and we are trying to attract the international technologies in relation with offshore floating together with Norway. So this is one example of what we do in terms of impact. But again, I think that the Air Center could help us in order to do that, not only just on renewable energies, but also in underwater robotics. They can do that also in safety and security, in clean techs. So there is so many things. So I think that I'm going to leave it here, but I think that the Air Center definitely have a lot of activity, a lot of opportunities to cooperation with the research infrastructures, working one by one and in the different life cycles. Thank you.
For your presentation. Now we move on and we ask Filomena Vaz-Vello from INIP to take the ground.
for the organization to invite us to show just what we have done about the marine science. I am going to talk about the research institutions and what you're doing in marine science in Angola. Maybe first, I am going to say that Angola is somewhere here, up, and is interested because is in the northern is influenced by Angolan current, in the south by Bengalan current, and here they have the Angola-Bengalan front that is the most important mechanism to regulate the resource between Angola and Namibia. In terms of scientific infrastructures, Angola, since the beginning, just were worried about the science because the main mission was to provide scientific input for fishery management. And for that, in the fifth, they created the Institute of Fishes, which main mission was applicable science for marine resource and biodiversity, pollution, and ecosystem health. For the oceanography, they focus on physical and biological oceanography. The strategy was to put the marine science on the Angola-Norway cooperation. That means the research vessel by Nansen was operating in Angola North since '85. For that, we start to build a time series of abundance of the resource. The first years we were concentrated on the resource for fishes, but we could see that the resources were going down, most of them. They tried to reduce the fishing effort, but the ecosystem just respond with the decrease of the stocks. That's why they start to concentrate on the environmental issues. For that, we established monitoring lines throughout the Angolan coast. Now we have these monitoring lines around the Angolan coast. You collect data twice a year in these monitoring lines. Also, we create fixed stations in the three main areas, Luanda, Lubito, and Namibia, and more recently, we're implementing oceanographical buoy. For that, we generate large amount of data. We have the time scale of sea surface temperature that you can identify the warm events and the cold events and try to relate with the abundance of the resource. Also, you start to generate the oxygen minimum zones throughout the Angolan coast. And for that, one thing interesting is some years ago, the minimum oxygen level was in this layer. Now you can see that the minimum oxygen is still here, but it's coming up to the surface. Our interest is to see how they can affect the fishery resource. More recently, the research vessel, the offshore Nansen, start to investigate also what are the level of acidification in our waters. And another component was the microplastics. Now we surveyed all the Angolan coasts to try to identify and to quantify the microplastics in Angolan coast. And for that, we also implement research on the quantified microplastic in stomach content of fish and marine mammals. A part of the Fisher Research Institute, because at the beginning, most of the staff were coming with the background on fisher biology, not on the marine fisher biology. That's why 2 years ago, the government, they decided to build the academy, Marine Science, Academy of Fisher and Marine Science. For that, they founded the Faculty of Fishing, Faculty of Aquatic Resources, with main course on fishing biology, oceanography, aquaculture, and now this year they are introducing the course on the computing science. And consider the quality of fish, they have also fishing processing faculty. This academy, they have a lot of variance, but the most important is the diving activity pool. Because one of the issues in Angola, we don't find anybody with experience with diving. That's why this academy just introduced this component on diving. Also, 4 years ago, the Angolan government decided to build a research vessel. Because why? Because we are doing the surveys with Dr. Frischhoff Nansen, but no way they changed the policy, not to just to support one country, but to have the vision as a regional global LME. That's why Angola just decided to build the new research vessel. The vessel, they have the overall length 74.2 meters and accommodates around 51 people. The vessel is going to dock here, Las Palmas, tomorrow. Is in the way to Luanda. What are the valences of this vessel? The vessel was built according to IC specification because of the noise, the level of noise of the vessel. They have a scientific split beam echo sonder, 2 acoustic Doppler current profiles of 74 and 150 kilohertz. 2 bathymetric multi-beam echo sonder, one for intermediate range, 2,000 meters, another one for deep one, 500 meters. The most important, the vessel has a dynamic position system that is able to work safely around sensitive infrastructures, such as the oil rigs. Is one of the things that we are planning to monitor the biodiversity around the oil platforms. Also, the vessel has a remote operated vehicle system which can reach up to 500 meters. This is very important because you don't have knowledge about the bottom. That's why this is very important to start to establish and to monitor what happened in our body, especially what happened with our benthic species, to have a knowledge on the food chain. We have also a small boat, 28 meters, which accommodates 12 people, and has also a split beam echo sonder and acoustic Doppler current profiles of 75 that is going to do the monitoring system toward the Angolan just coastline. These 2 vessels, they can be integrated in our system, in the system of Air Center, because we have a lot of huge amount of data that generates, but this data needs to be validated first in order to be used. And you see one of the opportunities to use Air Center and use the collaboration with different partners to make us, to increase our capacity to analyze this kind of data for the future to be included in the global observation system. Another thing, also, to use this vessel, our infrastructures, especially the vessels, to support other countries that they don't have vessel. For the south, we have Namibia, they have vessel, South Africa also, but under the BCC, we are going to find a strategy how to use the vessels in the region. Because the vessel takes a lot of money, then if the three countries, they have the vessel, you need to have a joint strategy for the use of the national vessels. Also, this is for the southern of Angola. For the north of Angola, the countries for the north of Angola, they don't have a vessel. And should be one opportunity if you can extend, for example, our surveys to the much northwest for us to be able to have the data from all the region. Because you know the fish and stocks and the problems, they don't define borders. One thing happened in this side, they go for another country. And you will be one opportunity to have the knowledge about our region. All West region and Angola and Bengal and current region. That's why we find this is a good opportunity for us to be in their center, mostly because our plan is to increase our capacity to have collaboration not only with the data, sharing the data, but also to have the Air Center inside our academic institution, because the future is the young people and you need to take care of them. Thank you very much.
Much for your presentation of the resources in Angola. And now we give the word to Ilaria Nardello for EMBRC, Eric.
I'm very pleased of an opportunity to discuss with you about the access to regional or to research infrastructures in general. As I was introduced, I am the Executive Director of EMBRC ERIC. It's the European Marine Biological Resource Center. It's an ERIC, as our colleague from PLOCA explained. ERICs belonging to the ESFRI landscape. In fact, EMBRC is a landmark since this year. After 10 years in the making, EMBRC has made it to be a landmark on the ESFRI roadmap of European research infrastructures. This is not only something we wanted to achieve as part of our sustainability plans. It's also something that lifts us up in giving us a mark of excellence. That's the overall evaluation that ESFRI has given us. How have we achieved this excellence? And excellence encompasses all those criteria that were illustrated earlier. So there are excellence in science, socioeconomic impact, and so on. Well, I think that at the end, what is required is to really think things through if you want to get there. The air in this moment is like EMBRC was maybe 3-4 years ago, with this enormous potential, these great ideas. It's, of course, it's so exciting. At some point, we just need to get down and decide okay, how do we do this, as our moderator asked us in the very beginning. So as I said, how do we do it? We think about what we want to achieve, and then we think about how to achieve it. And I would like to go down to earth as far as thinking about, when we talk about access, think of the challenges of access in terms of costs. How much does it cost for any user, any interested user, to access a research infrastructure anywhere? And the modes of access. How is this access going to be provided? Is the user going to come to our facilities and just do the work on its own? Or will he want some assistance? Or maybe he wants, or she wants, that we deliver everything for them. So modes of access may have different price tags and different nuances to it that we need to cater for. We need to think about all these elements, and we need to be able to provide services to researchers, to industry, to policy. And these actors are not all the same. They have different requirements, and I guess it's no mystery if I say that industry needs some certain timelines and needs confidentiality and needs that their problem is understood and they need to be met. Whereas maybe a researcher could be a bit more, okay, we work together, we'll see where we get, and then we'll take it from there. So very different worlds that both need to be met. We need really to talk to them in different ways. And we need to be, as service providers, able to recognize their needs and to have the mindset to approach them. This is part of training, I would say, training for service providers. So we need to learn how to do this. Also, still remaining down to earth, contracts with the users, material transfer agreements, service use, IPR issues. Okay, you come use my facilities. Who's going to hold the IPR at the end of this? Discussions, formulas, templates, and service level agreements between the Air Center, if the Air Center is a legal entity and providing services, and the users, or between the users and the service providers per se. Maybe the Air Centers could have a role of coordination, but the service providers in EMBRC, for example, we have resolved that it's the service providers that provide a contract to the user directly, because it's more manageable, because at the end of the day, it's going to be their IPR policies, all their policies that will apply when a user visits their center. It would be impossible for a coordination center to superimpose to those policies. It would be just unacceptable. So it's actually easier, and if needed, the coordination of a project maybe that is large, that requires more than one service provider to be enabled, then that could be a role for the Air Center. I would say that these are quite transversal issues. We're talking about the general research infrastructure that needs to provide access. Specifically to the Air Center, what strikes me from the conversations I heard today is the enormous cultural differences that are evident in this landscape, very different from EMBRC, which, after all, it's a European dimension. One policy framework. Here we have cultures as diverse as South African, North African, and South American, European, all together, all working with different policy frameworks, different references and different cultures that are as old as millennia. So while this is certainly a challenge, I would say it's also the biggest opportunity. I guess it's no mystery, usually that is the case. But where is the opportunity? The opportunity is really geographical. This center sits in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and there isn't something like this. So there is an opportunity there to provide continuity to some of the research infrastructures in Europe, for example. It could be MBRC, it could be LifeWatch ERIC, and so on. And we can extend our activities, our impact, our ability to serve the societal challenges together. So we had examples before on how an ERIC can serve in the air. I will not go through the specific of EMBRC, but I would like to add to the opportunities. And I would say that transversally, as usual, without taking into consideration the contingency here, the Air Center can be a place where, of course, you're going to provide access to a research infrastructure that needs to be excellent. So excellent means some things. It means that when I go there as a user, I find the best kit. I find cutting-edge research infrastructures, equipment, labs. Everything is spick and span. There are certifications of quality, if possible. But if there aren't certificates, at least the quality is extremely good. This research infrastructure that has these qualities serves the research, serves the researchers, and serves the industry, or the researchers in industry, in different ways. Research infrastructures in industry are absent if you're a small industry. If you're a small company, you certainly don't have a synchrotron, okay? You just can't afford it. So what do you do? If you want to work on those questions of physics, you go to CERN. And you use their Hadron Collider, and you do your research. So we can do the same. We can provide, especially the small companies with this, or medium companies, with this access to research infrastructure that they can't afford. This research infrastructure being excellent also provides the scientists with reliability. Reliability has implications for science, has implications for our progress in science. When an infrastructure is excellent, the data are replicable, the experiments are replicable, the data can be reproduced. This is excellence in science. We need to have this in air if we want to be excellent. But then opportunities are everywhere, and I think, I don't know how many times it came up in the presentations today about education, capacity building, training. Training for students, training for industry in using kits, pieces of equipment they've never used, but they may want to learn how to do this, then to do it on their own, for example. Or students in this particular area of the world. I think that training students cannot be but a mission for air. And the opportunity is enormous, and we can latch on programs that already exist. EMBRC has a master's program in marine biology, which is the largest, the most international one in the world. We can latch onto this. We can create sister programs of different subjects as well. And I think that as an opportunity, I guess this is evident, the joint up thinking, what people coming together can achieve is, of course, very different from what any single individual, institute, member state can achieve. So at the end of it all, I would say that the outcome that we're looking for the air is to be responsible for the sustainability of the use of resources in this part of the world. And resources can be biological resources, whereby we apply our knowledge, or the resources like instruments, boats, equipment, rockets, etc. To augment our capacity for observation, we have infrastructures. We want to move to the next stage of observation where the tomorrow's needs are defined. We want to know now what the oceans of tomorrow will need. And this is a preoccupation that the director of the Bioeconomy Directorate in Brussels in the European Commission has. What do we need to know today so that tomorrow we can support the system? So we need to reflect on that. And the beauty of a center like this, of an endeavor like this, is that at some point you may even think, okay, we have all these infrastructures, but actually we need something different, and this doesn't exist. Okay, why don't we develop it with the other research infrastructures, with all the countries that are participating? This is something that only a joined-up operation can deliver. So I would say that in the end, you need two things. One is a business plan, because what the European Bank says, for any project you go through, you need to demonstrate bankability. Bankability is not exactly, not so exciting, but bankability is what will convince your people, your supporters, the countries that are signing the MOUs today. The bankability is what will convince them to put the money down and allow the dream to happen. So bankability is demonstrable through a business plan. If it's a robust business plan, you will easily demonstrate. The case is here. There's no question. We heard so much today. There is a case, it's straightforward. We just need to explain it to everybody. And so now we'll just then lift this thing off, give us some money to start operations, and then deliver all our plans little by little, convincing step by step. Every time you convince a bit, you get more. And so I challenge you in a way to be in 4 years' time a coordinated ecosystem of access providers and services to serve on delivering the Millennium Goals. There are of pertinence here, because I think that this is really key. I think this is a wonderful ingredient of AIR, to be in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your advice. And now the last presentation is by Arne Fredheim from SINTEF.
So, ladies and gentlemen, moderated chairman. As said, my name is Arne Fredheim. I'm from SINTEF Ocean, which is a part of the SINTEF group in Norway. I will just use a few, 1 minute to explain a bit about what SINTEF is. So SINTEF is a research institute, a multidisciplinary research institute that carry out research for industry and government, and mainly applied research. So why I'm saying this is that the majority of our infrastructure is research infrastructure, often for use, to develop technology, or to for instance, as a design basis for engineering companies and so forth. So it's very related to industry. So a bit different from, I guess, most of the other infrastructures you have seen presented. So in this context, and SINTEF Ocean, we are about 350 people. We are one of 5 business areas within SINTEF, and the whole of SINTEF is about 2,000 people, more or less. So in this context, just briefly mention a few of the infrastructures we have that I think is relevant and interesting in an air center context. First of all, we have and as I said, we do industrial research, so a lot of our activities is not as much to observe, rather, or we are observing, of course, technology and responses, but it's more towards maybe utilization. So we have worked quite a much on aquaculture. So we have an industrial scale fish farm where we do different kind of research related to farming salmon mainly, because that's what we do in Norway, farming salmon. Looking at both the technology, but also to a large extent the fish itself, the behavior of the fish, response of the fish for different ways of operating and feeding, for instance. And this particular, we call this particular infrastructure ACE, Aquaculture Center of Engineering, was an old name on it. And it's part of a European project called AquaExcel, which is a transnational project which gives access to research infrastructures across Europe. So just to illustrate, on this particular fish farm, there have been researchers, for instance, using air drones and then looking down at the fish farm, counting fish jumps, and using then imaging technology. So from very different, very not biological scientific disciplines, but that can again be applied to be used for looking at behavior of the fish, and this can be turned back to, for instance, are there any disease challenges for that fish? So very multidisciplinary approach, and where we can see that, yeah, transnational access can lead to this. Another project which is not as much to do with the fish itself, but some researchers using underwater drones or autonomous underwater vehicles, which is called, for inspection. And they're using this facility not as much for the fish farming, but because it's something in the ocean which is accessible, and they can get access to this infrastructure to test out their underwater vehicles. Another example of some of our infrastructure, we have a test site in the Trondheim Fjord. So SINTEF is located in Trondheim, a city in Norway, where you can test autonomous vehicles. So there is an agreement between research institutes, industry, and government, both local and national government, in order so they can be able to use this to test autonomous vessels, which is, of course, in the same time as you have ferries and other vessels going in and out of the harbor. We have some long-term plans to develop what we call the Ocean Space Center. So I'm telling you this just to illustrate, hopefully, a couple of points that I will bring in later. We have at present large ocean basins and towing tanks where we test typically vessels, hulls, looking at resistance. We can test offshore oil and gas platforms in our ocean basin, which is 40 times 60 meter, 60 times 80, meter large basin, which do model scale testing. These ones are getting old, so we need to know planning, and hopefully we'll get the government along with us to build new ones. And then we are talking about an investment in the order of 500 million euros. So this is not something that, of course, SINTEF cannot take that bill. And in order, when we do this, we have investing that large sums. Of course, it is important to have a transnational perspective. Up to now, of course, the industry in Norway, the oil and gas industry, have been an important customers in existing infrastructure. But I think when we're going into the next step and creating visions to really use this infrastructure as part in developing the whole of the ocean industries, not only the black economy, oil and gas, of course, we also need to see how can this be utilized by others. And I think that a better utilization of new and existing high-cost infrastructure is, of course, I think an element that the Air Center can and other similar collaborations can provide. Because one thing is to build it, but it's extremely expensive as well just to run it. So utilizing them as much as possible is important. So yes, so why do you have collaboration? And I think it's said by others in the panel and earlier. Of course, I think the most important thing, and that's why I mentioned this better utilization, is to get more for less. One thing is these kind of infrastructures we have in SINTEF, which is very industry related, but also, of course, for more observatory type of infrastructure. And I think the Air Center can, of course, contribute to this, as said by others already. We can get more sources of data. We can have more use of the data that already is being taken in, and we can get more viewpoints, which I think is as much important when more scientists get access to this data. So more researchers, scientists looking at these kind of data and can have maybe new approaches to understanding. But we'll also touch on a couple of other things, and Joaquin was saying about synergies, and I think there's a lot of, and others have also touched into that with all the enabling technologies that is going on, increased connectivity, increased telecommunication potentials, computing capacities, and so forth. Some of the perspectives that we are looking at is what we call hybrid testing. And for our laboratories, which is model scale, that will be that we do a model scale testing of a floating structure, being it, for instance, a floating wind. At the same time, we are running data models for that same structure, and we are introducing forces that we cannot model, for instance, wind, directly on this model. One step further would be that we could use, in parallel, do testing in model scale in our laboratories, and maybe in full scale, for instance, at Plocan. And in the third one is that we actually do modeling at the same time. That will give us much more understanding from an engineering point of view, developing, for instance, offshore wind. The next step will be that we, and this is maybe beyond, in a way, research infrastructure, but it's that when we do full scale, when these floating wind turbines, for instance, is operating, we can measure real time, and at the same time do run models, and we can then take the real-time data from the operations into the models, and we can learn and predict the lifespan and the fatigue development of these structures, and hopefully we can extend the lifetime. And these are things we are doing now for instance, for offshore oil and gas industry, which of course have capacity to pay. So I think I think it's very interesting to look at this kind of synergies that we can use. Both the most simple one is actually to remotely use other infrastructures. For instance, sit in your office and follow on experiments going on in laboratories across Europe, rather than you need to travel. But taking it a step further and doing this kind of hybrid testing, hybrid research, I think is very, very fascinating. And this is, I think, the Air Center has the capacity of in a way, administrating and provide these kind of services. So a lot of opportunities. So are there any challenges? Others have, of course, talked about it, and I think that we will have a session just after this, if we are able to finish, when we're looking into funding. And of course, always it always goes back to, do we have funds to do this? But I think these are, in a way, hurdles that will be looked into, I guess. From a more industrial research point of view, time is actually also an important asset. And not everyone have, in a way, the time to sit down and look into all the possibilities that there are around with the research infrastructures and already maybe existing networks and collaborative efforts. So maybe the opportunity for the Air Center to be an umbrella and be, like said by others, a one-stop shop, I think is very important and definitely an opportunity. So I think I will end with that. I will thank you for the opportunity, and at least for all the inspirational talks that and ideas that have been presented here today. So thanks.
Now we are for a collaborative framework and transregional access to Atlantic research infrastructures. So we have Antonio, are you going to read the document or no? Shall we call then the signatories? So,
very
yes,
briefly,
please, please.
This letter of intent is basically an agreement between those that will sign it to start working together in further understanding how this cooperation can be done. So that's the level of commitment that will be signed. But it is important because we need to sit with the different research infrastructures, this one and others that we hope to be able to join with us and start working with them, understanding how we can facilitate the access of people around the Atlantic to the research infrastructures. So we will now go and have the signature of the letter of intent. Then there will be a slight change. I think everybody is a bit tired. So we will have a 15 minutes break after the signature. Then we'll come back and continue.
So the first signatory is the European Marine Biological Resource Center, and Ilaria Nardello will sign for that. Here. This place. Thank you. Now is Sintef, or Norway, Arnfredhen, Research Director. So it's here. And Live Watch, Eric, Jesus Miguel Santamaria, the CEO. Here. And we have the signature already of the European Multidisciplinary Seafloor and Water Column Observator, Professor Juanjo Daño-Beitia, Director General, who is not able to be here, but it has been signed before. So thank you very much. The signature is done.
Ends with the ceremonial signature of this letter of intention, hoping that all this technological platform will be accessible for all the community of scientific in Africa. It is our hope. It is important to say it. Thank you for all this energy spent for the planet with so much generosity. Merci beaucoup.
Ciao.
Well, hello. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to this third session, Delivering the Earth Center, the Challenges and Opportunities for a Long-Term Financing Framework for Science and Innovation in the Atlantic. My name is Mariano Jordan. I'm the National Director of Cooperation in the Secretary of Government of Science and Technology of Argentina. And Ms. Victoria Ley is going to moderate to make the moderation of this session. And just briefly to begin with some ideas, brief ideas in this financing session, just to make a link. When we begin this day of sessions in the morning, we had a paper in our kits, in our air kits, related to this meeting as science diplomacy. The idea of science diplomacy is not new. As a matter of fact, the idea of different words and qualifications joined by diplomacy, military diplomacy, parliamentary diplomacy, presidential diplomacy, commercial diplomacy. So there's a lot of issues. So if we read it, we can realize that science diplomacy is different thing for different people. We can group the different ideas with the general idea that is the possibility of policymakers or the policymakers in the international area being advised by science. This is not a new idea, but it's very important in both ways. Policymakers being influenced by science, but the other, we should take it into account. The second one, and the most, and the core of this panel, is money, is finance. Understanding finance not just as the provision of funds, but for different areas. First of all, because this is, we are going to influence the development of different countries. For example, fisheries, stock and fisheries was mentioned many times in previous panels. So this is an interagency interagency issue that must be tackled by different countries and different institutions in different ways, not just the scientific and academic community. The second one, we are going to receive money in this project. Money is going to be managed, and we have many different structures, national structures, subnational structures, academy firms. How are going to deal with dispute settlements, for example? Are we going to have just a set of different contracts with different dispute settlements? We should also think about it for the future. Last but not least, money. Being the money that finances science coming from state, I mean, the different clients, between inverted commas, that will be the clients of this kind of platform will be states. Maybe science is not primarily state finance in the States, in Japan, in Korea, and Israel, but for sure in Italy, in France, and Spain, in the European Union as a whole, in Latin America, in Brazil, in Argentina, in Uruguay. So science financed by states means taxpayers, mean government, means officials being convinced that this is strategic and that this is important. So beginning just to find out, show, and market in the political and economic way, which is the added value of this.
So we will go as soon as possible to the discussion of the real thing, which are the models for funding these proposals. Just for you to make us in context, we are the Spanish Research Agency, one of the two funding agencies in Spain. One is CEDETI, which funds mostly innovation, and we are Agencia Estatal de Investigación, funding mostly research decision. Which are the models that we can adopt or adapt to work, to put all these fantastic goals and ideas into the practice? So to go to the real things. The model that I draw here includes several important things. One of them is that the program objectives and funding has to be agreed with in agreement with the strategic areas of the countries. We need an international call with the proposal of the projects. The projects have to be peer-reviewed because it's the better way to evaluate and select. And then there will be a ranking selection, and then these projects have to go to the national agencies that fund their own proposals. This is the model that, for example, the ERANET model, which we think is the best suitable for this kind of international cooperation. For example, in Spain, these projects have to are supported by Spanish national calls. So we have to integrate the calls in our national ones, and we identified the initiatives in which we had previously committed participation. The funding should be reserved in advance in our budget, which is sometimes a problem. So here I have drawn the strengths and the weakness. As you see, I think there are more strengths than weakness. The strengths are that with this model we can reduce overlaps, we can share financial effort, the yielding of the investment is increased, so that means that 1 + 1 is more than 2. We promote mobility, we have access to new opportunities, and this model has proven fairly flexible and attractive to stakeholders. But there are some weaknesses also. For example, different types of managing for different countries. This is dependent of national budget, as I told you before. Funding inequality, that can be also a strength because it's flexible. And unpredictable changes in countries. In Spain, we have all these weaknesses, but in spite of that, we think this is the best model. And so we are an active participant in many JPI activities, all of these during many years, and we are quite happy with our participation. So as our Minister Duke said yesterday, or this morning, I don't remember, Spain is fully committed to the Atlantic Interactions Initiative. We will continue working together in its construction. We have a specific node involving our public research centers and infrastructures. The Spanish node is PROCAN. And we think that we should engage more countries to have a platform for the Atlantic similar to maybe what PRIMA is for the Mediterranean. Thank you for your interest. And now,
the list is Mr. Alberto Majó, the General Secretary, of CITED.
Good afternoon. This is my first participation on this dialogue, and thank you for inviting me. I share with you some information, CITED information, and some ideas for the future. The CITED program is an Ibero-American program of science and technology for development. It was a program created in 1984 with the agreement included 21 countries. 15 of the 21 countries, 15 have coastline on the Atlantic Ocean. 4 have a coastline in the Pacific Ocean, and only 2 the countries have no constitution on any oceans. Some of these countries have scientific activities in Antarctica. The program have these instruments. The most important are the the first and the second, the thematics networks that are the emblematic, the most important instrument, and projects on strategic issues, and maybe the forum academic business. The thematic networks are research groups and companies working on issues of common interest and high applicability. And this instrument chosen is organized through 7 areas: agri-food, health, industrial development, sustainable development, ICT, science and technology, and energy. The themes chosen within the areas are proposed by experts committees. And the annual competitive calls and the accumulated learning of the experience I have constitute CITED, and as a player of the regional policies of cooperation in science and technology in Iberoamerica, Latin America and Iberoamerica. As a reference, the ongoing 67 networks have include more than 5,000 researchers and 180 companies. On the other hand, and we have 5 projects, strategic projects, in different themes. On the other hand, more than 22,000 researchers and almost 900 companies have participated involved in different networks in all the countries and all the areas. This is the companies, all the countries participate with companies, and also the evolution of quantity and quality of publications of science quality. This is the project strategic issues. It's an instrument that finances projects in areas for the development, give continuity to high impact from network thematic networks, and is a call, a similar call that European Union, but is adapted at the capacity and capacity economic for our countries. Some ideas to collaborate. The first, identify topics of common interest to coordinate efforts, especially achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But it's important the issue to expansion of the continental platform that is negotiated in the United Nations. Use of existing infrastructure and logistics resources, networks and projects, participation of CITED groups integrated into networks and projects in different international initiatives and calls, and organization of public calls with other international agencies. But how to start? What are the needs of most countries? How much money? This is the questions. And what's thematics? We need a lot of thematics, a lot of problems intra-areas, and we need generate some meeting experts for identify these items, these knowledge networks, and implement for the implemented projects. So I think that we need choose areas or choose problems. And if we like that the small countries, small economic countries, and the developing countries participate and put money, we need choose. And I think that CITED offer the experts and the committee experts for this work. Thank you very much.
Maybe. Estamos de acuerdo.
From the European Commission.
Local money is in the structural funds, and structural funds are not under Commission control, but under member state control. That is very important. They make a program where they want to spend the money in the future. It's several years, not only for 7 years, so the next period is 2021, 2027, and then there is the Commission agreement. In the provision slide, there is the Horizon 2020 program for research and innovation at the moment, and in there are a number of interesting calls or proposals or areas as well. There are the research infrastructures especially, and there are the so-called blue growth calls in the Societal Challenge 2. In there, at the moment, we have funded Atlantis, for example, which is about an integrated observation system on the Atlantic Ocean, and which is coming to an end now. At the moment, we have under so-called PG07, we have a call open for a system, but also for a blue cloud pilot, and it's mostly for applications and cloud technology. In 2020, we want to have another call open on the blue growth. We have announced it officially since the work program which is published. It will be on observations, ocean observations, technologies for ocean observations, I should say. The details are not yet known, they are not yet even drafted, so they will be known mid-next year. So these two are probably quite of some interest to you. Let's say that this is also important that we are acting in other things. We have, for example, inside the Belmont Forum, we have started participating in the calls, which are international, and we have to see how to work with the other funding organizations worldwide, which is not very easy. There is now called CRA Oceans in the Belmont Forum story, and we are not fully participating, but we are supporting it for our regular calls. What else I have to say is that these calls are competitive. So there is a peer review, and there is a funding limit, what we can fund, so the best scores get funding. And this is as well true for the research infrastructures as for the other projects. Under research infrastructures, what could be interesting for you is things like networks of research infrastructures, or even access to research infrastructures. Obviously, they have already to exist. Otherwise, this does not work. But there are possibilities which you might want to look into. The other point I would like to make is that the number of research infrastructures is quite important. And national budgets substantially strained. Figures which we have now, and which come partially from the US, are that over 40% of the research funding for marine research goes to research infrastructures. So it is quite a substantial amount, and it will have to be taken account when you talk to funding organizations, because it is whatever you add to it, it will not be available to fund research per se afterwards. So I think these are the points I wanted to make, and thank you.
Now, last in the list, Miss Kristen Torwood from JPI Oceans.
Yes, thank you for inviting JPI Oceans to this dialogue. JPI Oceans is one of the 10 joint programming initiatives that were established as a principle in 2008, and it was decided by the Commission that for the JPIs to reach their goals, they should have some governmental involvement in their boards. The JPIs, the 10 were selected based on social challenges that were of a character and also a size that made it impossible for one country to address them and alone. JPI Oceans consists of 21 member countries, coastal countries in Europe, and has a secretariat in Brussels. And I really here represent replace Katrine Angel-Hansen, who is the strategic director of JPI Oceans in Brussels. So what I will do is talk based on our experience since 2011 on how the challenges and the opportunities for a long time financing of such a network or an initiative. So then what does it take to ensure the long-term research and innovation collaboration? First of all, we experienced, needed to ensure that we had a transparent and also traceable process to create trust and also commitment among the member countries. And the way we did it was to establish a top-down and also bottom-up process for establishing their strategic research and innovation agenda and also the implementation plan. The way we did it was to invite all the countries, the ministers and funding agencies to give input about their priorities, and then also invited 150 organizations, regionally, European and also global, to one-day meetings discussing the questions. They were organizations from the society, from research, and as well from authorities. And then the second thing we did was also to look into the funding systems in all the countries, because they are different. First of all, in some countries there are ministries, in other countries it's funding agency, in other countries again it's the institutions who really fund international research on behalf of their countries. Moreover, in some countries there are separate budgets for international collaboration, while in other countries there is in a competition with national calls from their national research programs. So this is something we needed to bear in mind. So then how do we then proceed to take actions forward? First of all, we needed to select actions. I will not go into that, how we did that, how we have done that. Of course, it has to be according to the research agenda. But then, when we selected the actions, we have the principle fit for purpose actions. So we needed to look into the actions, what kind of challenge did we address, what would we need. In some occasions it was a call, a transnational call for proposals. In others it could be networking, and in even others it was some kind of sharing infrastructure or using jointly already existing infrastructures. And all those mechanisms really tapped into different sources of budget in the different countries. So that complicated the whole story. And to be short about this, calls for proposals, we experienced that we could be rather flexible there. There were challenges due to the reasons I just mentioned, but it's relatively easy, really, to when you have the funds, it's relatively easy to conduct in transnational calls for proposals. Networking, you should think it was easy, but there it seems that there are no budgets for that kind of actions around. So even if it's relatively small money, that could be more difficult than calls for proposals. And when it also comes to the infrastructure, it's really tricky. Research infrastructure, that is not that complicated because you can get access to the research infrastructure. But then when it comes to infrastructure for ocean observations, it's usually institutions in the separate countries that have the responsibility for that. And if you also want them, in addition to their national obligations, also to start working together with others, and also maybe change their behavior in how to do things and maybe do other things, then it starts getting complicated. You're sort of a sand in the machinery, and you need some glue money for that, and those glue money are really hard also to attract because you don't find them in the funding agencies because they fund research, and this is not necessarily research. But it's really important, and this is something that you have been addressing and talking about the whole day, and I think that the Air Center would need to, and it would be very fit to also look into and find ways for this kind of collaboration, because when we assess the research area in the ocean, or the research funds in the ocean area, we found that 85% of the funds for research in Europe was at the national level. That was 2 billion euros, and 1.2 of them were for funding of research or for infrastructure. So what you need to do to have success for the long-term financing, you really need to look into that you have the institutions on board that really have the funds in their countries. It could be the ministry, it could be funding organizations, it could be institutions, and then you also need to ensure that it is thematically correct, because in some countries there are different institutions, different ministries, different funding agencies supporting environmental research, and you could also say climate research. So how to maintain the commitment? You should ensure relevance and uptake of actions by by involving stakeholders and also policy from the planning of the actions. And then lastly, we have experienced particularly a challenge to maintain the momentum at the ministerial level, because at least in the northern hemisphere there is a high pressure to engage in very many initiatives at the regional, at the European and also international level. So what we have done now is to go into a dialogue with regional and international initiatives to seek collaborations to avoid fragmentation and duplications. If we don't do that, we really think that we may lose the ministerial and the commitment at the governmental level. So we also then look forward to see how we can collaborate with the Air Center also to jointly address and promote the challenges and opportunities of the ocean. Thank you.
much, Christine. So, as you have here, we have a lot of a diversity of tools and projects and models for finance projects, not only projects, also networkings, for example, as Christine told us. And maybe the first thing we have to do as institutions participating in this project is identify what we want to do first, what we are lacking, and how can we use the things that we already have, because we have already many projects who are working very well, and even some infrastructures which are working very well. So maybe we can think on how can put all these things together and choose a group of things or proposal or group or research groups or whatever to lead this project of Earth Center. We have some time for questions or opinions, because we have been very fast. And before signing the letter that we have to sign 5 minutes before the end of this session, maybe some of you can comment something or have any ideas. Yes, Antonio.
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentations. I think that the challenge that we have in the Earth Center is indeed how can we really engage with you. But at the same time, the other question is a more operational question. How much are you used to work with the different funding agencies in the Atlantic area? That is, how much experience do you have to work and fund jointly projects with Brazil or South Africa or Angola? Or, I mean, to which extent this experience exists, and to which extent are there mechanisms already in place to support this type of joint funding of projects and other initiatives? That would be my question. I don't know if you can provide some insight on this.
As far as I know, several of the institutions that are here have been working with other countries in many agencies in many countries, in Africa, in Latin America, and the models are complicated, but they work, as far as I know. I don't know if you want to include.
We can have a complicated model, every country in the world. But Marco, you mentioned some very interesting mechanism, which is the Belmont Forum and the Sierra Ocean. For example, we have some experience. We became members of Belmont Forum in 2016, and we have some approach to this model. And of course, you Victoria, also mentioned the Aranet in Europe with the European Union, and we have also that experience in the area of marine science, specifically with you.
I can also confirm we have a very positive experience with the collaboration involving or engaging also South American and South Africa. There is no difficulties with the engagement of those countries. They participate in the same manner as all the other countries. There are one practical difficulty because it's sometimes summer holidays in the southern hemisphere when we launch the call in Europe, but that is quite a practical issue. In principle, there is no problems, at least for calls for proposals. We have not tried it in other kind of instruments.
The budget has to be flexible because not every country can put the same amount of budget at the same time. But apart of these things, I think it's possible. We have good experience with this kind of cooperative projects. Thank you. Yes.
In this question, there is a discussion I had many times with Antonio Sarmento. To see this question of financing, the first thing you have to answer, as we discussed, Antonio, what is going to be Air Center, an international body or not? We have good examples to follow. We have the example of CERN, and you have the example ITER. So we have models to follow. So, and this has been, in my opinion, not well decided. Regarding fund agencies, there is an International Association of Fund Agencies. FAPESP of Brazil is member of International Fund Agency. And so we could approach this international body to have approval of projects for Air Center. But as it has been said in this section, going to fund agencies means always finance specific projects with specific durations and specific collaborations. That will not provide permanent funding for Air Center. So we have to put this question, in my opinion, in two different levels. What is the continuous financing of Air Center, or what is the financing of projects? And financing of projects, I believe, this association of International Association of Fund Agencies would be a way.
So in all the areas and in all the thematics, CITED have and had a lot of networks and projects, and we need coordinate the different efforts. This is the important thing for the future.
I do totally agree with Ricardo in the sense that, of course, again with financial institutions that usually finance scientific project, we will have no problem. But along the day, we mentioned Air Center can be a secretary for X, it can be an instructor for that. That is the important question about a little bit in the financial area and a little bit in the political, in the juridical, in the normative realm that I mentioned in my previous words. I do agree with my Brazilian colleague, of course.
Well, that there's two different things. One is specific calls, like for example, we have in Europe a lot of experience with aeronets for founding specific thematic approaches. For example, in marine energy, we have ocean aeronet. We are different countries put some budgets in it, and an open call is carried out, so the different entities from the different countries can go through it. Especially, I like to say the experience of Eurolac for access of different users in Latin America to infrastructures. So that is a good experience. So I think that this is quite clear. Eureka works in the same approach. So and of course air could go through these mechanisms when you set it up. And also, sometimes, for example, in our case, in the case of Plucan, sometimes we have been the organizers of the ocean air nets, for example, and in that case you cannot take part on it. You can organize the project, but you cannot later on apply for subsidies to that approach, or that you just can be one of the applicants to concrete activities on this frame established by whatever, in collaboration with FRAPEP or in collaboration with each country have to design which funding agency is taking part on that concrete frame.
Diversity of tools, and I think we have enough tools. Maybe we can change a little bit some of them, but the most important thing is that we have to sit together, the institutions participating here, and choose what we want to do first, to be pragmatic. 2, 3 things, or 2, 3 teams, one network or whatever, and start working, because the project has already been running for almost 2 years, and I think it's time to start going to the floor. Yes.
Perspective from the EMBRC experience, one way to approach the budgeting of the Air Center. What we have done is to divide the budget in different parts. One part is what we call the core budget. That is the budget that supports the coordination center. This is vital because the coordination center cannot collapse, so it needs support. This support needs to have a medium term. Cannot be a year, cannot be 25 years, because nobody will commit for 25 years. So it has to be a reasonable amount of time through which the members commit to support the center. And the budget doesn't have to be 100,000 millions, right? It just needs to support people to work and deliver what the budgets and work plans and strategic reports, etc. In addition to that, you can build your ancillary budget, or however you want to call it, but all the activities that will support you in delivering your mission and objectives, which usually typically are based on project activity. And then all the ERA-nets, Eureka, etc., etc.
Right. Okay. If there are no more questions, then we can sign the letter of intent towards a long-term financing framework to support science, innovation, and capacity building in the Atlantic region. So I will call the representatives of the institutions for signing the letter. Yeah, somebody is not. There are 2. There are 2 who are not here. This and this.
This one should be here.
Bruno Pacheco is here. Si no están, lo podemos firmar mañana. Is Bruno Pacheco here from Azores Fondo Regional para Ciencia y Tecnología? No. We will sign tomorrow, because there are 3 people who are not here right now, so we can sign it tomorrow. Okay. Thank you very much.
But there are the others which are
yes.
So maybe they could sign.
Ah, sí.
Dos, sí, tú, no.
Ah, okay. We will sign the ones who are here. Alberto Mayo is here. Sí. ¿Lo firmamos aquí?
Sí, en la mesa.
Alberto Mayo. Okay.
Tengo que poner los lentes.
El bolígrafo y los lentes. Ahora ya los tienes tú. Creo que está así.
Arriba, ¿no?
Sí. Okay. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
¿Tú eres Bruno? Ah. Bruno Pacheco. Sí.
Hola, ¿qué es?
Aquí. Aquí. ¿Qué firma más bonita? Sí. Ah, mira, Alberto no ha firmado. Tarcisio Pequeno is here? No? Tarcisio Pequeno from Fundação Carência de Apoio de Desenvolvimento Científico de Brasil? No. ¿Y Paulo Ferrao? Tampoco. Ok. Aquí faltan que afirman solamente una vez.
Paulo, then the Brazil is missing.
Brazil is missing, Javier is missing, and estamos todos.
Sí. ¿Y Alberto is missing?
No, pero ha firmado aquí. Ahora le decimos que
pero
firme.
a dos, sí, muy bien.
So, finished.
Yes, but I think it's better if did they sign both copies?
Sí, all, everybody except. Tienes que firmar otra copia. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Nos vamos, ¿no?
not too long, 2015, the MDG rounded up and the SDG commenced, Sustainable Development Goals, with 17 broad goals, 169 targets, and 232 indicators. And the SDGs, as you know, are all, those targets are all hinged on science, technology, and innovation. So we'll be looking at what role will the A Center play to support achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's my pleasure to invite the moderator, who also will make a presentation for just 10 minutes. Cristiano, you have the floor.
So, good evening, everyone. My name is Cristiano Cialone. I'm a technical officer of the European Space Agency. Thank you for inviting me here and for giving me the opportunity to present the ESA Business Application Program. So, this is a frame of the Article 2 of the European Space Agency Convention, which explain the purpose of the existence of the European Space Agency, which is to promote for exclusively peaceful purposes the cooperation and competition between the member states in space technologies, space science, and space application. The ESA Business Application Program is a subset element of the Artist Application Program and is dedicated to fund and support SME startups to build space business application and services to improve the life on Earth of European and worldwide citizens. So the general idea is to use the space assets such as the satellite communication, satellite navigation, and Earth observation to build application in the different domains, such as the maritime, the transport, the environment, the agriculture or aquaculture, the energy and aviation, just to mention few applicable domains of potential interest for the Air Center. And the space technology is also combined with more technologies, which is big data analytics, virtual reality and augmented reality, artificial intelligence, mega constellation, 5G, crowdsourcing, and Internet of Things. In this slide, I have highlighted a few project areas of interest which we are going to talk about. The maritime safety and surveillance, unmanned maritime system, 5G and offshore energy ports of the future, kickstart activity for the Atlantic area, and finally I'll talk a bit about the ESA business application funding opportunities. In this graphic, we can see the trend of the instruments and tools which are actually available at the moment to characterize the needs in terms of maritime system and surveillance. So we have, at the moment, we have available the SET-AS system, the Earth observation data and satellites, and the remote pilot autonomous system. While for tomorrow, we do expect to have available for deployment and for building application, BDS-SAT, high altitude platform system, unmanned maritime system, and along the line, cyber security and blockchain. In terms of, in this year, during the 2018, there have been some strategic agreements which have defined the scope of the autonomous shipping. For instance, the International Maritime Organization has defined the mass, has given a clear definition of mass, which is maritime autonomous surface shipping. And the Singapore Port Authority has signed a memorandum of understanding to create a joint force which will assess the possibility to build automated unmanned maritime system and deploy this for airborne operations. Also, the European Space Agency has initiated a set of activity in the frame of unmanned maritime system, specifically feasibility study to identify and characterize the needs of the unmanned maritime system, and specifically to address the potential of interesting application domain after having properly exploited the financial and economic viability. After having run in open competition these studies, we would select the best one to proceed in an implementation and demonstration of the service. We see that the unmanned maritime system can be deployed in several application domains, such as demining operation, protection of critical infrastructure, maritime surveillance, environmental monitoring, and logistics and maintenance of marine infrastructure. Another very important element the importance of the space asset is also well recognized in the operational and in building and operate the offshore wind energy. Think about the importance of the information related to the Earth observation layer of the irradiance of an area for the site location and site assessment of solar photovoltaic panels, and maybe also we recognize the importance of wind forecast and wind statistics for the site selection and operation as well of aeolic generators. So the telecommunication world is going to an evolution process, which is the 5G, which will provide ultra-fast connectivity and provide connection and provide security, and will minimize the times of latency for the service for the serviceability. Here we see that the future maritime system is defined in an ecosystem of technologies, which are 5G, BD, hubs, e-navigation, remote pilot autonomous system, and this will challenge somehow also the port operations. You see that the port challenges are represented by the integration of a flexible interoperability system, and by an interoperable information and communication technology will provide access to a unique infrastructure by which is used by the authorities, the shipping companies, and by also the haulage operations for intermodal transports. So here we have two projects which have been implemented by the European Space Agency, which are iPort and Europort, which tackle these aspects. These are port operation, ship voyages optimization, and haulage operations. I would like also to talk about another instruments of funding along the line with what was highlighted in the session before. These are Kickstart activities. The scope of these activities is typically to express and to tackle the interest of SMEs and startups, which will assess the technical economic viability of their space application proposition and service solution. The overall budget of this activity is maximum 60 kilo euro, which correspond to the 75% of the ESA funding. And the application domain are a lot. So at the moment we have opened an application, a thematic call about the Asia Pacific region, and in February we will open a virtual and augmented reality for space. You find here the eligibility criteria and the project implementation management requirements are available on the Business ESA application websites. Just to be in the thematic area of the Atlantic domain, I'd like to say that we already run a thematic call about the Atlantic area, and we have awarded 8 contracts for an overall budget expenditure of 480 kilo euro. And here I put this project description of few of them just to give an idea of the level of the topics and issue that we try to address. So we have this Cold Sun, which is a project, is a very ambitious idea, which the idea is to deploy a system of interconnection between the deep sea and outer space using a buoy system and a software which is designed on the idea of the resilience and interoperability. We have a CostMade, which is for monitoring and assessing dredging environments. We have Glaucus, which is a smart fishing solution, whose main purpose is to identify the best fishing grounds, and nonetheless to be compliant with the IMO regulation, such as the carbon emission footprint, legal condition to operate in a fishing ground. This is done by Deep Blue Globe, is a German enterprise. And then we have Skylab, which assesses the problem of the sea lice in aquaculture. Here we see the pipeline of the thematic call. So we have in first semester 2019, virtual and augmented reality and space, blockchain, mining, and space for sports. Sorry. So here I would like to come on a conclusion. So a number of thematic areas are relevant to the Atlantic. Some of those have been already addressed. Some others still represent challenges ahead. Our ESA business application and our team of implementation is definitely open for collaboration towards different stakeholders. For instance, we would be open to listen the needs of to create new initiatives. For instance, we would be open to work with their center, open to collaborate with stakeholders, and indeed available to support companies with technical expertise and funding in helping them developing their sustainable business. So just to remember what is our announcement of opportunities at the moment, we do have open 2 sets of studies running in open competition, which are Space for Biotechnology and Smart Grid. We have open a Kickstart call, which is virtual and augmented reality. And indeed, we have our permanently open call for proposal, whose idea is to fund in indirect negotiation project of an overall cost up to €3 million, with the 50% funded by the European Space Agency. So thank you for listening, and thanks.
Good evening. My name is Foster Mensah. I'm from Ghana, from the Center for Remote Sensing and Geographic Information Services. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm going to quickly go through a couple of slides just to show you what we have been doing in Ghana. My center is a national institution, and so I'm going to present this from a national perspective. Right. Okay. So, as we are all aware, Earth observation satellites have been acquiring a great deal of data over 4 decades now. And the Landsat series of satellites, the first one went up in 1972 and has been collecting lots and lots of data. We also know that the USGS holds close to more than 6 million Landsat scenes, and they have made all that available, freely available and openly accessible. Similarly, the European Space Agency has also launched the Copernicus Sentinel program, which is the first of its kind, the largest single Earth observation program. The first Sentinel went up in 2014, and it is also freely available. And so with all these data sets and with all this imagery that has been collected about our planet, the question is, what do we do with the data? With the coming on board of the agenda for sustainable development goals, we think that this provides a huge opportunity to see how we can use Earth observation data to look at time series and also to see how we can use that to monitor the SDGs, also look at changing ecosystems. We are looking at deforestation and forest degradation. We are looking at urbanization. We are looking at land degradation and water pollution. And so we see this as a great opportunity because the SDGs are coming to show us how we can use evidence-based approaches for sustainable development. It is also an indicator framework that is based on current data. And so we can use the data that has been archived and the data that is being continuously being collected to see how we can use that, to monitor our planet and also the SDGs. As a country, we see this as a great opportunity, again, to see how we can use that to create a national, what we call a national spatial data infrastructure, see how we can use that also to monitor the SDGs. We have a lot of challenges, but we see this as an opportunity, first and foremost, to develop some sort of specific applications from these satellite imagery. First and foremost, we can use this to look at food security and look at crop yield and also crop production. We can look at forest degradation and deforestation and how we can use the satellite images to look at deforestation. And I'll show you a couple of examples, what we have been doing with satellite images to look at that. We're also interested in land use, land cover mapping, and also looking at water resource monitoring, water quality, air quality, and also disaster management. Now, we have been trying, because we belong to the RED program, we have been trying to develop data sets that look at our land cover. Not only that static data, but also look at trends and also look at changes of land cover so that we can produce the input data that is required to see how the forest is degrading and how the forest, some part of the forest is recovering. And as you all know, Ghana has one of the highest deforestation rates in Africa, and so it's important that we are able to develop systems that are able to monitor the forest and create data that will inform decision makers to intervene appropriately. We have used the satellite, the Landsat time series data from 2000 to date, and we have stacked all of that to see how we can look at changes with time. And so we have also, excuse me, it's the pointer, okay. Yeah, so what we have done is that these are the forest reserves in Ghana, and they are clearly defined because outside the forest reserves, these are where farming activities are taking place, and these are protected areas. And so as you can see, these are clearly defined protected areas. Now, places like this have seen a lot of encroachment from farming activities, and these need to be monitored. And so with the satellite imagery, we are able to monitor over time and see what has happened, especially at hotspots like this, and see what is happening, whether there is a degradation, continuously degrading forest, or whether it is improving if there is regrowth. Now, with the another reserves, for this area in particular, apart from the encroachment, there are also bushing tool. It helps us, or expensive to acquire, sometimes because of the cloud cover, we cannot see through the cloud, to monitor these areas. And so what we have done is to employ the Sentinel-1 data, which is radar, because that is able to penetrate cloud. And so what we have done is to use the radar data to see between 2007 and 2018, look at the illegal mining activities and seeing the changes that are occurring with time. And so these images come in very handy. They are free, openly accessible, and so they help countries such as ours to begin to develop infrastructure, data infrastructure that helps for the monitoring not only of the SDGs, but also for our sustainable development. Now, urbanization is another, key problem, and so we are looking at urban sprawl. We have looked at some cities along the coast, Accra, and some cities inland, Accra and Kumasi. And so between 2000 and 2003, this helps us to look at, the changing extent of urbanization in the country. We've also used the Sentinel data to look at floods and its impact, on settlements and settled areas. As part of the affordable energy for all, we are working with the Ministry of Energy to develop what we call a basic geo-information database that will help, for investments in microgrids and things like that. Now, we want to take advantage of some of the global data sets that exist because air quality and air pollution is also another problem for us. Fortunately for us, the Sentinel 5P just went up, and so we have all kinds of products that we can draw on. This is also a global data set that we can draw on. Also about water quality, the satellite imagery provides us, a synoptic view, of the water bodies, and so that can be monitored, so we can also look at water quality. The same for food security, and so there's a lot of advantages and a lot of opportunities that we can draw from Earth observation. Now, in our conclusion, just want to state that Earth observation and geoinformation could provide essential and complementary data and information products for the implementation of the SDGs. There is existing data sources which are free, just as I've mentioned, for monitoring and implementing these SDGs. And special databases are required to support the development and monitoring not only of the SDGs, but also for our country's sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I come from CSIC, the Spanish National Research Council. It's the largest research institution in Spain. It's the fourth largest research institution in Europe. It comprehends 123 research centers in all areas of knowledge. And it has 5 research centers dedicated to marine science. And I would like to talk a little bit about opportunities that I think are open using the current resources and with relatively little investment. So I'll try to talk about why, where, and how we have to do in situ monitoring of the Atlantic. Going back to the vision of the Earth Center, this is basically what we have. We have these Sustainable Development Goals that in a way translate into societal benefits. And this is essentially the same that you see in this global ocean observing system discussions that have been going on for a number of years and rely on experts very efficiently. And all these experts and these committees emphasize the necessity of observations. Observations, in a way, is links requirements with data and products. So you have all these themes, societal benefits, that go all the way to the observations, and then go back to a number of products, a number of networks that translate in application for society. So do we already have this data? If you look at one of these plots that are produced monthly by, for example, the Joint Committee from the IOC and the World Meteorological Organization, and also from centers such as the European Center for Medium Weather Forecasting, it looks like there's a lot of data, but the truth is that there's not that much, no? Because a lot of this data, of these points here, come from the Argo program. They have one sample every 10 days, so at the end, basically, you have it's half a degree by half a degree. At the end, you come out with one sample every half a degree by half a degree per year, no? In this. And further, they don't sample in the coastal areas, and they only will go at the water depths greater than 2,000 meters. And there are relatively few with geochemical measurements. There are other measures that come from this data buoys. Most of these data buoys belong to surface measurements, and they, as you see, they are restricted to the northern hemisphere. And similarly, these ocean sites, they are usually in deep waters and restricted mostly to the northern hemisphere. So where do we have to place these regional observatories? No? Basically, of course, we have to rely on marine stations, on marine existing stations. There are quite a few, but not all of them, just a few of them sample what we want. No? And for example, there are just a few ones that sample this biogeochemical and ecological time series. No? So this is one first thing to consider. Another thing to consider is that you don't want to sample everywhere. You have to take into account what's going on in the ocean, no? How the ocean behaves. No? So you have to think in terms of regional systems or subsystems of this global system. And then this, when you analyze how the ocean distributes, you have the subtropical, tropical, have equatorial regions, coastal upwelling, the deep ocean islands. So in a sense, all this will have to condition where you want to sample. So we have these two conditions. We have where the labs are already and what sort of measurements they are doing, and where we want to put them. And that's also an opportunity, because we don't want to put them everywhere, possibly, but we want to put them in a strategic place where you can have a number of countries, a number of institutions collaborating and making networking to produce the right set of measurements. No? And how we can set up these regional observatories? Well, in Spain, we have quite a bit of experience in this sense. We are ranked number one in Europe in terms of number of observing stations. No? And there are many sorts of stations that belong basically from our harbor port authorities, the Spanish Institute of Oceanography, universities, the CSIC itself, the National Research Council, etc. No? And ICTS. No? And you could go from very sophisticated observatories to relatively more simple, and some of them made with very, very low cost. No? Another opportunity we have is that we have a fairly good research vessel fleet. And this research vessel, actually, there are a number of regional vessels, but there are two vessels, large vessels with polar capabilities, which are the Sperides and now the Sarmiento, that are going every year, go forth and back to Antarctica. So they run, plus there are other vessels from the Spanish Institute of Oceanography. There are a number of resources, and these vessels are used to, during this transit, these thousands and thousands of miles of transit going forth and back. They do a number of measurements, fishery studies, interdisciplinary regional crosses. So they are used to going and doing a regional sampling of a certain area. No? And this has been going on for a while. No? These vessels, but now even further, because now there will be two, starting last year, there will be two vessels going all the way from Spain to the Bransfield region. And they've been doing this sort of transit lines in the past. So, and there are a number of transit lines projected, proposed, that could be part of a proposal for the Air Center. And some of these could be opportunities to do these transatlantic lines, but stopping in these regional observatory centers, these regional observatories where there will be transdisciplinary measurements, and you could do a regional sampling. So just to finish, why monitoring? Because we lack in situ coastal platform data, because they are necessary for the benefit of local countries as well as for the understanding of the global system. Where monitoring? Well, we probably have to set up regional observatories where you can do a fairly interdisciplinary sampling, and you have to connect land to continental and island platform, the shelf, and to the deep ocean. And how monitoring? So probably you want to have these very interdisciplinary monitoring stations, taking profit of these regional cruises, and enhancing, really enhancing capacity building for the local countries so that they can run these regional laboratories. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, organization, to give me the opportunity to explain something about our ideas about the potential applications of energy. So I'm coming here on behalf of CIEMAT. CIEMAT is the Centro de Investigaciones Energéticas Medioambientales Tecnológicas. This is the main Spanish public research center on energy. And we are working on all kinds of technologies of energy conversion. So here I would like to point out some ideas in order to maximize the integration of the renewable energy sources in the Atlantic region. So the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 7, exactly the 7.2, says that one of the goals is the increase of substantially the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. So taking this assessment as a target, so we try to analyze the situation of the use of the energy in this region, and we see that most of the countries that are involved in this initiative have a very huge renewable energy sources. Some of them, especially islands, has limited available terrain for energy generation. Most of them have a very high cost of energy, and the energy supply is very based on high CO2 or greenhouse gases emissions technologies. And so sometimes some of the renewable energy sources that are technology that is available nowadays is already competitive in land, but there are still important problems that are inherent to the technology, to the resources, to renewable resources, which is mainly the variability of the resources. So there are several solutions to mitigate this problem. One of them is the accurate resource forecast tools. Another is new cost-competitive and feasible energy storage systems, onshore and offshore. So those are some ideas, some bullet points that try to address the potential R&D lines in order to give some examples to establish the general path to the potential agreement. So for instance, if we are talking about offshore wind energy resources, determination of the characteristics of wind in the ocean environment around Atlantic and islands, same for wave energy. So we are talking about deep waters, offshore wind technology. So the integration of offshore wind solutions with other renewable energy solutions, like wave, is a very interesting, very interesting solution. Even if we try to integrate other technologies completely different than energy production, like agriculture and others. Energy storage associated to marine power generation is required. There are some solutions, for instance, underwater CAEs, compressed air solutions, or first base. We will see some pictures at the end of the presentation, my presentation. So another idea is all of the technologies based on distributed energy generation, but also storage or smart consumption, demand side management of marine energy, offshore wave energy, etc. Finally, we propose holistic control of renewable energy sources, converters, and storage, all of them together, that should be based on satellite measurements, which gives us the opportunity to establish which possibilities of cover the power demand are based on the resources. So here we can see some examples of the possibility of possible potential synergies between some of them has been already mentioned here, the satellite solutions and solar and wind energy forecast. So we can use the satellite information to get the variables, the sea surface variables. We can use meteorological data. There are some projects like the Aeolus satellites it's going to address the forecast, the 15 days forecast, the accurate wind energy forecast, if possible, in every place. So now it's under test in Norway, but it should be extended to other areas. So this is a big opportunity for this initiative. So we talk about technology for renewable energy sources conversion. So we see that there are technology. We have technology. We need to apply this technology. So this is another opportunity. We can talk about waves or offshore wind. We have so many projects developed and funded by, for instance, the R&D research, Spanish research program, that are still waiting for a potential application. So we can use this type of projects, like, for instance, systems to measure the wind in offshore sites that should be useful to validate the satellite measurements, or solutions to connect different technologies underwater, or solutions to install the ships to install, or vessels to install the wind turbine or the system in place. Finally, I want to remark that there are solutions to be used for energy storage, which is a very important requirement to integrate massively the energy in islands, especially in island and coastal areas. So solutions like those solutions that I am giving you are still under test, and it should be used in this initiative. For instance, because main reason is these solutions are ideal for near-shore deep waters, which is the situation of Canary Islands, for instance, are very robust solutions also, which is very needed, because sometimes new innovative solutions are very complex and very difficult to be maintained. So from my side, that's it. So thank you for your attention.
Yes. Okay. Good evening to everyone. And I would like to start just saying thank you to the organization for this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to stay here. My presentation is just a remake of the presentation that I did in Praia, in Cape Verde, in the third dialogue meeting. But I would like to be more concrete in this case, because we think that it's better to be concrete and always thinking that starting is more than the half. So just to put on the table something concrete. And then the basis, of course, is, as the previous speaker said, always that we have in mind first the sustainability, because the presentation is about the sustainability of fishery resources. Then sustainability not only of resources, but also of the local communities, of fisheries communities. And then we have to also take in consideration multidisciplinarity, coordination, scalability, social impact, and viability and growth capacity. So this is the main task that we have to consider in our project. Well, our example that is as a starting point is tuna bite forecast is our project. The main idea under this project is just to understand of environmental drivers affecting tuna catchability. This is the scientific idea, but our focus is on to produce a service. So we think that the best is producing a service for fishermen and for authorities, for management authorities. And then is just to produce a free platform of a forecasting service. Forecasting just to know the main distribution patterns of tuna, distribution on soiling behavior and migrating behavior. Then there are another products that is also important. For example, development of fishery monitoring systems, modeling oceanographic and biological data, management, new management practices, also big data analysis and obtention of fish products with added value, that is products with sustainability stamp. Then we have the first point, that is sustainability. Of course, if we have more information, we have more tools to produce a good management and then to be successful in sustainability. If we have human activity, in our case, we focus on artisanal fishery. Then we think that our product can impact directly on very local economies. That is, I think, a good objective to start. Then we have, this is the fishery dimension that is not big one, but it's quite interesting. It is about 90,000 tons all over the Atlantic. It is with some countries main fishing this resource, that is Brazil, Spain, Portugal, Ghana, Senegal, and some others, South Africa and others. So we have the other point that the project should have. This is multidisciplinarity. Of course, we need all the environmental information. As a previous speaker said, that we have already a lot of information on environment, but still this information is not used in a systematic way to obtain good information on fisheries capacity, on fisheries behavior, and so on. So we need this information, oceanographic data information. We need, of course, fisheries control information, BMEAs, and so on. And we need also ecosystem information from research surveys. What's happening here is that we have already a lot of information on these areas, but we need to improve them. So the project can start, but also needs to improve. And then another point in this multidisciplinarity is just to have capacity for the analysis. So we have another area of development in the analysis of the data. And then the other point is the social impact. As I said, the project is, above all, just to impact directly to the local economies, because of fisheries is just local economies. We are dealing in this project with artisanal fisheries, not very industrial big ones. But we can scale this kind of project to industrial fisheries also. Then we have the coordination. Of course, we have to coordinate information with the different fisheries regional organizations, and also with different international organizations dealing with oceanographic information or environment information. And then we have the viability. our proposal is quite, I think, is a proposal that can be developed. It's just about 200,000 euro. We estimate that with this money we can start and we can produce a significant figure with this proposal. Then the project we are dealing also has a growth capacity. We can scale this project to other fisheries, to other regions, to other countries, or to whatever. So the idea is there. It's just to scale things with available data. And then we can, of course, to go further in the integration of environmental with biological data. We can go further in the marketing behavior. If you you have the capacity of forecast the catches, the market is just working in different way. And then you have more tools to predict the margin of growth or not, or contrary, or diminish the fishing activity. And you have the new practice in the management. Even you can choose or also to think in the need to develop tuna aquaculture, for example, in this case. So the project has this growth capacity. I think that we have already a lot of information. We have the idea to integrate all this information, and we have the many proposals that we can put on the table to produce viable projects just to start in this AIR conference and this AIR proposal and ideas. So thank you very much. This is.
We are bringing the presentation. I'll take the opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me to this program. Okay, so my name is George Weafe, coming from Ghana. I think we've had a lot of people coming from Ghana. Now, when you look at this picture, what comes into mind is disturbing. So we are coastal states, oil slicks coming in, coastal erosion, and this is raw sewage going straight into the ocean. High installations along the coastal area, carrying your net to go fishing, flooding, storms, fishing. These are dugout canoes, and in Ghana we have about 13,000 of these, manned by 8 people going to sea, the local fishers. Sometimes they spend about 5 days at sea. So we are talking about SDGs here. And when you see this, for coastal states, we are looking at the marginalized, the very poor in the coastal areas with these challenges. And by 2030, they should overcome these challenges. So what we are doing in West Africa, which myself being the director of the Regional Marine Center, is to use UO data, which Foster said is available through the Copernicus program, to try and bring this information to policy decision makers as to what is happening, how we monitor, how we bring science-based policies. The second thing is being here, how we avoid duplication by putting our resources together, because I represent 12 countries of ECOWAS, from Senegal, Gambia, all the way to Nigeria. And if we are doing something like this, and in the Atlantic, the Air Center want to do something, where do we draw the synergies? So that is the two-pronged activities that I have for us here. So for us, since 2014, under the MISA, for those of us who know about the Monitoring for Environment and Security in Africa, supported by the European Commission and the African Union Commission, we were set up by ECOWAS with the mandate as a regional center to bring these EO products and services to the region. So we work with the 12 countries. And some of the interventions are monitoring and forecasting ocean variables. And this is a product we give to the fishermen. So we try to do 3 days forecast of the ocean state. And we send it via SMS messages to the fishermen. no high-tech smartphone. They receive 1, ocean is okay. 2, in between. 3, dangerous, be careful. If you choose, don't go, rest. Because some of these fishermen go to sea studying the moon as they've been doing for generations. But we know with climate events, these are becoming a bit confusing. And they go to sea and they are lost at sea. They don't have any communication devices to talk back to land. So this is what we give them as a product. Just yesterday, Kwame discussed a lot about the fishing zones and the potential fishing mapping that he's doing. Again, coastal vulnerability assessment. What we're doing is that we're using all the indicators, including archived information, the geomorphic systems, geodata, population, to come out with some vulnerability indices. That this is the situation here. These are highly vulnerable areas, risk areas. How do we bring interventions? Which areas are priority? So this goes to what we call the district managers. And again, we have marine weather forecast. We look at ecosystem mapping, land cover, land change. First, start talking about the land, and we do in the coastal wetland areas, ship trafficking, oil space monitoring. So we call these ones services to the countries. So for us as a regional center, we are talking in each country the ministry responsible for such interventions. So if it's fisheries, it's the Ministry of Fisheries. And what we have done was we got ECOWAS to write to the ministers, and the ministers appointed the POCs or point of contact in their institutions to deal with us. And through the support from ESA, UMETSAT, we have all these receiving stations in the country. So we have real-time data dissemination to these partners that we have in the region. And all these came about as a result of the countries having a discussion that these are priority areas for us, what we call the ECOWAS Integrated Maritime Strategies. With the 5 strategies, we're looking at protecting and managing the maritime domain, security and safety. So we're talking about even including these fishermen, maritime environmental management, and then monitoring the environment and providing these resource interventions to the managers. And then optimizing towards blue growth. We've all been talking about blue growth, blue economy. But if you are not managing your resources, then it means the asset that can go to your growth, you are losing. And if these poor people along the coast are losing it, it cascades into their health issues, and then you'll be spending more because they will not be able to work. There will be a drain more on the economy. So it's so important that these activities are addressed. And to get the picture very well, they are the data providers. I mean, we have Nigeria putting satellite to space, Algeria, the rest. But getting operational data is not cheap. And thankfully, with the Copernicus plus other suite of data available, we are dealing with the data provider. So the EO data is available. Then how do we add value to the data to make it meaningful for the users? And then how do we build the capacity of the users from the Navy, from the Marine Police, from the fishermen, from the fisheries managers, coastal managers? So we tie in from the data and the users by adding value to it. And as well as a center, we also have to enhance and build our capacity. And this is where we draw strength from other institutions. We've been talking to a lot of people in this meeting, which is very awesome. So even going forward, we've seen a lot of things already taking place here. We have an established network. So how do we enhance what we are already doing? And in the region, I think we ran the MESA from 2014 to 2017. And then we have another funding line into 2020, 2021. And then we are working with the 12 countries. But we have to strengthen the capacity of some partners in the region. So the partners we are working with, Cape Verde, in Senegal, we have Wetland International, and then we are working with the national research institutions, so CROT there, and then we are working with CROAT in Cote d'Ivoire. In Ghana, we are the University of Ghana, working with the Meteo Services, and then with Nigeria. So these are the partners that we are working with in the region. So they become like conduit into the local group as well. So in doing this, it's not only being University of Ghana, which is building this capacity, but then we are taking also the partners along, and then the end users are the countries. So I believe with this 5-minute presentation, this is what we are doing. How do we build our strength to support the Atlantic region? Thank you very much.
¿La cogió Carlos? ¿Le podrá?
Well, we will now start the last session. There will be basically a summary of what has been discussed here today. So, invite maybe, I don't know who is the first one, I can't remember to look at, but yes, Mr. Naklak Lupala. Yes, please.
All right, good evening. And my name is Nhlanhla Lupahla. I know it's a challenge to pronounce this name. A government representative from the Republic of Namibia. I should also, first of all, appreciate the invitation that Air Center extended to us, and obviously the host government as well, for affording us this hospitality and the opportunity to share and network with experts in this area. I'll try and be brief here, and I find it necessary that maybe I should give a brief background, because obviously my attention to the presentation was influenced by my interest in the presentation being the relevance to my circumstances. And I'm talking as a government representative here. I think it makes sense. We are quite a small country in terms of population, 2.3 million in the southwest coast of the Atlantic. And I need to point out that it turns out we realize that we offer an ideal environment for space observation and collaboration due to the geographical location that we occupy. And we have seen the interest with international space agencies that include NASA, Airbus, which have this keen interest in collaborating or setting up observatories in our coast. We have our own proposed activities which are defined in the National Program for Research, Science and Technology. I will be relevant. I'm coming back to the presentations. I'm just trying to outline how my attention was influenced by our own programs. Namely 4 programs which are our priority activities. Establishing a National Space Science Research and Training Center. We have technically managed to do that. We only have 2 public universities, and one of them has been selected to host the Namibia Institute of Space Science and Technology. That has kicked off, and one of the achievements is the signing of an MOU with Airbus, France. Establishing a nano-satellite ground station. NIST is also taking care of this. We have already launched some CubeSats, which is done at the university, the CANSATs, just for research purposes. We also intend to establish a National Remote Sensing and Earth Observation Center. This should be in place early next year. We have signed an agreement that has already provided funding for the construction of such a station. Then I'll come back to the presentations, because it turns out then we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to deploy any satellites. These presentations have already indicated that we are already existing in a collaboration space, so we just need to access what is already in place. And that's why I'm going from Z to A to say this is how relevant the presentations were. We need to develop and maintain a high-performance computing center. We have already deployed 2 high-performance computing centers at our 2 universities with the assistance of the Indian government. Now let me go back to the presentations, because they are influenced by the relevance of these activities. I will not go to each and every presentation. I just want to highlight that due obviously to our youth population, which is about 66% less than 30 years, I want to reflect on a comment that was given by my South African brother, Masoka, on the relevance of Air Center to the youth and women. This is something that I would also really appreciate that it came out, and would want to re-emphasize that we should really take it forward. We have been struggling with land programs in Africa, not accommodating women. So one would nearly get into a shock when you start talking of the sea now. And really, I appreciate the fact that Air Center has emphasized that approach. I will be very brief and go to the declaration. That was of key interest to us. I'm not sure if we have reached a conclusion, but one of my coming here was to ensure that we take this back home for next year, May. We are the current chair of the SADC community, and we are in a very good position to influence our 16 member states. We are tasked to
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Just a few words to make the conclusions of our day. And I bring here two big ideas and a key word. The key word is challenge. We have a big challenge in our front. We have a big challenge, but it's stimulated by the scientific agenda that we can implement in the Air Center network. And the two notes, one of them is to make present that the formal integration of Spain in the AD Air Center, the association that support all the initiatives of this network. And the other note is that we have more and more African countries in the Air Center. For me, it's a positive note that we have to know, to realize in this moment. Disengage with the African countries. It's a value to the network. To finish, I'd like to know that this kind of networks have a big issue. To create links between different realities, create links between different Atlantic realities. Link this with the challenge that the interactions in Atlantic will be the big issues of 2019, the next year. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Said Onailo Mohammed from Nigeria. It's a great pleasure to be here. to join my colleagues in doing remarks and a little vote of thanks. I join them completely and I share what they said earlier. I believe that this is an opportunity to remind ourselves that the whole intention is about building partnership. And it's also an opportunity for people to work together for the benefit of all. And also the fact that it is not a talk shop. And whatever you say here must not end up on shelves, but to share commitment, emphasizing on serious national and international coordination will be of interest to all of us. And also there's a need to integrate and do a convergence operation, putting the right people in the right place and at the right time. Nigeria projected to, by the year 2050, to be over 500 million people, needs all that it can garner from all the various sources. And we believe resources in the Atlantic will be one of those strategic ones. It is our interest to partner with all and do whatever it takes to achieve success. Once again, on behalf of my colleagues, I wish to thank the chair of the executive committee and all the members and all the presenters. And we look forward to working with everyone on a win-win basis. I thank you once again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Well, this completes a very long day. Thank you all for being here. And we will meet again tomorrow at 8:30 for registration or 9 o'clock for the session. Thank you again for your presence.